Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Luck Cup. Well, not the first of its kind. Let's be honest, the Korea scene is doing it a lot. But on NA and EU, the first of its kind ban-style tournament sponsored by Broxton and Luck for hosting this thing. Thank you guys for doing that. My name is Young. I'm joined by, I think it's this side of my camera, Dread. Dread, how you doing?
Yo, I'm doing good. Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Likewise. Big shouts out to Burrito and gang for, again, the production is always good stuff, but not about Burrito. We love that guy too much. We keep talking about him. Let's talk about the Luck Cup, Dread. So today we have 16 teams that have not participated in PHL. So this would be classified something as more of a, I don't want to call it an amateur event because these teams are still very good, but more of a user-friendly tournament. You're not getting stomped by the PHL sweats constantly. So Dread, anything you're looking forward to in today's event? You want to explain kind of what we're getting into today?
Oh man, it's hard to tie it down to just one thing. I'm looking forward to the whole thing. It's really awesome. We've got pick and bans coming into this, and I'm really excited to see how that's going to change kind of the state of play of the games. And it's cool how many people signed up for this event too. How many people are itching to get into the competitive scene, and especially with the major qualifications coming up, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, getting major quals in about 6-ish days. So if you want to practice, this is not a bad place to do it. But as we were talking about picks, it is coming up quick. Right? I want to see you at the major. I know we were talking about this a million times. But yeah, anyone that is not aware, we're doing picks and bans for gadgets and weapons. So each team prior to their match starting, they will ban one gadget and one, almost a specialization, one weapon per team, which carries across the entire set. So whatever both teams ban, both teams have to abide by those bans. So are we going to see the pike being banned? Are we going to be seeing defib, jump pad, Waltz was saying, glitch grenade, H+. A lot of the meta things, being taken out could shake up things a little bit.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it's going to change how these guys play here. Jump pad taken out would be so interesting. Like Walt was saying earlier, like that could completely change, because almost everybody, even on live servers, not just in competitive games, almost everybody runs jump pad to get into pretty much every fight. It'd be interesting to take that out.
Yeah, the engage tools, the fight tools. Again, I'm not sure what we're going to be seeing throughout the event, but a quick look at our bracket here. Again, we have 16 teams. Some you might recognize, some you maybe have no idea. I believe our first one is group number 8, Watermelon Felons versus Ibrion. I hope I said that right. I know they told me how to say it. Thank you, staff. Yes, Ibrion. Two teams that, well, fun fact, Ibrion, Luck themself is on that team. So honestly, a little bias, maybe, but it's all about how they can compete in the arena. And also, we got some bans coming in already for these two teams. Weapons banned, Pike and the SH-1900, the double barrel. Specs, thermal vision, and glitch grenade. So honestly, are we seeing a little bit of cloak action coming out? Are we seeing some sneaky play, some smokes? Who knows, Dread? Who knows?
Yeah, that's interesting. So glitch and thermal band. That's going to be interesting. I wonder how that's going to change the play there. I definitely smell some smokes coming in, probably.
Yeah, some ninja defuses for sure.
Yeah, I think glitch being banned is going to be pretty big too. I think there's a lot of stalls that could be happening without glitch being in the game too.
Yeah, I would be really interested to see if stuff like Goo gets banned. Again, jump pad like we were talking about. Force teams run like a zip line. Again, if you're new to this style of event, we don't do it a lot in NA or ever for the most part. Servers, by the way, are in NA for this event. But the Korean final scene does this quite a bit. They will ban even specializations on top of that, so it does go a little crazy. We're not going that crazy, we're going a little crazy. But maps, by the way, Las Vegas is up first, then Skyway. And if we could do a map 3 over to Sis Horizon. Let's get this going, Dread.
Let's do it. Ibrion versus Watermelon Felons.
Yeah. Mr. Giggle, Scooby, and Harrion. I'm going to mispronounce some of these, I'm sure. Then Lilo, Breamsy, and Repent Staff. Do we know which one is Luck by any chance? Repent is Luck. Okay, there we go. Well, team's posturing up here. We got Ibrion sitting on top of the hotel. Just waiting, just posturing for that first box. Watermelon going ahead and get the potential tap here at the stage. Taking a look at the comps, though, we do have Cloak, Sonar on the side of Ibrion here. So again, not what we maybe expected. No winch claws either for the heavies. Just a little bit of mesh going on.
Not seeing any smokes yet either, but we are using the cloak with no thermal, so that might come into play here. Throwing out some sonars, trying to sniff each other out here. Ibrion holding that high ground. We got a minigun on the side of Watermelon Felons too, holding up some cover fire there.
Man, what was this? Grab cube lock bolt. Oh, go ahead.
Bolt. That could be interesting. No, I was just saying, I was just seeing that at the same time as you. I'm excited to see that come into play here.
Oh, smoke on the side of medium.
Smoke.
Yep. Oh, go ahead, fight. It's just starting out. The immediate burn on the Mr. Giggles. He goes down there into the hands of Luck, actually. So that maybe come in handy here. Shot's going to ring out. Luck does go down. It's now just up to Harrion on the side of the Watermelon Felons. 2v1. He's just going to try and get out of dodge. The chase going to be coming out a little bit slowly. The Serb with the red dot. Sit him down. Beamsy said goodnight. This is going a little crazy.
Fight to start off there, and that's actually a gas grenade. I'm pretty sure I saw, not a smoke, on the side of Watermelon Felons there.
I'm not trying to put PHL under fire, but this might be the most potentially entertaining thing we're gonna see probably for the next couple of weeks. What we got? We have the traditional kind of loadout there for some of these guys, and then you've got minigun, grab cube, lock bolts. You've got the smokes. I don't know what to expect anymore. But the Serb with the AK as well as Serb with the red dot, kind of a power move, I will say.
I love to see it. I'm excited to see how this gas grenade comes into play here. Although they are running Serb on the other team, so I feel like they're gonna have a pretty easy answer to that gas grenade.
Yeah, a drop in there.
Go ahead, Dred, take it away. He goes 1 HP. He makes it out, though, with lots of cover fire coming out of the minigun from Mr. Giggles. They're backing out there. They got lots of sonar grenades coming out of Ibrion, so they know exactly where they are. But that minigun just putting in so much work. Breamsy gets melted as he peeks out that doorway straight into the face of the minigun. Scooby's starting to heal up now. He's going in, trying to repent. Last one up, not able to get out of there. That minigun just melting people as they're trying to peek out of that doorway.
Absolutely shredded. The flip does come out. Watermelon Felons getting the box back. One more push potentially for these two teams. Scooby, 2 kills, the least amount of damage on his team. Hey, sometimes that's all that matters. He's got that objective score. But Felons going to go ahead and just kind of sit up on hotel here again. Zip line up. Again, bounce pad wasn't banned. They could use that, but they're going with the zip. I think teams are even going, you know what? Let's just pick whatever we want at this point. Even if it's banned or not, we're going to go crazy. But one more push here, Dred, for Ibrion.
Yeah, Abrion's just got this last chance here. I wonder if we're going to see the Grav Cube come into play here for this stall. They do have the Dome Shield coming out, though. They're going for it. That gas grenade in the Dome Shield cooking everybody, but the Serb is going to take out that gas. And they are not going to be able to flip that there. Breemsy ends up going down in the middle of the fight. They're going to see if they can get this team wipe going into the next vault here. And that they are. First box going to Watermelon Felons.
That quick fight there for the boys in orange. Ibrion, I think, you know, just a little split. Again, a lot of damage coming out from the side of orange here. And again, for anyone joining in chat, these are teams that have not played in PHL. Some of these guys are just pickup teams for this. So we're going to be seeing a lot of maybe some different strats we haven't seen before, you know, to put it that way. But again, good first box there by the Watermelon Felons. Let's see how they can take box number 2 and if Ibrion can bounce back. Like you're saying, haven't really seen that smoke coming out that much. Again, thermal's banned, but they do have the sonar on the side of Ibrion. Have to see if they can put that to use. But box in control of the Watermelon Felons right now. They're running that over 2C, the parking garage. Seeing if they can just hold it down for this next box.
Watermelon Felons just has so much zone control and denial with that team comp they're running. With Grav Cube, a minigun, gas grenade, they can pretty much pick one entire area that they don't want them to go to and shut it completely off.
Yeah, a lot of control there from these teams. Again, Smoke, AK, Zip. I don't know if I've seen that in a hot minute. Maybe in my quick cash matches, but maybe that's the secret. You know, if some of these guys don't know what they're doing, how are we supposed to know what they're doing? How are the enemy's supposed to know what they're doing? It's about mental warfare. But the box does get plugged, again, in control of the Watermelon Felons. Not a lot of anything going out now or right now. The Lockbolt does come out, so that's on cooldown for the time being for Mr. Giggles, I believe. That minigun spooling up. Ibrion probably can hear that, just kind of posturing, not engaging too hard yet. It looks like Scooby might have smelled blood in the water there. Gas nade does come out, not really doing anything. The pad, though, with the DMAT, good damage onto the side of the Watermelon Felons. Big pad, but Mr. Giggles takes down Breemsy. It's now just up to Harryon on the side of the Watermelon Felons. He's on top of parking garage, takes a little bit of damage. He's maybe going to go down here to the hands of Luck. Still alive, pretty healthy, actually, at this point. Harryon doing his best to stay up. Pink just going to go ahead and kind of reset here. Box taking away about halfway, kind of on that, about a minute left. The steal coming out. Luck going to try and make that one happen. Not quite going to work. Harryon says no, thank you. The teams can now start cornering in on the side of the Watermelon Felons. They will do just that as Harryon goes down. So Ibrion, sorry. That's the Iberian Peninsula. It's something completely different. We'll get that box, but look at this. Scooby get a little bit of damage in as he tries to flood back in, but the stagger's going crazy. Giggles the last one. He can't make it happen. Ibrion now in full control, and that might just be the box right there. 30-ish seconds left to go.
Great take by Ibrion there. Huge damage coming to that SA-12 last fight.
Yeah, good stuff there on the side of Lilo, Breemsy, and Luck to make that happen. We're going to a third box, ladies and gentlemen. Box 3 on Vegas. So we've got ourselves a bit of a match. You know, I would like to see the Felons do a little bit of, let's say, further coordination. You've got the, you know... Well, actually, sorry, that's the side of Ibrion. You use the sonar, use the other things you got in your disposal, really kind of be sneaky. You find them, you demon on top of them, we'll see what happens. This fight really probably doesn't mean much, fellas. The box is on the other side of the map. I hate to tell you, you gotta go the other way, but the fight does break out. Scooby's gonna take down Lilo. Again, just kind of a time waster. These guys probably just gotta reset and get out and go next, to be honest.
Yeah, I like the thought process by Harryon on that last play, on that last box, though. He was almost able to stay up and stall that for his team, running around, using his DMAT to get through walls and play his life. Unfortunately, he's tossing out that gas grenade, which I think normally would have been a pretty good stall against his team, but they are running Serbs, so he tosses out that gas grenade, and the Serb immediately gets that out of there, and then they just kept chasing him down. He wasn't quite able to hold it, but... Coming up on the next box here.
Yeah, it looks like the box is finally moving over to the upper bar area on the Ashpoo side of the map. Lilo gonna go ahead and pad over. Here comes the rest of his team there. Mr. Giggles taking a bit of damage from that serve with the red dot on it, by the way. Again, just it's really just a flex. I love putting that thing on just because it's so absurd. Like,
yeah, that minigun
scope on a shotgun.
Yeah, that minigun is so oppressive too. But when you got that serve just running up in your face, blasting you, there's not much the minigun can do without enough setup to spool up.
Yep, the drop here coming out.
Drop down.
Abrion getting the steal back in. Again, it's another drop here. Scooby and Harryon just trying to play spoiler for a bit. Sure, we'll take out that gas right away, but Harryon takes down Repents. That's Luck out of the picture now. It's back to a 2v3 in favor of the Watermelon Felons. I think Abrion, I'm going to get this right one day. Just need to fully regroup. That is one down. That is another one down. Make that back to a 2v2. Orange, actually, health bars. Everyone getting pretty low here. Minigun starts shredding into the side of Lilo. They need to play careful to zip to get him back to safety on the roof there. Team's just posturing. Again, no full committal yet. But again, they're still missing one on the side of Watermelon Felons. I think this is the time for Abrion to go in.
Yeah, Felon's doing a pretty good job here at just staying alive and stalling. Ibrion's having a little bit of trouble just trying to get that full team wipe there. They keep getting a pick, but can't get that full wipe. They're going in really aggressive here with that dome shield straight onto their team. Jumping in with that SA-12. Giggles gets brought down immediately. Scooby goes down right after him. This might be the play that Ibrion needs. They're going full ham. Lilo trying to get out, holding up that mesh shield, play his life a little bit. Harryon's just running around, does manage to get a kill while he's trying to stall here. Again, playing that D-mat just like he tried last time, trying to play his life here and stall. There's not a lot of time on that point, but not able to make it out. Lilo does clean him up with that SA-12. And Ibrion taking map 1.
Yeah, good fight there by Ibrion. Something they needed. Again, the push could have been a little sooner, but they won the map. That's all that matters. Ibrion 1-0 in the series. We're going over to, I believe, Skyway for map number 2. I will say, yeah, the picks, didn't expect any of that. Didn't expect basically anything in that match, and I'm curious if we get something even more crazy for map number 2.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how each team is going to adapt now that they've kind of seen what their opposition is playing here. I wonder if the gas grenade is still going to be in play now that they know that they're running the serve, or they might try something else. It almost looked like on that last fight there, it almost looked like something clicked in the heads of Ibrion, and they realized that, man, we just need to link up and get on top of that minigun's head and make sure he can't get any setup. And that's exactly what they finally did. They tossed that dome shield straight onto his head and jumped in there, and they took that minigun straight out of the fight and managed to win that last one.
Yeah, and for anyone, again, just tuning in, all the bans that you're seeing here carry over for the entire series. So we're not going to be seeing any Pike, no double barrel, no thermal, no glitch for the entire series. That said, we're moving over to Skyway, another pretty long-range map, but no Pike. Are we going to be seeing some sniper by any chance? Probably not, but one can hope. Some other long-range options, you know? Do we want to see the deagles? Do we see some of these teams pulling out some of these other longer engagement options that we kind of are known to see in the PHL? Who knows? We saw AK and serve with a scope on it, so at this point, my predictions are in shambles.
Yeah. I was just about to say, I'd love to make a prediction, but I have no idea what these teams are about to bring out, and it honestly makes it even more exciting. I'm excited to see what they pick here. I wonder if they're going to stay on minigun. I feel like Skyway's kind of a tougher map for the minigun, but it's going to perform well if they get in some of those fights inside those buildings.
Yeah, and I think the realistic answer is I don't think these teams have as much practice, let's say, as some of these PHL squads that we're used to seeing. So there may be some chance for them to take a little bit more than they're used to in terms of, okay, we're going to take this position and try and get the high ground. Most teams are going to be holding this. Maybe we can kind of use that to our advantage, and rather, these stronger teams that we're used to seeing might be able to punish them a little bit more, play a little more aggressive. We're learning a bit as we go, is the needless, way to say this. But yeah, I'm just curious as what we're going to be seeing. Skyway, we're loading up. I think their teams are getting ready. Again, notoriously tough map to push in some spots, but I just want to see what we're running, Dread. I just want to see what these guys are cooking up on both teams.
Yeah, same here. I agree. It would be really fun to see a sniper, but there's not a lot of people who are confident in their sniping skills. So we'll see what we got here. Loading up. We do have a little bit of a change on specialization from Lilo, swapping to Winchclaw from the mesh shield there. Everything else looks pretty similar here. We still got Invis coming out of Luck and DMAT on Breemsy. Looks like the same from last game over here on Watermelon Felons as well. We got Dash on the light.
Yeah, a little bit of a shake-up there. We do have the Deagles on Lilo, looking for a bit more of a meta loadout like what we're used to. RBG, C4 Dome, NA Classic. Love to see how they can use it to their advantage. But it looks like Watermelon Felons do get the tap up top on that western office building. They're just going to go ahead and hold that down. Again, a very hard one to push, but luckily they don't even need to push up there. Boxes are a bit farther down. No cover here now for Ibreon. They're going to drop inside. Again, they got to start looking to maybe start rotating to the points here. The Felons going to start grabbing that box, getting the movement on it here. Playing the upper office hospital region up top. Pad does come out, but I don't think they're going to really have a way up there unless they start padding. They're just going to go ahead and go back. I think they're just playing a little ring around the rosy, just trying to make teams move around. I do like the proactivity of some of these teams, but they do need to start getting a little closer to those boxes as the Felons are now making their way over to B on the mansion.
Yeah, it looks like we still got Serb coming out of Breemsy here too, so I'm excited to see how they're going to pull that off. It's kind of a tough map to get it done, but if they can get in there and get in their faces, it can put a lot of work in here. Sonar nades coming out of Luck here, trying to sniff out the Watermelon Felons, see where they're hiding here.
Yeah,
Scooby goes down immediately.
Yeah, a big pick there from Lilo. Beamsy on the CL. Oh, sorry, not CL40. The Serb, too many letters C names, will take down Harryon. That is Luck taking down Mr. Giggles. A quick fight there for Ibreon. And the Felons, a reset for them. Let's see if Ibreon can kind of punish their position here. Get a quick little replay. Just showing how fast this fight really ended. M11 absolutely shredding Mr. Giggles there. Again, lights are hard to hit. I can't blame him. They will winch the box outside, take the roof, the usual stuff here. You know, we're probably not going to see too many high-level spawn blocking tactics, not too many things. But again, stuff. I feel like I'm learning something constantly in these matches. But Mr. Giggles still rocking the lock bolt, still using the grav cube.
Still got
these
the
guys
grav
are just going to give up roof for free, though.
I'd like to see him utilize that grav cube a little bit more. It's definitely not one of those meta pick gadgets, but I feel like you could do some interesting big brain plays with that thing. See how they utilize it here. Just trying to find where Ibreon is hiding. Ibreon not making a lot of noise. Kind of hard to find right now. They do drop that dome shield, though, so they know where they're at now. Yep,
the Felons just trying to stay alive here. Again, everyone's very, very split on, on pretty much both teams here. Lilo getting very low. Scooby also about half health at the moment. This box has basically no time left. If the Felons want to try and steal, they need to try and go for it. Now that is Scooby down. Reamsy's going to take him down. Harryon gets 2. It's down to 1v1. Repents versus Mr. Giggles. Giggles takes him down, but no time. The Felons a little late to the box here. That is the first one for Ibreon. Going to box number 2, Dread.
Look at this damage coming out of this minigun here in this replay.
Well, you know what? Some damage. You know, we'll say some damage. There we go. There's the damage.
He just has to get in there. Yeah, once he gets in there, there's a lot of damage coming out. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough time there. Ibreon actually doing a really good job at being conscious of how much time is on the box there, and they were just kiting them around, just running around trying to play their life, stall them out. Watermelon Felon's just not quick enough to get in the team wipe there to go for the box. Yeah, they definitely have the potential to, though.
Yeah, I think time just got away from him in that one. Again, just kind of tough when you're stuck fighting so much and not so much time left. But the poke coming out here from Lilo, those Deagles just suppressing the 2 members of the Watermelon Felons. But we do have Harryon that actually made the crossover early. I'm not sure if they just missed that, if they're aware that he's in the office building with them. I think, yeah, this would be a great time for for the Felons to try and cross. They will. Again, not a lot of shots coming out from Ibreon to watch the cross here, but they're just taking a lot of damage. Lilo and Beamsy's half health. Harion will take down Lilo. Lilo just kind of sleeping there. Harion now getting taken very low. 1 bar of health. Is he going to get taken down fully? The chase not going to come out from the side of Ibreon. Beamsy and Lilo just trying to live. The DMAT a little bit optimistic there. Going to bring down Scooby. Scooby down to 1 bar again. The burn not going to do it. And that's Scooby actually taking down Lilo in the meantime. Scooby finally gets traded out by Beamsy. Just up to Beamsy with that serve with the scope on it.
Yeah, they were not ready for Harion to be in that staircase there. A little surprise play out of Harion there. Beamsy fighting for his life with that serve, though.
Yeah, he's making it work. You know, Harion will get the res on to Scooby, so all 3 back up for the Watermelon Felons. Bit of a hectic fight. Again, we're seeing a bit of a delayed push from these guys. I mean, it is what it is. You know, these teams aren't as seasoned as what we've seen in PHL, and that's totally fine. I think it's just giving these guys also some room to practice and try new things. Because I'm going to be guessing we're seeing a lot of these guys in qualifiers, and the hope is that this also gives these guys a little bit of time at least to practice their strats, talk some things down. Are we going to be seeing AK Smoke Zip? Not really sure for these guys in quals, but we'll come back to that in a bit. Ibreon making the push over from that upper hospital area. The cloak, does he see luck with the cloak there? Maybe not. That is going to give Ibreon a bit of free room to move on to the box here. The goo going to be at a very odd angle. That's a certified goo moment. The AKM on the side of Harion just trying to get some poke damage out. Going to be taking a little bit low there. Giggles dumping in damage onto Beamsy with that minigun. Health bar is getting very low here for both teams. Repents is going to take down Mr. Giggles. Scooby takes down Beamsy, but it's now just up to Harion once again. I feel like we've seen the story before. Can he stop this box? It's still in control of Watermelon Felons, by the way. The swap hasn't gone out yet. If he can just live for 15 seconds, they got time to retake. Let the team coin back up. It's okay if they steal. Harion looking for a bit of a play. He will drop it down, and he still stops it. This is a great stall, and he gets the defib onto Scooby. Giggles probably going to coin up here in just a moment. The stall still coming out. Giggles, you got a coin. There we go. He's now back in the fight.
Is really trying to put his team on his back right now. The stalling coming out of this guy is actually insane. He is playing his life so well. Ibreon just trying to regroup here. All of their plans were foiled. Mr. Giggles did finally coin. He is back in the fight now. Gets healed up by Scooby, but then Scooby gets turned on. Big RPG coming out, though. Lilo's 1 HP. There's that grab cube coming out, trying to run away, but Beamsy immediately walks out of that grab cube, unfortunately, right on the edge of it. Here's Harion again, last one up. Is he going to be able to stall this? He does have the potential to. But the heals come out, though. He wasn't able to get him. The heals saved him. And Ibreon takes that box. Big heals coming out to save Ibreon from stealing that box.
Things you hate to see if you're a Watermelon Felons fan. Things you love to see if you're an Ibreon fan. LUQQQ taking this series 2-0. Again, an unfortunate end there for the Watermelon gang. No body blocks coming in, you know, even for both teams. It's just a bit of a scrappy match all around. But Ibreon takes that one 2-0. They will move on throughout the bracket. This is double elimination, so even if you get knocked out early, you still got a chance, even as cutthroat as it's going to be. But Dread, let's talk about what we just witnessed, because there is a lot. I think
there is a lot to take in there.
Yeah, from the minigun, the grav cube, Lockbolt, you know, I'll let it get away with. But the AK Smoke Zip, again, maybe Ibreon is playing here. I'm not really sure who banned which gadgets, but with the thermal out, you know, we didn't see a lot of smoke, which is fine. I think Ibreon's plan was, okay, we're going to smoke the points. We're going to go through and start using our sonar grenades to try and find these guys and kind of take things from there. Interesting match, I think is the easiest way that I'll put it.
Man, I loved the loadout on the side of Watermelon Felons too. I would have liked to see the grav cube a little bit more, but I love the thought process behind the loadout at least. and it almost worked out for him. But Ibreon was just a little bit more coordinated in those team fights, able to work together to hop on targets and team shoot the correct target, and that led them to getting the dub. But honestly, actually pretty close games, all things considered. The scoreboard doesn't really show that very well, but when the matches was actually going on, pretty close games. Fun to watch.
Fun to watch indeed. And again, they were surprisingly very close. I think Harryon doing his best in these stalls forever on on Skyway, like we just saw for that last box, just couldn't hold it down enough. I think this is hopefully a bit of learnings for these teams as well. Again, the strats that we're used to seeing, the body blocking, dematting and dropping the box down for, onto a pad or gooing off certain winch angles, things like that, using the goo to stall. They didn't have any goo on the side of Ibreon, so there was that ability to just shred off of a demat. But it is what it is. Ibreon came out 2-0. We'll have to see where we go from here. But again, picks and bans for a lot of these guys are going to make or break a lot of this. But I think we have a quick look at the bracket here in just a moment to see where we are going. Shout out to these team names, by the way. The Coughing Babies, Chicken, Quality Control, Duck Ops, Pickle. We've seen a few of these guys before, but a lot going on here, Dread.
Yeah, and speaking of Ibreon, and Luck is on that team. Shout out to Luck for having the idea to put together this tournament too, and him and I believe it was Broxton to fund it. It's a great opportunity for a lot of these guys, like you said, to get practice in for the quals and get their toes wet a little bit in competitive games. It's a pretty cool format. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, I think this is especially for even lower level. That makes it sound bad. People that haven't played in PHL nearly as much. It's very interesting because there's probably some stress that we're not used to seeing. We're so used to seeing a lot of these very strict metas being formed, or just like the meta being formed.
Yeah.
So seeing stuff again like the AK, like the Serb. Serb was in style for so long, and then it got nerfed, and now you barely see it. You'll see the model on occasion, but again, Serb not so much. We'll have to see what else gets pulled out again. Pike and SH 1900 were banned, so I wasn't expecting to see double barrel unless these guys were doing some reconnaissance that we didn't know about on these other teams. We'll have to wait and see. I think my prediction on what we might be seeing, though, I think the bans, Pike was probably going to be a mainstay for a while. I would like to see stuff like, defib maybe taken out, Goo Grenade maybe being taken out. I'm not sure what these teams are going to be running. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what everyone's favorites are. And I'm sure as the event goes on, we'll learn a little bit more about each team.
Yeah, there's so many unknowns in here. It's so hard to make any predictions, but it's going to be fun to watch. Like we were talking about this earlier, too. I would love to see a jump pad ban. I think that would make the game really interesting to play out.
Yeah, you get rid of the pad. Maybe got to force the zip. Maybe force, the gateway. Gateway, another option that we see a lot as well. Think of all the meta stuff for each class. But I believe we have another matchup coming up from what I've heard. I think it's Team Dog versus Haters Gonna Hate as our next one here. Anything about these teams that we know? Let's see here. Team Dog consisting of Nuffle, Airballer, and June, I believe, and then Haters Gonna Hate. Let's see if we can find that roster here. That is Wolf's, Goldie Arts, and Dake, I believe. The lore potentially. We did have Airballers saying a lot of good stuff about the MGL. Will they back that up, and will they actually use it? I don't know. I don't watch these teams, but now we're all finding out together. Twitch chat, okay? I've also heard that Nuffle was big in the TF2 comp space. Potential pro, question mark. Don't really know. We'll have to find out if that translates over to this, but good to know. So that said, now I do have to expect MGL, CL40, things like that. But let's just talk about the picks and bans. I think this is opening up a lot of avenues for these teams. And Dread, I know you're talking about what we want to see. Is there anything that you think would be healthy for these teams that haven't practiced PHL or haven't really played in PHL to start banning, or things that they should start running, or things they should look for?
Oh, that is a good question. That is a tough question. I think I think especially this season, because so much of the healing has evolved the way the games play, I think it'd be nice to see a heal gun ban to get that out of the Light's hands, especially since, we just saw them win a game because of that heal gun. I think that would open up a lot of avenues of play, not having that in there.
Yeah, I think just maybe get rid of some of the meta gadgets. Again, defib. I'm a big proponent of let's get the goo grenade out. Teams that are running goo, potentially, in my opinion, the most influential gadget this season. Maybe the H plus. The H plus isn't always going to win you fights, but that goo gives you so much cover and so much just potential to turn things around. Last minute steals. You cut off the winch angles for the box. You cut off these flank routes. I'm just trying. Not trying to spread goo propaganda. But I think realistically, I am going to be curious on what these teams are actually going to be running. If there's a strat around the bans, who knows? Again, the potential for a cloak thermal, or not thermal, but the smoke sonar that we saw from Ibreon wasn't used entirely, how we thought it would. But maybe that's just par for the course for some of these guys. I would like to see, and I would be pleasantly surprised if there's strats that, and I'm sure there will, just we aren't even thinking of because of the ban system.
Yeah, and I feel like the last matchup had, other than the Pyke being a pretty meta pick, I think the other bans were kind of niche picks. So I kind of agree with you, and I wish I'm hoping to see more meta bans here so that we can really shake up how we're playing here and how we're watching them play. We're just waiting for bans here to see where we're heading.
Yeah, and also in chat, what do you guys also want to see in terms of things being picked, things being played? I think there's a lot that you can spoilers run in this game. But I know chat was talking about the MGLs or stuff you guys want to see. I am a proponent for just whip out the dual blades, give me a little sledge. I think in this would be the time to do it. Do I like playing against dual blades? No, but I think they're always funny to watch. So I think there's a world where things that are not as picked can work. But I think the bans are starting to trickle in. This just in, the SA12, 16, and the Goo Grenade are our first ban. So shouts out if you're listening to the stream, whoever did that. And I think we're just waiting on our second set of bans there. And Pyke and Defib as our second set. So again, a lot of these now meta picks coming out, or rather getting taken out. I think we're just waiting on the maps here for this one. But just to recap, Pyke and SA12 are out. Defib and Goo Grenade are out. So these meta picks that we're used to seeing, not so much anymore. I'm not super surprised, Red.
This is getting me hyped now. These are some great bans. I'm going to love to see how this plays out. I'm really interested in what extra gadget are the mediums going to take now that they don't have access to that defib. We could see some frag grenades coming out. We could... there's so much potential now. We could see some mines coming out. And no SA12 either. So it's going to be fun to watch these heavies duke it out. And there was your Goo Grenade ban too. That's going to be big. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I would say potentially two things that the medium is going to have to swap out, because medium especially is usually the one that's running the goo. Potentially the heavy might be running the goo sometimes, or usually, you could only run the defo on medium. So going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. I believe we're having our maps here in just a moment, so those will come in real soon. But talking about loadouts real quick, and the SA12 is out. What other weapons do we have for the heavy? Probably the Shack. Maybe, the Deagles. I would love to see a little bit of Lewis gun. Embark, fix my boy. You took him out. I need him to be fixed once again. That's what everyone wants. But the maps are now being updated as we speak. We have Nozomi for map number 1, Sis for map number 2, and Skyway for map number 3, Dread.
This might be a hot take, but especially with the SA12 being banned, I would love to see a KS come into play for another close range bursty pick. I don't think, at least to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever seen a KS in pro play before.
We've had it a couple times. I think it's gotten more popular. I think there's certain times for it. We've seen some try and make it work on Seoul. We've seen some try and make it work on Monaco structures. And especially for the major, the maps or rather the map pool that we have in PHL, it's a little different than what we're going to be seeing in the major, right? Where some of these maps are going to have all variants. So for stuff like Monaco, you're going to have, suspended structures as an option. You need some firepower to take that down. Our team's running the chaos there. We'll have to find out. But this ain't the majors. This is the Luck Cup, the more entertaining thing you want to watch right now. But we're heading over to Nozomi for map number 1. Rita, I'm going to need a quick little view of what all these guys are running, because if the other match was anything to think about, all my thoughts are out the window.
Haters gonna hate and a Team Dog.
All right, so we did see Shaq coming out. That's what I expected. We have Data Reshaper on the side of Team Dog. That's gonna be Bongo running that one. Other than that, pretty standard stuff here. Smoke and Pyro Grenade coming out on the side of Dake here for Haters Gonna Hate, which is something, again, I would not have expected. A lot of Smoke Grenade coming out for the mediums today. Tread, something I didn't think we would be saying.
Yeah, same here. Looks like we got a little 93R. Holy moly, Zymer's just getting absolutely blasted. He peeked that doorway for a second to try to find out where they were, and they were all in the correct spot just to blast him there. Now they're getting chased down. Big winch coming out onto Wolves. Wolves immediately going down from that winch. Now Team Dog's just trying to get their teammate up here, and looks like they do. Newful finally getting that regen in. But while that happened, Haters Gonna Hate were able to plug the box there.
Yeah, it is a 2v3 right now. Can Nuffle get back to their team? Again, pretty much a meta EU loadout we've seen. Dave will take down Bongo. So now it's a 3v1. Shots ringing out. Zymers takes him down. Oh, you look behind you, Nuffle. Oh, never mind. I thought that was someone else. I'm cooked. Dake is above them. I got my colors mixed up, chat. They will take down Dake. It is now the flip coming out for Team Dog. Wolf's the last alive there. Just going to try and hunker down. Play for the coins. Don't make any noise. Cut the sound if they can. But Team Dog, a good flip there. Colors are hard, chat. Okay? I'm not even colorblind. Colors are hard. They do have...
Hopefully, apologize if that is the wrong way to pronounce that, but Newful got 100% winch accuracy right now. Wow, words are hard as well. 100% winch accuracy coming out of Newful here.
Yeah, that winch, hot commodity in the comps right now. I think everyone, if you want to be serious, you gotta start running that winch. But the push coming out here from Haters Gonna Hate. They're just gonna try and get a little bit of vision. Glitch Grenade does come out again. If you're just joining in, we have picks and bans. At the bottom left of your screen here. Good shots onto Zymers. That's him down. The winch comes out, pulls into Wolves. He will go down as well. 2v2. The drop coming in. Can Antox do anything? No, they can't. Bongo's going to help support him. It's just up to Dake now. No HP. Jumps into the gas. 1 bar health. No defib, by the way. You can't defib your team. Bongo will take down Dake. Emote on him. Take a little selfie. You deserve that one. First box going the way of Team Dog. I gotta say, all these little things that we're not used to saying are starting to add up. No goo, no defib, no SA12. Teams really gotta adapt.
Yeah, there's so much gas coming out now. Are those 2 different gas grenades that those teams are running? Because that's going to change the way the fights happen a lot as well.
I'm not sure if that's gas or smoke, because I feel on one of the sides, I think it is smoke.
I think it might be smoke, you're right.
Oh, is he actually going to drop Antox there?
Looks like he's able to stay up.
Yeah,
this is a hard point to cross on here.
Yeah, teams just posturing up here, trying to see what they can get done. No sight on the FAMAS either. An iron sight Chad as they want. They did. Actually, did they spot Wolves? So I'm not sure. The shots coming out. Health bar is being taken a little bit low. The H plus will get Wolves healed back up, but it's not enough. The trades coming out. Dake will take down Bongo. Zymer's also very low, trying to keep Nuffle up if possible. The 90th guard doing a lot of work. It's down to 1v1. Antox versus Nuffle. Who's going to win this? Light versus heavy. The winch comes out, and the Shack will take down Nox. A win for the side of Team Dog. Did it really matter? Not really. But let's take a little look at the replay here, Jed. Walk us through it.
Man, Nuffle just going crazy with those winches there, but that fight was explosive, kind of chaotic going in there. Wolves immediately gets taken down. Lots of damage coming out from the 93R, but here comes that 1v1 between Antox and Nuffle, and Nuffle is just on point with that winch. As soon as he peeked him around that barricade, grabbed him right by the neck and yanked him over and got that shoot melee in there with the Shack. Shack has really good hip fire up close.
Got two bullets. They say 20 in the mag? No, 40. Yeah, you gotta hit both bullets. Looks like Team Dog holding this upper Via area. If there's an actual name that teams use for it, let me know. But Antox and Wolves take down 2. How did that happen on the side of Team Dog? The melee's not going to get him, and that's a wipe as soon as the fight started. Team Dog going down. A clean fight for Haters Gonna Hate.
Yeah, this is this puts Haters Gonna Hate in a really good position here. Let's see how they end up setting up. See if we see any movement with the winch from the box. Yeah, looks like they're going to knock that outside there, and they're going to play that all the way on that little staircase on the outside. Here comes Team Dog coming back in.
Yep.
Immediately going to take high ground.
Yeah, I was going to say, with this box, and there's no goo to block the winch angles off. So I think a lot of this could be teams adjusting to, okay, where are we actually going to winch the box to? We can't really block that off. Oh, do they even see Haters Gonna Hate right behind them? Wolves pushing up a bit early there. I'm not sure that was it. And Nox also just going to follow suit. That was a bit of a optimistic push.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a misplay from Haters Gonna Hate. I think their plan was to go back to high ground. I think they just took a little bit too long getting back up there and accidentally ran straight into Team Dog. And again, Newful was peeked him and immediately winched them up there, and they got that pick.
Yeah, I would love to see these teams starting to camp these buys a bit more. Also, Haters Gonna Hate needs this box. Box number 2 taking away this maybe Team Dog going in and taking map number 1 here. Do we see another last-minute play? Again, no goo to take care of this, so that is going to actually be it. Team Dog taking map number 1 on Nozomi versus Haters Gonna Hate. The goo and the defib, well, and the Pike and the SA bands all doing a little bit of work, Dread.
Yeah, it definitely makes the fights a lot more explosive, and your decision-making has to be way more on point now with how you're playing your lives, especially when you're playing on defense, because without that defib, there's a lot less room for error.
Yeah, you don't have those tools that you can easily rely on. Like you said, the defib, the goo just for protecting your team and helping you get those steals at the end. It's just gone. I have no other way to put it. You don't even get to use it. These are also stuff you can't use for any of the maps. If you're just tuning in, apologies for everyone else that has been tuned in. All of the bans are for each set, right? For each match. Or rather each round. So these two teams pick the things they want to remove at the start of each set, and you can't use those for any of the maps. So we aren't going to be seeing Goo, Defib, SA12, or Pike for any of these matches these teams will be playing in this set. So that said, I would like to point out their comps just a little bit. Again, MLH, things we've seen plenty of times before. The loadouts, things that, maybe we're getting used to. A lot of the light and heavy things we've seen before. The mediums running smokes is something I didn't really see coming, but I don't think you get a lot of benefit out of smokes either, to be fair. It could have been
I didn't see a lot of them come
a gas name, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I did see some gas come out on the point on that very last point there, but I couldn't tell if it was from a barrel or if it was from a grenade they threw. But it didn't seem like it had a lot of impact there. Yeah, again, though, you were talking about the goo grenade earlier, and this just goes to show how much goo grenade actually affects how these games get played. And it's almost like goo grenade has been such a thing for such a long time, and you're so used to playing around it. It's crazy to see it not in play because there's so much that can or can't happen without that being in the game now.
Yeah, it's the protection. It's like you really locking down a cash out. It's so many things, like especially the highest level. You're seeing a lot of teams that are going to winch the box. Okay, we're going to throw goo to stop the other team from winching it into a set angle. Or you're going to kind of position the box where you want it and use goo as like your barrier, your other wall, basically. But enough yapping from me. We're going into Sis Riser match number 2, our first Sis of the day. Sis, usually a map we see a lot of Pike on, and well, a lot of SA12, a lot of all of this stuff. to be honest. So interesting to see if anything will change up for these two teams. And also in chat, specializations, there are no bans for specs, just gadgets and weapons at this time. But if you want to see some other things, you have other ideas, let us know in the Probs Discord. Again, this is a more experimental event, and I think, at least from my perspective, this is a ton of fun to watch, Fred.
Yeah, I agree. This is super fun to watch and super great for these players to get this almost practice in, too, in the competitive scene. We still have the Iron Sight FAMAS coming out of Bongo. I like that. I like the confidence from him, and he's hitting shots with it, too. And knocks it. Oh, D-Fib takes away all of his cover, and he ends up going down.
Yeah, quick little fight there for Team Dog, and Team Dog doing pretty well in this set so far. I think for Haters Gonna Hate, they just need a little something if it's just able to engage on a target, you know, fully. Things like that. I forget who's running Data Reshaper on which team. I believe that was on Haters Gonna Hate. No, that is Bongo running Data Reshaper.
Yep, and he did swap to Mine now.
Gas Mine on point. Probably doing a little Gas Mine C4 combo, which is totally fine. We have seen Data Reshaper before. Not something that every team is running, but I think in maybe a mode like this, where, yeah, okay, we're going to strategically ban out some of the things. Okay, we're having them go C4, we're having them go Mines. Maybe Data Reshaper isn't so bad.
Not to cut you off, but I just saw him throw that at a dig now. They are gas grenades.
Good to know. Yeah, I think the symbols are a little bit similar, I'll give it that. Yeah, but Wolf's the last remaining member on Haters Gonna Hate. Shots come out. Will take down Bongo. Nuffle, very low. Is he aware? Wolves, you gotta turn around. That's okay. That's okay. Looks like he's just gonna get the res up. Again, this fight, still a little bit of time left on it. Okay, good to know it's gas nades instead of smokes. Well, I was about to be like, I don't know where we're getting any smoke value out of here. It is still a 2v3, though. Haters Gonna Hate on the offensive here. They need this box. They really need this map to keep this set going. Finish comes out. Nuffle does pull in... or, sorry, Bongo pulls in Wolf there. Or Nuffle pulls in Wolf. I'm getting everything mixed up here. But that does take down Wolves on the side of Haters Gonna Hate. 2v3 in favor of Team Dog. We've seen this before. Shots coming out. Dake being taken down very low as well. And Nox being taken down very low as well. Zymers will take down Dake, so it's just up to Wolves, which is now just up to Antnox, actually. Antnox doing his best to try and stay alive. Yeah, just kidding. Just kidding, apparently. Team Dog, they do got that dog in them. They are going to get this first box and moving on to box number 2. Team Dog really just holding it down, Fred.
Yeah, and constantly having gas on the point, too. They were tossing that gas nade over onto that box, so... Even if Haters Gonna Hate wanted to make a play for that box, they needed to figure out how to move it somehow because they constantly had gas all over that thing.
Yeah, it is funny seeing the adjustments for both teams here again. No Goo really is playing a big part in this. Haters Gonna Hate gonna go ahead and try and zip up there, just trying to make their way to the point. I feel like they've had moments of brilliance in this set where, okay, they're able to single out a target, they're able to try and make something work, but it's just a little... It seems like Team Dog has just got that extra bit of coordination that you need.
Yeah, and with their loadouts, too, they have so much zone denial there. They gassed off and glitched off that zip while they were trying to take it up. Huge RPG coming out. 2 from Haters Gonna Hate going down immediately. Just Wolf's trying to play his life here. Looks like he's going to try to go for a res here. Bongo's really low. And Wolf ends up going down. Yeah, and I'm not sure if you saw, too, while they were denying that zip line, they gassed it off, they glitched it off, and they goo barreled it. I feel like with goo grenades being banned now, goo barrels value, the stonks have just gone up so much on those goo barrels now.
Invest now, chat. Invest in goo barrels now. Okay, look, the prices can only go up from here. But yeah, no grenade. I'm gonna keep spouting this. The no grenade is changing up. I don't think a lot of these teams practice without grenades. I could be wrong. Again, we're seeing a lot of these teams for the first time, as these are non-PHL participants, right? They haven't competed in PHL before this. But good shots there. Wolves taking very low. Again, the H plus is going to keep Nuffle up. Bongo does go down to Wolves, so the Zeos putting in the work. The health bars are just pixels on the side of Haters Gonna Hate. I don't think they saw Dake up top. They do now. It's Nuffle versus Wolves. Wolves on 1.5 bars. Nuffle gonna get the res. Wolves. This is optimistic, buddy. Oh, he does get the drop, though. Gotta look out for that mine on point.
Got the mine on the point.
I was gonna say, start going for those reses. Get your team up. You still have about a minute left on this box. Good res there. Nuffle's gonna do the same. Bit of a, I wouldn't say a wasted dome, but maybe a little optimistic and
he was able to get Bongo up though, so Bongo's able to get that D-mat
just
at the perfect time. But the second winch coming out. So now Haters Gonna Hate are still up 1 player, so they're gonna have another chance at this. But there's so much gas on that point. They got a barrel and another mine on there. That D-mat's gonna go down, and the box actually isn't gonna drop, but it's gonna drop the player. Now Bongo's just trying to get out and play his life. Found another goo barrel there, almost able to save himself with the goo barrel. Big healing coming out through the gas. Is it going to be enough, though? That gas is doing a lot of damage. He does take that point, and Team Dog ends up going down.
Yep, Team Dog going down in that fight. Haters Gonna Hate actually getting the boxer. Great re-winch from Wolfster to make that happen. We are seeing a bit of these fights go a little bit long. Like, I think these teams, they just need to focus on finishing their kills, I think is the biggest thing. A lot of these guys are living with slivers of health, and it's just kind of, you know, a lot of stall happening for a little too long, I think is what we're saying a lot of. Just the stall.
To add on to that point, too, I think it's crazy how that fight could have gone completely differently. If he just missed 1 shot of that H+ infuser, Wolves might have died to that gas. That gas was putting in work. He only lived with 1 HP when he was able to get that steal. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, shots ringing out here from Bongo. Good shots with that FAMAS without the scope again. Just people are built different. On the other side of the map, pretty much. It's all the same side of the map. Simer's going to take down Wolves. Haters Gonna Hate starting to bleed a little bit. I say that Dake will take down Bongo in a medium versus medium engagement. So Bongo getting bested there. FAMAS, again, not surprised we've seen a lot of that. No F card just yet. Pyke has been banned in both the matches that we have seen. And just to address some people asking in chat, we are kind of doing a little bit of what we've seen in the Korea scene for this event, right? This is not the official PHL rule set, but teams get to ban 1 gadget and 1 weapon for their set, and both teams have to abide by those bans. So, for example, we can't use ISA-12, Pyke Default, or Goo for this set. A lot of stuff we've seen in the meta, but that's enough yapping for me. This fight's about to pop off. Shots coming out. Zymer's trying to get the cover here. He's about half HP. Nuffle, big RPG, takes out Antnox. That's the light out of the fight on the side of Pink there. The rewinch comes out. Good bubble on the side of Orange. That is Wolves going down. That's also Dake going down. Haters Gonna Hate getting taken out real quick by Team Dog.
Yeah, the fights are just so quick without Goo being in, without defibs being in. The fights are just going to happen so fast here.
Yeah, no defib. You know, you basically have to really commit to that fight. I think teams are aware of that, at least in this set. No defib means that you have to long res. You have to do the hand res, which is, you know, gives you ample time to really punish that. Okay, we're going to set up around the other body. We're going to try and force them to coin. And, you know, if you want to start blocking spawns, if you want to start doing other things too, it's up to you. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of that tech at this level, but who knows? Maybe there's a demon team we don't know about. Okay.
And Haters Gonna Hate just ran straight into Team Dog there, and the fight just breaks out. Antnox and Wolf's going to go down almost immediately. They were able to take down Nuffle, but it's not enough because Zymers and Bongos were right behind them and able to clean up the rest of Haters Gonna Hate there. I'm not sure if that was their plan, but they came up that zip straight into Team Dog. It almost worked out for him, but Team Dog just had the reaction time and was ready for him.
Yeah, just holding it down. Again, I think with a lot of this too, without having any goo, right? Again, you're not able to stop the winch angles. I think this opens up teams a lot to just play that high ground, to be honest. I think teams really do need to start prioritizing these engagements, almost fighting more than if they did have, you know, goo and defib, because those are such instrumental tools in the current meta for this, right? Goo, you can be able to block off and really try and secure yourself the box at the end, that Hail Mary play, right? You can cover yourself in fights and do whatever you need. The pad coming out, the potential uppage on the side of Haters Gonna Hate. They will try and chase down Bongo. Is it going to happen? Dake not quite going to find him. And Nox also taken down very low. Fox going down to about 20 seconds left. They do need to make something happen here. Otherwise, Team Dog is going to get this. That's a big pick. Nuffle needs to go down here if they need to make this happen. We need to wish this box out. We need Wolf to get it out of the gas, or this is going over to Team Dog. Down to the wire, Dread. The H+ just going to take away and help him. They need a body block for the boys. It's not going to happen, but they will wipe it, and that may be enough time.
Is there still enough time?
Oh,
man. Just
Haters going to hate.
Haters going to hate. Wow.
Haters absolutely going to hate. But if you're a Haters fan, you love to see it.
Man, that gas almost able to save the point for Team Dog there. It was so close. I'm surprised, like you said, they didn't use that winch to get it out of the gas there. I think they were just worried they didn't have enough time, and you just went to tank it and almost lived through that H+ infuser, and just wasn't able to. Ended up dying. But man, that was a close one.
Very, very close. I think that's kind of the story of today so far, is a lot of these teams, at least on paper, and the stuff that we've seen, at least in the matches that we've been watching, a lot of these are super close. So I think, you know, especially with the bans, some teams and some players are only used to playing one thing, right? They're used to playing, okay, I'm playing SH12 with Winch and Dome and RPG and C4 Barricade. And some of the stuff is going to shake it up a bit, especially for medium in this set, no defib, no goo. This is going a little crazy. Again, I'm a huge fan of, like, especially on the spectator side of seeing this. But we do have one more map in this set. Is going to be Skyway. Again, no Pike on this map, no goo. Are we going to be seeing? You know, we saw Deagles last time for the heavy. Likely maybe seeing that again. Maybe still seeing the Shack. But yeah, Dread, kind of break down what we were seeing the last match. Again, all these changes that we've seen with all the bands coming in.
Yeah, it's fun that this is going to a map 3, because it's so fun to watch these guys and how they're adapting to these pick and bans here. And there was a heavy 1v1 at the very end of that last match there. Wolves was finally able to take down Newful, and I think that kind of changed how that fight played out there. I think if he would have let Newful get away, they would have come back and would have had more stall with that winch there. But fun game to watch too. They were using those gas grenades a lot more. I feel like, you know, we saw them in their loadout early on, so we didn't see a lot of them go out. But I feel like, especially in those last few fights, they were using those gas grenades almost on cooldown to shut off different avenues of play there. And there's almost always gas on that point.
Yeah, I think especially with, you know, things being banned, this opens up a lot of other gadgets that we might not see played nearly as much. So yeah, stuff like the gas nades. We do see gas mines occasionally in PHL, not that often. So people do utilize gas a lot. I would be interested to see things, you know, do we go for a C4 ban? Do we go for like an RPG ban? Change up the heavy thing a bit. You know, do these teams want to really focus one class? There is probably some strategy to it. You ban one thing, so you play it, you know, something strong in place of it. We'll have to see. On to Skyway, though. I'm guessing we'll see some similar loadouts. So Team Dog Haters gonna hate one apiece. This will move on somebody throughout the bracket. But again, if you lose at this time, it is not the end of the world. It is double elim. So even if these teams go down, it is a low bracket chance for these guys.
I love the data reshaper pick too. I'd like to see a little bit more out of it. I know it's a tough gadget to use, and as I'm talking about it, there it is, right there. Changes it into a heal ball. Not sure that's what he wanted, but let's see if he makes use of it there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've gotten a ton of value out of that data reshaper. Maybe they're doing things that I don't know about. Okay, here comes the push, though. Haters gonna hate, just inching forward, trying to get that little bit of aggression onto Team Dog here. Bongo taking a little bit of damage. The Red Ball not going to make any connection there. Bongo still taking down a half, and Nox on the side of Haters gonna hate, also taking down a little bit low. That is 2 down instantly. Newful, can he do anything? No, he cannot. Bongo going to go ahead and friendly fire him down with his own gas mine there. Unlucky. But yeah, Haters going to hate. Good fight there in the beginning. Things that, you know, I think signs of life for the most part. They were struggling pretty, you know, for most of map 1, but I think in the later half of map 2 and now starting map 3, they've kind of turned on the jets here, Dread.
Yeah, I love the thought process from Bongo there to throw down his mine and shoot it, especially in that close quarter situation. Unfortunately, though, it's going to do as much damage to your team as it is to the enemy team. But I still like the thought process behind it. Big winch coming out of Newful here. Wolves winches him back, but it's not enough. He was already low. He ends up going down. Now they're just looking to clean up. Dake takes the body, but they see him. They're chasing him down. He's half health. They weren't able to clean up Dake, but they don't know where Antnox is. But he's shooting from the top. They know now he's just going to rush in, and he ends up, wow, taking a lot longer to die than I thought he was going to. He was putting the works on them there.
Pause. A little bit when is when he's supposed to die now, team? Yeah, I think we're just waiting for him to go down. The ladder push you don't really see too often, so funny that we're trying to make that work on the side of the live wires. Which sorry, that is haters gonna hate. Sorry, I'm looking at the in-game overlay. My bad, game. My bad. But Team Dog and getting the early kind of a hold here. This office area up top is not the easiest one to push, but again, no pike does make it a bit more bearable. They are going to go ahead and sink it through the bottom floor here. Are they just going to demat it down? I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. You demat, you winch, but again, no goo to really solidify your approach here. They aren't going to do that. They're actually going to go up and try and meet them potentially on the floor they're at. They want this fight. They don't want to wait, Dread. They want some violence.
Yeah, they're making a lot of noise coming up in here. They don't care if Team Dog can hear them. They want them to come to them and make this fight here. There's the gas grenades coming out, some mines getting thrown. Dake does have a frag grenade. Let's see how he makes use of that here. He's taking a little bit of poke damage here, though. And that gas grenade is cutting off a lot of this point.
Yeah, kind of use it almost as a pseudo smoke as well. I actually don't want to stand on that, but I think just being able to cut off some angles, it kind of obscures your vision a bit. Wolf's gonna get healed back up here. About half time, a little less than half time left on this box. 20-ish seconds left to go here. Can they make anything happen? The winch will come out.
Winch coming around the corner.
Yeah, and that's all she wrote. Quick little wipe there. Team Dog is also showing signs of life once again after that first engagement on this map. Team Dog, and anyone needs this map, right? You want to stay alive in this tournament, you want to stay up on the upper side of the bracket, you need this map. Antnox, though, doing the most for his team, both in combat and support. I feel like for haters gonna hate, they just need to be a little more coordinated. I mean, that's obviously young, duh, but I think if it's okay, we need to shoot the same target. I feel like where everyone's kind of doing their own thing a bit in some of these fights. Antnox also just getting taken out immediately, not even aware that they're up there. The zip coming up from Dake a little bit, again, optimistic. Not sure if that's where he really wants to go. He's going to get punished for that as well. Again, out of position. I think that can maybe sum it up right there. All these guys, just the positioning. I got some questions about it. Wolves, I think right here, you just got to reset, buddy. Maybe he's going to take one with him. No, Newful is going to live. But yeah, I think haters going to hate just the positioning. It's just they're a little bit out of position for these fights.
Wolf's trying to do as much damage as he can there before he gets that reset up for his team. But, man, a lot of these players are so new to me and so new to the scene. A lot of up-and-coming players in here. And Newful is quickly becoming on my radar. I mean, he surprised me with these winches. I mean, that guy is landing winches left and right. I think haters going to hate it. They're going to have to watch out for Newful and those winches.
Yeah, this could be a thing where, okay, we got to burn, do we take just the heavy out of the fight immediately? There's no defib, right? So this could change up their style of, okay, do we just burn one of these members right away? So that's not going to happen. Bongo takes down Dake after a very, very quick push by himself. But Wolves takes down Newful. Is now just up to, well, it was Wolves. But again, Team Dog, a fantastic hold there. Just nothing that really had to change up too much. Hold the ceiling, just kind of hit your shots. I think just hit your shots and hope for the best.
Yeah, Team Dog just playing really coordinated here. Haters gonna hate's trying really hard to find avenues of movement to get into these fights here, and Team Dog is just ready for them every time.
Yeah, Team Dog doing good stuff. The spawn coming back in. About a minute left on this box, about halfway through here. Again, for anyone in chat that doesn't know, the time for a full box from the insertion to completion is 2 minutes. So you think of every little quarter circle as 30 seconds. There you go. I need the little reading rainbow, more you know thing. But that aside, Antnox, actually, Wolves gets taken down. I didn't even see that. I was too busy being silly. Newful does get the pick on the Wolves. Antnox does support Dake there. It's just up to Newful. He just let this happen.
Is he just going to let him take that?
Yeah, apparently. It is up to Newful. Newful is pretty healthy. Ooh, that's an optimistic peak. I think the gas isn't going in time as well. And with the winch, that might just be it for Team Dog going on. It will. Newful wins that fight 2v1. The health bars were so low on Haters Gonna Hate. I think they just needed to kite. They didn't need to go in and really challenge that against at least, a heavy with a winch. Oh, heartbreak for them.
Moly. My heart rate is going crazy right now watching this. Like, that could have gone any way there.
Yeah, Team Dog 2-1. Again, these matches were a lot more close, I think, what people expect. And that's been for both these matches we've seen so far. I think these teams are very evenly matched. I think that's part of why these matches are actually so good on top of these bands.
Yeah, I agree. I think the only difference there was just Team Dog was just a little bit more coordinated in how they were playing together as a team, but individually all these players seem so evenly matched. They've all got good shots. They're all using their gadgets to the best they can, but the Team Dog just playing a little bit closer together in these fights.
Yeah, they got that dog in them, that's for sure. It's not over for Haters Gonna Hate. Back to the drawing board a little bit. Do we change up the bands? Do we change up the playstyle a bit? Down to lower bracket, again, the run is not over yet. But wow. Yeah, I think there's a lot to unpack for some of these matches.
It's funny watching that, especially, with like the minds on point. Like in that last fight that could have gone either way. They're jumping from that high ground, getting onto the point. There's not a lot of time left. They know there's 2 dead. They know they want to get the flop, but they jump down and he almost hits that mine. And you see him realize that and reposition a little bit. And they got to pay attention to that. And then Newful comes in with the RPG to blow up the mine and do some damage. Man, that was a crazy fight to watch at the end there.
Yep, they held it down. That's all that matters. Yeah, in chat again. This is just something that we're experimenting with. Again, shouts out to Luck and to Broxton for supporting this thing. $300 prize pool, a little fun Sunday tourney. Winners, I believe it's first and second place taking home some shmoney. Brita, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think it's first, second taking that home. Top three according to Brita. Thank you. But looking at the bracket, if it's possible, we can pull that up as well. We've got some changes here. Team Dog Haters Gonna Hate with that just wrapped up in bracket 13. But looking at the rest, Quality Control versus Crimson Surge, Chicken versus LUQQQ or Loke, I don't know. We'll find out. Rent Free versus Ibreon. Ibreon again, the man himself, Luck, made it through against the Watermelon Felons. So I have to see who we're going to next here, unless we have one already lined up. I think we may just be waiting for these to finish. Confirmed. Okay, we're just waiting on matches to come up for a bit, but gosh, yeah, I think these matches are very even. I think as we get a little closer to the end, we're going to start seeing kind of what these teams might be running regularly. But yeah, Dread, this is exciting. I didn't know what to expect coming into today, I think is the biggest thing, but this is making me a believer, I'll say.
Yeah, like you said, it's a lot to unpack. It's a lot to talk about. There's so much new things going on. I think the one similar thing we've seen between both games and all of these teams so far is the gas grenades we've seen coming out of both games, which is something that I definitely wasn't expect to see.
Yeah, I think gas, especially when you're taking out against stuff like the defib, and I'll just say, Goo again. I think Glitch was banned in the first match we watched. So a lot of these meta picks, right? The Pike, I don't know if we're ever going to see the Pike today because everyone just keeps banning it.
Yeah, I think that is a pretty safe ban.
Yeah. I would be interested to see how this plays out in the upper echelon of pro play. So stuff like, in PHL directly, if we ran some sort of thing like that, it would really challenge a lot of these teams to adapt and try new things, because for a lot of these teams do fall victim to, we're just going to play the same thing. We're going to run the same gadgets. Maybe we'll change up some of the weapons on certain maps. But I think something like this would be interesting to see at a higher level, what does that look like? Again, for the major, there's not this system in place, but I think there is room for potential. I think is how I would put it.
I agree. I think especially in the pro team matches, I think it would shake up the play even more because a lot of these guys are putting in so much work behind the scenes to practice for these games, and they're scrimming and they're VOD reviewing and they're doing all this stuff. A lot of the times with the same loadouts consistently for the whole times they're practicing. So throwing in bans, I think, would really shake up the way they play, especially in those pro games.
Yeah. You know what? I think with that, we are also going to take to a quick break. I think we're still waiting on some teams to finish. But yeah, everyone in chat, let us know what you want to see. Are you interested in seeing some people, what do you want banned? What do you want picked? I think we're seeing a little bit of everything so far. But y'all don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more matches of the Luck Cup. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the jungle and welcome to 8 Squad's new website. We've got tons of new features for you, including up-to-date weapon charts and our official 8's pro rank list. If you appreciate what we're doing, consider supporting the squad by checking out our merch and donation pages. We're also proud to reveal our ultra-high resolution, true-to-game, strategic maps. Keep an eye on this as we roll out new interactive features coming soon. Check us out at 8squad.org. We'll see you in the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Luck Cup, the first of its kind, at least for any of you, pick and ban tournament that we've been seeing. My name is Young, joined by Dread. Sorry, this side of my camera. Young, got a point better that time. We just saw Team Dog versus Haters Gonna Hate. Team Dog taking it 2-1, moving on through the bracket. Next up, we have LUQQQ versus Rent Free in the semifinals. We're down to 4 teams left on the upper side of the bracket. That's where we're at. Again, anyone that's just joining in, we're doing bans for gadgets and weapons. So each team bans 1 gadget, 1 weapon that all teams have to abide by, well, in their matchup for the set. But Dread, how you doing? How you think of the last match we just saw? What's your takeaway so far?
Dude, I was already pumped coming into this, but I'm getting more and more pumped as these games go on because you just never know what to expect. It's like impossible to make any predictions. Bear with me, chat, because I'm also learning all these new players, all these new names. So I'm hyped just along with you guys here. But man, it is fun to watch. These bans are crazy. We saw a goo grenade ban that last game. I feel like that changed how it went a lot. We're talking about putting stonks on the goo barrels a lot more. I feel like it made teams more conscious about how much barrels they had around them and how to use those goo barrels. There's just so much different avenues of play that can happen like that.
Yeah. Before we jump in the match, we do have our bans set up. So we do have LUQQQ banning the SH-1900, the double barrel, and the glitch mine. And then we have Rent Free banning the pike and the smoke grenade, which is very specific.
Yeah.
I think we had some people trying to run smoke. We had gas come out mainly, but I don't think we've really seen a very effective smoke at all. So maybe it's something that they know that we don't. But that is where we're at. And then maps today, at least for this matchup, Sis Horizon, Nozomi, Bernal will be our best of 3. But LUQQQ versus Rent Free, again, we're learning a lot about these teams as we go. Just looking at their runs so far, they have both 2-0'd their way through quarterfinals, and so we're going to see who of these two can make it to the upper finals. I would say let's do predictions, but I don't think we know anything at this time.
Yeah, it's tough to do predictions on these. Interesting to see a double barrel ban. We actually saw another double barrel ban earlier today too, and I just. Like you said, maybe they know something we don't, but interesting double barrel ban. Maybe so. The last time there was a double barrel ban, they brought out the minigun, and I was thinking maybe that's why, because double barrel can just get in there and just blast a minigun before you can spool up. But we'll see what they bring out this time.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're running. Again, just a quick little glance through is always helpful. Okay, let's see what we got. Pretty standard stuff so far on the side of LUQQQ. Yeah, no big changes there. Pretty meta things. Again, biggest one, I think Pike is just not going to be having a fun day today. I'm just going to put that out there. But teams Pacha, we do see an F car on the side of, I believe that was Rent Free, but teams Pacha got Camo going to take on Max Puerto. Kaizen takes down Fear. LUQQQ in a bit of trouble here. That's not K2 also going down. LUQQQ just getting a little rolled early, but again, first fight doesn't always matter too much. These guys will be getting set up on the side of Rent Free. Again, a quick little fight there. But yeah, just looking through all the gadgets here, looks like something that we've kind of come to expect from some of these teams. A lot of these loadouts we've seen in PHL, a lot of things that, not overly, rough. The glitch mine and the smoke, again, a little curious on the rationale behind those. But again, maybe we'll know more as the series goes on, Dread.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like we're seeing a little bit more of a standard game here with these loadouts. It's funny, we were just talking about how impactful Goo Grenade is. It's not banned, and we immediately see that on the medium loadouts again. Right back into it. F-Car, it's the first time we've seen that, though, today. I do like the Pike bans. Pike is a powerhouse to play around.
Such a fun weapon,
servers.
Dread. So fun to play against.
Yeah, that's hard to argue.
yeah, everyone agrees with that statement. If you disagree, you're wrong. Looks like the push is coming out here from LUQQQ. They're just trying to find a place to go in. The jump pad coming back out with
big
the
D-mat jump pad play.
Yep. I don't know if this is long for this world. That's Bubba going down camo. Maybe soon to follow. He will. It's up to Kaizen sitting there with the F car. The res comes out onto not K2. So Loki, chat, let us know if there's a way to pronounce it. I'm going to say Loke with a good start there. A good recovery. Box about 50 seconds left on it here. Still a little bit of time to recover if you're on the side of Rent Free. So I'm going to get too antsy, but that winch is going to bring him in. Kaizen gets sat down. Not K2 going to go ahead and take him down. Yeah, quick little replay here. Great DMAT into the pad. Things we see, you know, pretty often nowadays. And a good chase there from Max Puerto to take them down. But yeah, the winch here. Unlucky for Kaizen. Just absolutely just joints to the ceiling. What can you do?
Now that we're starting to see these important fights come out, I'm loving these plays from Loke here with the DMAT jump pad play, explosive engage to come out of there. And then great positioning from not K2 to be standing on his medium while he's taking and be ready to winch that guy out as soon as he was trying to stall. Good stuff out of Loke here. Take that first box.
Yeah, signs of life. You'd love to see it. See how box 2 goes. Again, both teams kind of posturing up here. We got Rent Free holding this upper room. They are aware RPG not going to do a lot of damage there. Maybe a bit of a waste. The DMAT comes through the winch as well. On to not K2. K2's going to live somehow. He gets through a bit. Icy to go re-peek that. Not sure if that's what they wanted. No kills come out here, though. The fight just essentially resetting. Ooh, the light getting caught out, though. They say that Kaizen will take down Max Puerto as K2 also potentially going to get caught in that stairwell. Fear just going to go and try and pick up his boy, potentially. Not actually going to happen. Grenade comes out to block off that sight line. Looks like Rent Free going to go for the tap. Loke just going to go try and reset here. Still taking chip damage. Can they try and let Max Puerto coin back in? Someone get the Benny Hill music as this is all happening, because this chase is going on for a very long time. And I think both teams are now just going to try and reset.
Yeah, you know, there's...
Go ahead, Dred.
There's so much going on in these team fights and in these games. It seems like these teams are a little bit more coordinated. It looks like these guys have played together before. Both of these teams having really good positioning coming out of these fights. So Rent Free 2 end up going down, but Bubba is able to get that box and he throws it away to try to delay that plug a little bit more since both of his teammates are dead. So Loke is going to go ahead and pick that up. Looks like they're going to take it all the way over. Nope, they're coming right back over to B. And he's going to get that plug. And Rent Free's just waiting for the rest of his team to coin here. But he is found. He's going to try to make it out of there. Just barely mantles up. I don't know if he's going to make it out in time. The goo grenade's coming in for stall, though. Both goo grenades coming in for stall. He's trying really hard to play his life. The heel's coming in across the map as his teammate coined in. He does actually make it out of there with his life. But they're having troubles regrouping here. Camo ends up going down on the other side while Bubba gets out, unfortunately.
Yeah, Camo's getting a little bit caught out there, unfortunately. And so does Max Puerto. Kaizen, good shots with the arm to take him down. Down to a 2v3 in favor of Loke. Just going to hold this box again. No real urgency on Loke to really make anything happen just now. The res does come out onto Camo. The defib. Max Puerto literally 1 HP most likely at the moment. Just got to regen up, so no problem there. Rent Free making the slow push in, posturing. See if they can bring this box down, potentially winch it out of there. The pad comes back out. We saw this work for them before. The winch is going to pull him on the way back, but not going to go ahead and take him down. Max Puerto will get the finish onto him, though. K's in the Camo. Can they make anything happen here? It's just up to them on the side of Rent Free. Shots coming out from K's, and K's all of a sudden 1 HP. Does get taken down. Max doing a lot of work in this fight. Not K2 will lose the fight to Camo. Camo alone in this is not long for this world. And that may potentially be the last fight they get. They got to get there real quick, though. 30-ish seconds left on this box, Shred.
Man, the movement coming out of Max Puerto in those fights is pretty crazy. But Rent Free just had so much problem in the beginning of that box, trying to regroup and trying to get together. They had picks coming off on either side. It just took them so long to really effectively get into that fight. And Loke is buying a lot of time for their team here. But Rent Free looks like they got one more push. They're going to try to gate in and get in as fast as they can here. They're dematting through the wall. They're going to have to hop on it immediately. As C4 is coming out, dropping that. That's it. Dome's coming out, but it's not enough. There's no time.
Unlucky. Rent Free living rent free. No money. Loke
looking really coordinated in those fights there.
Yeah, Loke coming out strong. Map number 1, Sis going to the boys in orange. So fear not, K2 and Max Puerto. Good showing so far. Again, the synergy was there. I think they played around their gadgets pretty well. Not a ton of things that we're not used to saying, let's say, in terms of the gadgets and weapons they're using. You know, you see Arn, seeing the FAMAS, seeing SA-12, things that we're already well acquainted with in PHL. But yeah, good stuff to Loke. I think Rent Free just getting a little bit caught out. I think Max Puerto on the side of Loke doing a really good job there. You see the combat, you know, not the highest, but 5 kills is nothing to scoff at. So good stuff there. Camo winning some fights against K2, but again, it's a team game. Solo effort can only get you so far. We'll have to see if they can win it on, I believe, we're going to Sis next. I believe. No. Where are we going, Burrito? I got so lost. We're going to Nozomi next. So Sis versus Nozomi next.
Yeah, this is where it gets really exciting. I mean, the first games are always exciting, but especially in this format alone, going into the second game, seeing how teams adapt now that they've seen what the other team is picking after those bans there. It's interesting to see whether they're going to keep everything the same or they're going to change it up. I feel like Rent Free has a lot of room to change up their loadouts here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to try and go for. And I'm not sure the rationale between the smoke grenade ban, the double barrel, all the stuff that they're, you know, throwing out there. We'll have to see. Actually, that was the ban, the pike and the smoke grenade. Again, two that don't really go together that much. I think the bans that we've seen so far haven't really gelled with each other. So I think there's a lot of teams just throwing out some random things. Like, do they, in my head, I would think, okay, do we want to go through and target a specific class? I don't think these guys are doing reconnaissance on each of these teams, right? Because they're, you know, teams that aren't really playing in PHL.
Right.
But it does make me wonder if there's going to be some deeper thought into, for some of these bans, right? Okay, do we ban the M11 plus, you know, H plus infuser? Like, do we just want to target one class in specific? I think maybe that's something for teams to think moving forward. But enough yapping for me. Off to Nozomi Dread.
Yeah, let's see what we got running here. All right, going into game 2 in favor of Loke. Still looking like we got some pretty standard loadouts coming out here. Don't see any difference here on either side. Yep, still running the FCAR from Not Bubba over on Rent Free. I love that. I am a longtime fan of the FCAR. FCAR will always be my baby. I will always be biased.
FCAR fans eating good today. Mickey, if you're in chat, this one's for you, buddy. Bubba and team's holding it down here on the street again. Loke up 1-0 in this set. Rent Free needs to make this one happen on Nozomi, and then hopefully over to our last map, Skyway, after this.
Pretty lucky spawning from Rent Free right off the bat here, being pretty close to that box. That's a tough box fight to push into. They're going to get that early plug, but Loke followed right behind them with another gateway, so they're immediately on top of them. Lots of damage coming out from that explosive there. I didn't see if that was a C4 or a barrel or an RPG coming out doing some damage on Loke, but they are going to regen now. Dome shield already coming out. Huge winch coming from Camo, but he's going to get blasted by the return fire. Big damage coming out. Fear's going to go down on the side of Loke. Not 2K fighting for his life. Now it's going to come to a light 1v1 between KZ and Max Puerto. Both dashes coming out, and Max is going to take the fight against the light 1v1 against Kazin.
Yeah, super close there. It was a good winch to start that out. Fear with a great nade just to cover him off there with the goo. And then, like you said, the return fire from both teams. I had really high hopes after Camo kind of got... Or sorry, when Kaz was starting to win these fights for his team, but then just Max, good stuff there, was able to turn that around. Real close there. And I think this has been the story so far of this match. Super close in a lot of these fights. And most of these matches we've seen just in general, the matchups have been very, very close. So I think be interested to see how this is going to shape up as the tournament goes on. But look at the positioning here for Loki. Oh, maybe it is Loki. Loke. Chat, you just call it what you want. I don't even know anymore. Good positioning. They're just going to hold under, wait for them to play the drop-down game here. Gateway from Kazin. That's the reposition tool if they need it. The steal does come out. That's a precarious spot for the Boxer. Not actually being dropped all the way down. They will get the flip. Is it going to really matter? Bubba does get winched. That's bad news for Rent Free. It's now just up to Kazin. Can he get the stop? The body blocking him out. There's no DMAT because he's a light player. Rip Bozo. He's not going to be able to make anything happen. That's getting another box here for them on the CNS, or sorry, the VIA side of the map, the red room, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, love the positioning with the goo there.
Yeah, good stuff.
They see this on the wall so that he could sit underneath it, and yeah, talking about the last game when the goo grenade was banned, it's crazy how different this game is playing out now that goo grenade is not banned again.
I was gonna say this is why you gotta think. You know, goo is so influential in this meta. I think ever since teams really started to realize what the potential of this gadget really can be, and it really acts as like so many things. A fight deterrent because you cover it, gives you just so many different avenues to approach a situation. It stops winch angles, stops so many things. I think it really showed right there why it's so important to really keep in your arsenal of tools in this game. But I say that Loke with the box, Rent Free just trying to posture and follow up here, trying to get an angle on them as they're moving this box over to cash out number A. Cash out A. Numbers are hard. Letters are hard. Good shots from Bubba. Going to go ahead and take down a little bit of health on the side of Loke. We do have Max and not K2 taking a little bit of damage. K2 about half HP. He'll regen that back up. Good huck from
Loke. That was a nice throw.
Go ahead and secure that sucker in there. A big drop from Camo going in just alone. He has no sightlines for his team, though. He is going to get healed back up as we say that. DMAT comes out from Bubba looking for the enemy team here. He will find some members of Loke, but not going to fully engage just yet. A lot of poking out from both these teams. Again, both heavies running winches. I would assume the DMAT's going to come down. The winch shortly after. Kazin a little far from his team here. Doesn't have the angle for any sort of H-plus infusion. Maybe going for a flank, though. The winch coming out on to Camo. Kazin and Camo taking very low. All health bars in this match are being super low right now. H-plus going to go ahead and take Fear back up in K2 a little bit. Fear down to 1. Camo. RP goes out. Not enough. Bubba not going to do enough. Max cleans them both up. It is Loke winning this fight and having just about a minute left on this box, Red.
Man, again, like we cannot emphasize enough how that fight could have gone so much differently. Just one little thing could have happened, and that fight could have been flipped into Rent Free's favor. Camo almost taking out, I think that was Fear back there with 1 HP hiding behind that pillar. He tried to take him out with that RPG, just barely went too far and wasn't able to connect, and he made it out with 1 HP there. Loke is able to keep control of this box, but Rent Free does have time for another push here. Let's see if they can make it in time.
Yeah, not
Loke's
a
in a
lot
pretty
of
good
time
spot.
left. Yep, good winch.
Dome shield's going down. Big winch into that dome shield.
Take it away, Dred.
Damage. Yep, SA-12 damage coming out. Not Bubba going down. Rent Free just immediately getting blasted. Loke just in such a good position around that corner there. And not 2K hitting that initial winch to take him out. And that is game 2 going in the favor of Loke.
Yep, Loke, good stuff on, well, the first 2 maps. 2-0 over Rent Free. They will move on to winners, finals, or upper final. But again, Rent Free not out of this just yet. They'll drop down to lower, I believe, lower quarters and fight whoever they do after that. Good stuff there. Loke really coming in very coordinated. I think we've seen a lot of good plays from these guys. No deaths for Max on that one. Max, again, a lot of work on the light class for them. I think out of all the teams we've seen so far, Loke might be one of the favorites. I think just from what the play styles we've seen all of our teams. Again, for so many of these, we haven't seen these teams play because this is new territory for a lot of us, right? This lower, I don't want to call it lower level, but teams we just haven't seen perform in PHL. So I'm excited to see how the rest of the bracket goes. Again, we have Team Dog versus Quality Control. That will be the other upper final matchup. One of those teams will be fighting Team Loke, and the winner of that will go to Grands. But Dread, what a series. Again, it started out pretty close, but I think as it went on, Loke started to kind of take control. They're holding pretty well. And I think generally one of the teams that feels like they have their fundamentals down a little bit better than what we've seen today from some of these other matchups.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, too. Not to take away from Rent Free at all. I think they were all individually good players as well, like we were talking about it. It could have gone either way. But Loke, it just seemed like by the way that they were playing that it was definitely not the first time that these guys have played together before. It looked like they had a lot of coordination going into that. A lot of great plays. Started off crazy with the DMAT ceiling pad plays. Not 2K having some really good winches in there. Just some fun games to watch.
Yeah, excited to see how they continue to progress through this event. Again, top 3 taking home a little bit of money today. Day-changing money for these fellas. I think we're just waiting on Team Dog versus Quality Control, and then winner of that, again, we'll play Team Loke. But I believe, Dread, that will kind of be it for us. We're doing a bit of a caster swap here in a bit, so we're going to head to a break in just a little bit. But Dread, before we go, where can people find you? What do you want to shout out?
Yeah, I stream a lot on twitch.tv/Dreadalicious. I play a lot of different games, but the finals will always hold a special place in my heart. I love this game, and I love the community. And speaking of community, again, thanks for having me here. I also cast for Ape Squad. Shout out Ape Squad. They're my homies over there. And my Lord and Savior, Sensoyo, is going to be casting later for the group here, too. Appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, always fun to have more people in the community around. It's always a pleasure casting with you, Dread. Yeah, my name is Young. You can find me on YouTube. Just type in Young the Finals. You'll find me there. Or on Twitch. Little handles that down there. We'll see it. But alrighty, y'all. I think that's it for us. We're going to send it to a break. But again, shouts out to A Squad. Shouts out to Luck and Broxton. Shouts out to Burrito for running everything here. Our Lord and Savior, Crash, a.k.a. Broxton, our sugar daddy in the community. Let's just be honest here. Shouts out to him for helping fund so many events and really being such a cornerstone in this community. I think we really, he's just him. He's just him. The GOAT.
The GOAT.
But y'all, we're going to head to a quick break in just a moment. Again, don't go anywhere. Things are getting spicy. Shout out your favorite teams in chat. Shout out what you want to see. What do you want to ban? What do you want to pick? So many options. But y'all, we'll be right back with the Luck Cup right after this.
Welcome to the jungle and welcome to Ape Squad's new website. We've got tons of new features for you, including up-to-date weapon charts and our official Apes Pro Rank list. If you appreciate what we're doing, consider supporting the squad by checking out our merch and donation pages. We're also proud to reveal our ultra-high resolution, true-to-game, strategic maps. Keep an eye on this as we roll out new interactive features coming soon. Check us out at apesquad.org. We'll see you in the finals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Luck Cup. We're going to be going into the upper finals initially. It's going to be a hype matchup against Quality Control and Low Key. I'm Sensoyo. I got my co-caster, Merch. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic, Sansoyo. I am so happy to be here. I was lurking in the first half of this tournament. We saw some great games, some interesting ban choices, and I'm looking forward to seeing even more of those interesting ban choices.
Yeah, I'm excited too. We got some bans up on screen, but before we do that, can we take a look at both these teams? Who we got cooking up on Quality Control and Team Low Key?
So for Quality Control, their roster is looking like Chaluto, Morningstar, and Biggies. And on Team Low Key, we have Max Puerto, Not K2, and S7VJ.
I mean, those teams are pretty well matched up. What about the weapon bans? I do see some interesting things over here on the ban side of things. What do they got cooking up?
So it looks like Quality Control banned the SA-12 and Low Key banned the SH-1900, or the double barrel more commonly known. We're also seeing a goo grenade ban and a smoke ban. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out without really the presence of goo, which has been so prominent in this current meta that we've been seeing.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I think the goo grenade ban is a good thing. However, depending on what maps we're seeing, I think it can be rather difficult because that winch is still going to be in play. That goo grenade usually offers the cover and the capability to steal those points, put pressure on that cash out to be able to bait that team in. But without that gadget in the game, it's going to be rather difficult for both these teams to make their attempts. We may see those barricades come out. The use of Dome Shield is also going to be very important. But without these shotguns as well, that indoor presence is not going to be as strong. We're going to maybe see the shot come out from that heavy class. And we're still probably going to see that 93R, that meta pick from the light. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think it really changes all that much for the light class. I'm curious to see if that SH or the double barrel ban was more of a targeted ban. Perhaps these players know something a little bit more than we do about each other. But definitely a bit of a niche ban, if I do say so myself. But seeing the smoke ban as well is something I'm excited about, because a lot of these smoke steals, I feel like teams just get away with something that they don't necessarily deserve the right to be getting away with. But we do have some action here. It looks like perhaps an AFK play or just a bit of a late start for Biggs on Quality Control, but we do have some action going down now. Not quite sure. It looks like we're just going to play through this, as we do see Low Key taking height on top of Cathedral, Infuser in hand, getting his teammate back up to full health. That is Chaluto. He has an ARN in the kit as well, so a pretty standard light kit that we're seeing, at least out of Quality Control side. I'm interested to see what the light on the other side of things is doing. A lot of peppering going back and forth, but nobody has quite fallen yet for either side. We do see Not K2 a bit separated from his team now, not knowing that he's right next to three members of Quality Control, it seems. Fear, Box, it looks like they're just going to maybe try to get out of there. What do you think about this decision, Sensoyo?
No, I definitely think this is an early play. If you can make it out of here, get this plug, get this cash out within your control without taking too much damage or losing a player, it's a huge advantage. We've seen it throughout PHL. Getting those early plugs leads to some great defensive setups, but it looks like Max Puerto is under some immense pressure, coming down to 2 bars. He's going to try and make his escape, but without it, not K2 is taking the aggression now, and we're going to have to go regroup and defend this cash out. And Orange team still looking out for Max Puerto, kind of regrouping here in that H1 Infuser value out there. But now it's just going to be waiting.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate we are seeing. It looks like both lights are actually running the exact same kit, so interesting to see how those bans actually ended up playing out, because it felt mostly light targeted aside from that the heavy shotgun. We do see some nice shots coming in from Morningstar. Nobody is going to fall though. Again, just a lot of health dropping for both teams. This is probably the most organized that we've seen these fights take place, though a bit sloppy early on. I would like to see a bit of a regroup. Max Puerto looking for that off angle. A huge C4 coming in as well from the heavy, and they're going to get a bit aggressive off of this, but again, maybe not. Just slowing things down. The light is not able to find these picks that he's been trying to find for so long. good shots coming in from K2 and that Shack. He's going to get the assist as Fear does pick up that kill with the LH1. A nice winch. That's going to be 2 dead for Quality Control now, leaving Chuludo all by himself. And I'm not quite sure if he's going to dive this or play the slow game for a reset. He does have 1 res already and a really well-placed gateway to get them back onto the roof. But they're going to have to wait for their heavy bigs to coin here. And there's just not that much time with only 30 seconds left on point, Soyo.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to make this do. They're going to have to find an early pick here. They get some good damage on that heavy, but it's probably not going to be enough. All they need to do is stall. But Fear taking some big damage, but Morningstar unfortunately goes down. And now it's just Choluto just waiting, trying to find that pick, trying to find that damage he needs to get any sort of damage towards these players to find this pick, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like LUQQQ's going to take this first cash out.
Yeah, low-key just played that extremely low-key. They didn't really reinvent the wheel at all. They just kited and stalled and played together as Quality Control just couldn't really... I mean, it sounds cliche, but it was just the fundamental teamwork that I felt like was missing, a bit disorganized on the side of Quality Control. But we do see now both teams are looking to rotate. We do see LUQQQ on top of Cathedral, the best spot you can possibly be in the game. But they are getting jumped by Quality Control, a very aggressive jump from Quality Control, and I like to see it a lot. Fear is about to go down, the medium losing all his health here. It's also going to be a pick on Morningstar. So a 2v2 scenario, we see the light and heavy for both teams. Fear will be getting rezzed by his heavy right now, and I assume the medium, no, they're going to be playing aggressive off of this instead of going for the reset. Fear gets taken down yet again. Biggs losing his health, leaving Choluto last man standing again. The little light that could. He's got a beam on him, but against a light and a heavy, this is going to be a tough situation on the first floor of Cathedral. He's going to fall to Max, and that is a nice wipe for LUQQQ off of that first box.
This is going to be a great opportunity to go to Vault 2, hit the plug early on with that gateway. But looking back at this replay, that winch is huge. Getting that early pick on really matched things up into a 2v2 scenario, tying things up and giving them the advantage to reset there. But now the gateway coming out, but you see Quality Control spawn right on Grandma's house, and hopefully LUQQQ makes the rotation away. They do recognize that spawn. Gonna look to go plug A instead. A smart choice, using that gateway and adaptability to go get that early plug. And now going back in their favor, just like last point, this is gonna be a very similar situation. Can they make it work out? But that damage comes out rather early. And now Max Puerto going to be taken out. Not 2K under fire right now, getting that winch, countering that damage, and does find a little bit of an escape, but Fear now in the sidelines, and not 2K get taken out. Fear, the last one up, can he make it work? But no, gets taken out instead from Biggs.
Yeah, that was a textbook retake from Quality Control. They're really good stuff. Huge RPGs coming in as well. We might catch that on the replay. I think we are. But I wanted to point out, as he gets about half the health there with the RPG, that first box I don't believe was manipulated at all, and I think Quality Control has definitely gotten ahead of that one and already moved this one down and taken ultimate height. This is a very difficult position to be in if you are a member of LUQQQ. They're kind of going to be relying on Max here to do something interesting with the gateway. A bit of movement without being seen, some sneaky travel. They aren't going to want to give up any audio cues, though, which Quality Control might hear with this gateway.
Yeah, I think that ultimate height's going to offer them a huge vantage point. Winching it inside is a great play. Now it's going to force Quality Control out and go aggressive. A glitch comes out, and that could be meaning danger for LUQQQ. LUQQQ going to take a lot of damage there, not 2K. Fear, risking their lives, everything for that steal. But now Max Puerto going to be the last one up. He needs to find a pick. Stall, great damage coming out. Can he make the escape to get that stall? But no, getting picked off from that pike. So much damage. 50 damage per shot from that pike. That's only going to be 3 taps to kill a light. Insane.
Yeah, that's pretty much easy mode when you're pointing it at a light with the pike. I just want to touch on that play from LUQQQ. It was almost a beautiful play. I would have liked to see them just go for more of a bait than a hard stick. You know you're about to get dove on the second you have that stick, because Quality Control didn't have any other choice. There were no alternate angles, so they should have set up around planning on getting dove on versus the hard all in on getting that steal, because they immediately wiped after anyway. I think we could have seen a change of events had they played it just slightly differently. But we do see Quality Control now again on top Cathedral. They have tied this one up 1-1, and they are going to be holding this height that they have here, just trying to find any advantage they can. They don't need to be too hasty, but we do see Low-Key getting a little bit hasty. That's going to send Chaluto down just a little bit, trying to stay alive. Morningstar is down to just 10 HP, but he is on the way back up now. Biggs trying to get some moderately long-range shots in with that Shack. Not its most effective range. Now we see a little bit of a relocation from Morningstar, who's going to be prioritizing getting this tap as Chaluto does get the pick, so they are not punished for Morningstar getting out of there. But a bit of an aggressive play, to say the least. We do see it now, a rotation coming in from Low-Key. They don't really like this setup that they're seeing, and they're trying to get a different look. K2 is split from his team, though, pretty badly, and they smell blood in the water. They're trying to make this 2 down for Low-Key. I'm assuming Max is going to be coining relatively soon. Fear tries to show up to save his heavy, but this could end up very poorly for Low-Key as Chaluto finds another pick on K2. He knows exactly where his next enemy, his next victim is, and he's chasing him down hard.
He's going to find him in that fireplace, take him out, and now he's going to be looking to move this box. I did think they were a little split initially in that fight, but that pick really evened things up in that regard. But going back to this replay, going to be looking at that fireplace chasing down this heavy, going to get that pick off early on, and then going to find Santa in that fireplace.
Yeah, he thought he had a really good spot. He almost got away with it too. He does a bit of a double take right here, and that's when he gets the pick, and that was kind of the deciding factor right there. Once that split happened, it was pretty much all she wrote. We do see now this is a tough point to push if you're Low-Key, especially if you do wipe here. Whoever wipes here, you just get the most predictable spawn in the game, and it is such a hole that you're going to have to dig yourself out of. Already sniffed out from across the map, it is Team Low-Key. I would like to see a different approach here. We're seeing a lot of dives and jumps. I would like to see them maybe slow it down a bit. There's still plenty of time here, and again, you do not want to play this wipe and respawn game with this point, but it looks like we're going to see an aggressive jump in just a second, Sensoyo.
That pad may have taken a turn for the worse, but fortunate for them, no bullets came their way during that entire push. Now they're going to be able to surgically go in from top to bottom. Hopefully they find a pick here to be able to find this advantage and maybe get the retake. But Orange team going to be rotating away. Quality Control gets a mine damage right there, and Fear now going to have to reset. Max Puerto getting taken out by that pike, and it's going to spelling dangerous situations because Orange is jumping on him. Quality Control going straight in there, finding not 2K, not K2, and now they're going to have to look for a reset, but he gets found on his way out. And now, that, like you were saying, that spawn over here is going to spell danger, because if this team knows about it, which is pretty common in this situation, to be able to take early shots over in that courtyard by that statue. But will there even be enough time to retake this?
In theory, there is enough time, but it actually doesn't even look like Quality Control is setting up to get these shots off. So an interesting decision that they're making, to say the least. They're just going to go for a turtle of about 10 seconds on this all-in, because Low-Key has to dive it. So we have one play left here. Let's see exactly what's going to happen. Fear dropping in from the top ropes. That thing is mined all over. That is not a good push to make, but you have absolutely no choice. It is absolute carnage. Box gets winched. Nobody has a chance at the steal here. It doesn't even matter who's winning these gunfights. That's going to be a nice 2-1 for Quality Control, going up 1-0 here in our series.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge advantage going into this map, especially looking at these map bans. Monaco not really going to be terribly influenced by those gadget bans. The Goo Grenade probably going to be the one most influential gadgets on that map that was banned. But going into these next maps, it's going to be imperative that those SH 1900 and the SH12 are banned, because they're going to be more close range map. Something to look out for.
Definitely something to look out for, and something else to look out for is Chaluto, who just went 10-2, absolutely feasted. I mean, we saw it from the very first point. He was snapping on everybody, playing his life extremely well, pretty much always the last man alive, and that's not a knock on his team, more so just a testament to how he was able to play his life so well and maximize his efficiency as a light.
Yeah, that was a very well played from him. And map 2 is going to be Cis Horizon. And I think this map has changed a lot over the years. I think this is one of the most played map and most loved map that everyone plays on. People have learned the ins and outs and nuances of this map. So this map has transformed, in my opinion, from one of the most balanced maps into a little bit more of a volatile map, especially in this winch meta. Being able to winch those cash outs out into those alleyways, out into the open, are going to be detrimental for whoever loses the vault fight, and especially not having Goo in the arsenal. Maybe taking Barricade might be a great pick here, because then you can sit behind that Barricade, force that point, and force the other team in.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It would be an interesting pick to see the Barricade. Not something we typically are seeing a lot of here in NA gameplay, but that thing sure does eat up a lot of damage. And if the other team isn't quite prepared for it with the proper artillery on their end, it can actually be devastating to try and just deal with the Barricade, because it would take forever to truly destroy it. Luckily, you can demat right through it if you're in a scenario like that, or something of the sorts, but I would like to see these players get creative without the presence of Goo. And I'm not going to lie, I like the smoke ban. I really do. It's a lot easier to see things. I'm 30 years old. I already have a hard time seeing on nighttime maps. So the smoke, forget about it. But it looks like we are getting ready to jump into Cis Horizon here. Do you have any predictions going into this map, Soyo?
I think just based off the way we've been seeing, I think Quality Control will be able to take this map. But like I said, I think these vault fights will be the difference maker for how these teams control. I think LUQQQ has what it takes to hold on to these cash outs. They made it thus far in this tournament. So seeing how this match goes in these vault fights are the main thing to look out for.
Absolutely. I'd also like to see these teams manipulate the box just a bit more. We really didn't see it become too much of a factor. I don't want to say that the box's locations were really a factor in the last game at all, and I would like that to be a bit of a different story in this one. But again, we are seeing this Pike, the long range shots, the typical gun to be running as a medium on this map for sure. K2 playing a bit of a cheeky position here. They are calling for a pause, so I believe that is what's going to happen. And then we are going to get to the bottom of this. But as of right now, not much has really occurred here. We just have a tapped vault, and we will let you guys know what's going on as soon as we know ourselves.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. Someone's got to reset their game. I'm not sure what the ruling is on this, but it looks like we're going to be remaking a lobby, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to be going back to the drawing board here, folks. So stay tuned. We're going to be going back into this game as soon as we get these guys in this lobby.
All right, yes, so we will be resetting here. I didn't see a Barricade in play quite yet. Maybe they have the stream on delay and we'll change up the kit. I don't know what the rule is about that one. But as of right now, everything was looking pretty standard. There's not too much to determine. Do you think the lack of smoke influences any other picks within the kit? Because I guess if there's no smoke, then you're not going to need thermal as well, right? So that kind of frees up 2 gadget spots in theory.
Yeah, well, I think not only the viewers are going to be happy, but also the players seeing that smoke ban. Someone's got to take the dive on it. Not many players like smoke thermal. It's seen as one of the most toxic play styles in the game right now. But I do think it does have a place in the meta just a little bit. Maybe that just might be the meta in ranked. But I do think not having that smoke, not having that goo is going to be making it even more difficult to steal these points. Like I said, I think in this scenario, I think Barricades are going to be the #1 pick for those teams. If we do start seeing some of those setups, I did see Quality Control winch out one of those points previously in Monaco. So I think they're kind of on that wavelength. Would like to see LUQQQ also make this a very similar approach when they do have control of that cash out, because as you see in PHL, that can make it extremely difficult to take these points. Blocking off any sort of line of sight and not having the ability to do so with that Goo grenade is going to be massive.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I think one of the biggest things that I'm most shocked about as far as all these bans go is we haven't really seen the Infuser get banned at all, which to me is kind of crazy. I mean, you could argue that Light was in a pretty solid spot before they had the infuser. However, I do feel that once the infuser was added to this game, it kind of completely revolutionized the Light's role on the team. So I would almost like to see a revert in the meta just for this tournament and see some infuser bans and see how the Lights actually respond to it.
Yeah, I do think you're right on that one. Whether or not, if we do see that infuser ban, will we see heal gun, anything like that come out to play? I think because that H1 infuser came out early on in the season, we saw the nullifier kind of take a step to the side. People were saying that was going to be the broken Light Gadget, but because that H1 infuser came out, it just kind of really forced that to the wayside. I would love to see maybe that kind of be the ban over smoke grenade, and then you see the big meta defining gadgets like Goo Grenade and that H1 infuser be banned. Like I said, I'm right there with you.
Absolutely. I'm not sure where we are standing on the status of this game, but we're just waiting on quality control to reconnect to the game. I can assure you everybody is doing their absolute best to get this ball rolling for you guys. We appreciate you in the chat, all the support, all the positive vibes. Thank you guys so much for making this Luck Cup awesome so far. And we got some bangers in store for you, so don't worry about that.
And while we wait, I'd love to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Broxton. Huge shout out for the support in the scene all around. So big round of applause from everyone to Broxton.
Absolute legend. All right, so it looks like we are still having some technical difficulties over here. If we can look at the remainder of the bracket, let me pull that up very quickly. We do see on the lower end of things. Oh, I do not see the lower end of things.
On the lower end of things, we do see in that quarterfinals, it's going to be Team Dog versus Team Ghosts. And then on the other side of that losers bracket, Rent Free versus the Coughing Babies. This is going to be a game-defining matchup because whichever teams win that is going into our lower semifinals and then is eventually going to have to meet up against the losing team of this current game, Quality Control versus Low Key. Going to be going back up into that winner's bracket. So this narrative is going to be shaking out as we see this game continue. Will Quality Control continue their dominance from that Monaco game continually into the Sis Horizon match? Or will Low Key be able to get the run back, forcing that game back into Nitsomi Citadel as the deciding map for this game? What do you think, Merch? I know we touched on it a little bit. You asked my opinion, but who do you think is going to be able to take this? Will it be kind of that run back narrative, or will Quality Control kind of seal the deal?
I'm not sure. Quality Control has looked impressive from what I've seen so far today. I am looking for a losers bracket run, though. I think that's just what everybody wants, really. I think if you love competitive sports, you love competitive esports, it's in your nature. You're always rooting for that underdog story, and I would love to see Team Dog make a run for it. But it does look like we have finally gotten back into our lobby. It is game 2, Sis Horizon, and we are jumping back into it for the second time.
Yeah, and we're going to see that 93R, the Shack, and the FAMAS coming out from Quality Control, if I'm not mistaken. Low Key going to probably be running Pike. I think that's what they were running before, so I'm not sure what's going on in this game. Some technical difficulties from the players. Oh,
no
my.
game audio.
Look, when there's a bug in the game, whenever the game is paused and the lobby is closed, or you leave the lobby when the game is paused, you then lose your audio for the entire game. You have to restart your game to be able to get that audio back. You can't just leave the game and jump in. You have to restart your entire game to be able to get that audio back. So, sorry, folks. Knowing this bug is a pain, but it's something that you have to do, and make sure you restart your game.
Yeah, absolutely. there's just some things you got to do, and some things, if you know, a lot of the competitive players that have been around for a while, this is just second nature at that point. But this is a tournament for a lot of people's first times, I guess you can say, which is awesome. We love spreading the scene, getting a lot of new faces, but with that comes a new experience and the learning pains and growing pains of just this type of thing. So bear with us as we do get through this. Game 2 will happen, and there will be a winner for it eventually.
Yeah, and with that being said, we're going to take a quick break while we get this match set up. And stay tuned. Shout out Broxton, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome to the jungle, and welcome to 8 Squad's new website. We've got tons of new features for you, including up-to-date weapon charts and our official 8 Pro Rank list. If you appreciate what we're doing, consider supporting the squad by checking out our merch and donation pages. We're also proud to reveal our ultra-high resolution, true-to-game, strategic maps. Keep an eye on this as we roll out new interactive features coming soon. Check us out at 8squad.org. We'll see you in the finals.
Welcome back, everybody. We finally got this game situated. Merch, hopefully this is the last time. Third time's a charm, you know?
Yeah, I think if we have another issue, I might just have to tap in and fill in for whoever is having the issue at this point, and you do not want that, I promise. So I hope all these players have it all figured out, but we are underway here. So let's see. It's a different location on this vault than it was for the first go-around of things. So let's see how these teams approach it. A bit of an interesting approach on quality control here, but it looks like low key actually had the same idea on the high key, and now we're seeing an aggressive push here. Fierce falling to about half health. K2 is taking some shots. A huge winch coming in from Biggs, but he's actually not able to capitalize off of that, getting out of there with his life, very fortunately. And now we're just going to see a tap and a bit of a reset. I do like how close quality control is playing together, and they're just going to do a full lap. They're getting their cardio in here. They're doing the exact same thing they just did, and it looks like they might meet low-key in about the same area. Actually, it looks like low-key has gotten out of there, a bit of a reposition. So a huge red barrel attempt comes in, but it does not find anything. Neither do the shots from the shack, but I am very happy to see this shack get some love over here, since as we do see Max Berto find one on Chaluto. He's going to find another one, or make it 2 dead for quality control and make it a wipe. 2-piece for K2. Nice stuff coming in with those shack shots.
Yeah, I think Chaluto was feeling himself a little bit too much there. He went in alone, or that miscommunication from the team came out, but it ended up on the side of low-key, capitalizing on Chaluto's misposition. and also a huge counter winch coming out, winning them that fight.
Yeah, the counter winch is really what it was all about. You can argue it might be one of those situations where you don't want to be first, you want to be second in a one-on-one scenario like that when push does come to shove. But we do see quality control coming off spawn here. They're looking to set something up. I think a bit of a misthrow on a gateway. I didn't quite see what happened there. However, we are going to see a massive RPG eat up almost all the health of quality control. Medium and light both falling to under 50% health. Now the heavy as well, and low-key is looking healthy. We do see Biggs in a bit of an interesting spot, trying to find some shots here, and Morningstar is actually going to get a pick on K2. This is crazy. Low-key cannot be going down with such a health advantage like this. They do get a quick res, getting their heavy back up, but they're at a health disadvantage now. A nice winch coming in from Biggs, but again, finally able to finish off that kill on Max Puerto. Taking the Sky Gateway as well, but the RPG is not going to find anything. We do have a slight numbers advantage, and it's going to be more of a drastic one after this pick as well, leaving Fear all by himself as a medium. We're going to see a flip. Fear, not much of a choice but to go for the reset. He does get one res, which is huge. Max Puerto, some nice shots with the M11. Now leaving Biggs all by himself, 1v1 light versus heavy, and he knows exactly where he is. This is a huge fight, and Max Puerto is going to come out on top.
Yeah, I don't know how low-key it looked like they were initially losing that fight. With that damage advantage from that RPG, they almost threw that away, but Max Puerto finding the damage he needs to get for that fight. And look at this, like, look at this damage advantage that we see from quality control going into this, and ended up losing that somehow. Maybe just a little bit of positional error after getting that flip, but great plays from Low-Key, swinging that in their favor. And this is going to be a huge step on Sis Horizon, going to create a massive advantage going into this game.
Yeah, a crazy turn of events that if you were just looking at the health bars, you really probably would not have foreseen. We do see Low-Key in a bit of a height advantage here. However, the vault is located indoors, and both teams are going to need to relocate to a bit more of an advantageous position. Quality control, again, they have fallen. They are the less healthy team, and Low-Key looks to have repositioned into a better position. But Max Puerto all by himself, almost getting picked out. He's going to need to reapproach this, as we do see Fear and not K2 providing some suppressive fire from across the map, really trying to get him to relocate. But Puerto just swings it back around. He's going to get picked this time. Biggs does not fall. So that is a huge pick on the side of Low-Key. Fear falls, and now K2 is going to go down as well. That all started with the light just being slightly out of position. I know what he was trying to do there, but in that scenario, you're just trying to fight two people in a staircase. It did not seem like the ideal push to me.
Yeah, and the biggest impact I'm seeing in these fights, just like you said, is the positional mistakes, those small little errors, putting yourself out there. These teams do stay together pretty well, but as soon as maybe one of them steps just a little bit out of line, the other teams are capitalizing on that and swinging the fights in your favor. But now as we go in, it's going to be pushing towards quality control. Low-Key trying to find as they kite away. Maybe going to be going into a forced point situation, going straight for that box potentially. Although it's winched out, it's going to be rather difficult for them to make any approach on this, because quality control has taken this height advantage up on this glass. They're going to find him right here as they take it around this corner. They do see him, going to gateway right up as we see that other heavy drop down. Now rotating away yet again. Gonna get winched in, but no damage comes out. Biggs making his escape, being chased down by Max Puerto, and finds the full end of that force from Team Quality Control. Finds all three of them fighting away Max Puerto's chase.
Yeah, Max almost getting taken out there, and he's going to find himself again in front of two enemies, and he's going to get picked off again. He just got away with his life in the same situation, and he just pushed his like a huge winch coming in from Biggs, and they are just absolutely punishing Low-Key right now, completely taking advantage of the poor positioning. One by one they fall, and nobody is dying for quality control. This is just fundamental mistakes that really can be avoided with just simple teamwork. It's not like any of these guys on Low-Key can't shoot. They are all beamers in their own rights, but it looks like teamwork is going to prevail, at least on this box here, as there's not going to be really any time for Low-Key to make this move. They are setting box up, but it just seems like a bit of overkill at this point. This is looking like a 1-1 game.
Yeah, and now we're going to be setting up on this glass. There's really no need to set up such power positions like this because there's no time left on this. But maybe they can find a pick on low key and get an advantage into this next cash out, or next vault fight, rather. Low key looking for anyone as they rotate over to the red room and finding any pressure in that art gallery.
And it looks like Max again. I mean, this is clearly his role. This is what they've practiced. It's quite apparent. And if it's not what they practiced, as he absolutely melts Chaluto with the M11. If this isn't what they practiced, then they're going to have to talk about it after the fact. But this is looking like Max's role, just that ratty light, finding those picks, a bit different from the healing light that we've been seeing. But Fear is also going to find the pick on Biggs. So that's going to leave Morningstar all by himself. And wisely, he should probably just get wiped here and go for as fast of a reset as he can. And that was a nice change of events. That was looking like the low key from box number 1 that we saw versus the low key from box number 2.
Yeah, and hopefully once they get this plug, they set up this cash out. Not sure exactly where they're going to go. Cash out D is very strong, winching that out over in that block. Not is finally going to winch that up, set up, and now they're going to be in a pretty good position to hold this cash out as we see Quality Control zipping over onto the opposite side of this auditorium campus district. Going to let his light pad up, use that gateway to rotate back to his team. No, going for the height advantage and trying to scout out wherever low key is. Going to play the slow game. I do like this play, trying to find any sort of little slip up that you can on team low key. Quality Control, just scouting.
Yeah, it looks like they have tightened things up, but a bit too tight, as Not 2K is going to get absolutely melted, and they know exactly where everybody else is. Well, maybe for the time being, it looks like a bit of a juke on Morningstar, but the FAMAS is absolutely ripping right now. They do get a quick res on K2, but he's going to get quickly put back down again. 3v2 scenario. Fear gambling with his life. He is on his reset right now. However, he is not in a prime position. We do see an aggressive steal coming in from Biggs too. I kind of like it, as he does have the flip, leaving Max Puerto all by himself with just 50 HP. 2 versus 1 light with 50 HP. Max is going to have to do something, and they really can't afford to wipe here. So they're going to need to reset. The time for the wipe has left the building. So Max playing it slow. They're going to get these coins in. And it doesn't look like Quality Control knows where Max is. However, he's going to get a bit aggressive with his position, show himself before he really should have, in my opinion. And now he's down to just 25 HP, and they got to get out of there with less than 30 seconds left on this point. We could see a quick 2-0 on the series if they do not get it together here, Sansoyo.
Yeah, and now 15 seconds left on this cash out, maybe even less. It's going down to the wire. Max Puerto gets taken out. Not K2 gets taken out. We're going to be going to force that point, bait him in, but it's 2v1, and he's just going to give up because he knows there's no chance. The fire on the cash out, everything burning, and it's going to look like Quality Control takes it 2-0 in not only Monaco, but Sis Horizon.
Yeah, they are looking good right now. I mean, we have a bit of a limited sample size. Obviously, we haven't been able to see every single game, but they are absolutely looking like the strongest team remaining, and that is probably why they just punched their ticket to the grand final.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge. We're going to be seeing low-key get knocked down into that lower finals, where we're going to see the winner of the lower semifinals go into that. As we look at the bracket just a little bit or talk about it, Ghost did end up winning that losers quarterfinal against Team Dog, taking it 2-0, securing their place into the semifinals.
Yeah, so shout out to Team Ghost. You guys played great. Shout out to everybody who's played and made it this far. You guys are doing fantastic. I cannot wait to catch this matchup now with Ghost versus Low Key. I want to see how Low Key responds to losing. That says a lot about a team. It says a lot about their players and a lot about their leadership as well. So I would love to see how these teams respond to being sent down to the lower bracket. It looks like Ghosts has been there since round 1. So they have absolutely been fighting their way through this lower bracket. And looking at this, I kind of want to see a legendary lower bracket run come out of Ghosts. I don't know about you, Sansoyo.
Yeah, we've seen some of these lower brackets run happen in previous tournaments like PHL, like Ape Squad tournaments, and now we're going to be seeing Rent Free versus Ghost. Ghost kind of continuing that narrative of that losers bracket run. This is going to be the run of a lifetime if they're able to continue it all the way and getting knocked out round 1 from Crimson Surge, making their way, fighting their way back against Dojo of Foul, Chicken, the Pickle, and Team Dog, and now facing Rent Free.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup. If we want to look at just the players on Team Ghost, it's looking like Ali Troll, Kinisuru, Koi, and Nasty. I'm not quite sure who is actually on that 3-man roster, but those are the 4 options that they do have. And obviously, it's looking like Ghost versus Rent Free. I see. So Rent Free, I haven't gotten to see much of them. I did see them up in the upper bracket when they fell to low key, though. And Rent Free is going to consist of Camo, Kazin, and Not Bubba. They were looking very good from what I saw. So they're looking like a pretty strong team, and Ghost might have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, for me, Rent Free has kind of been that team to watch in this bracket. I've heard of some of those names before. We just hosted Camo on Thursday Night Throwdown, and seeing Not Bubba there, I believe that's Uni's old teammate back in the day. So it's kind of seeing his return is going to be huge. He's one player to watch out for as we go through this bracket. He's got a great shot. So fantastic. As we wait, we're going to be waiting on these gadget weapon bans and these map picks as we go into this next game. Ghost versus Rent Free. Who will take it?
Yeah, I'm excited to see maybe a bit of a different, a more meta weapon ban pick. I would like to see than that double barrel for light. Just again, I don't know if that was a targeted pick in that last matchup that we saw, but I would like to see something completely shake up the game, whether it be the pike on medium, really forcing the medium off something else, or there's not that many options just because of all the play styles that we have these days. There's not just one meta weapon. But I would like to see something different banned on the light. Maybe the 93R, maybe the ARN, something different.
Yeah, and to me, it really goes down to you can, depending on the order of the map bans and the gadgets ban, you can really target what's good on what map, or you can make those map picks deterministic based on what bans you see. It's really interesting to see how these teams navigate the map bans in this format. I've watched a few of the Korean tournaments and seeing how that ends up. I've seen Turret kind of be in that grand finals, the winning team winning with Turret. It's been kind of crazy to see that whenever they've done specialization ban. But for this tournament, it's just going to be gadgets and weapons that are going to be in the crosshairs of these teams.
Yeah, like you said, once you start banning specs, things can start to get really crazy. That is just such a huge key point. I can't say it wouldn't be fascinating to watch, but I do think they would need to figure out how to tweak those settings or tweak those bans just a bit more to make it work, because I would love to see tournaments that force players to use a non-meta spec without forcing them to use the least meta spec, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, getting that target ban can be rather frustrating, I imagine, for the medium getting put on Turret. However, I do think there's probably not enough specializations in the game currently to justify the specialization ban. We would most likely see Winch being target banned a lot in the NA and EU meta. That would probably be under the crosshairs a lot. Maybe seeing that dematerializer as well, forcing the medium and those teams to kind of navigate the maps a little bit more focused on not being able to go through walls and more tactfully. But without a further ado, getting those gadgets banned, what would you like to see? As we discussed previously, we talked about those H1 infusers. Do you kind of want to see that Goo Grenade also kind of stick in that ban pool, though?
I think those would probably be my top 2 picks for something to get banned. And if not the infuser and Goo Grenade, probably throw in a jump pad as well. The problem with jump pad is you're just making your own life significantly more difficult as well. Whereas those other gadgets, it's easier to play around. There's better alternatives to say the least, but there really is no alternative to the jump pad. The zip line, in my opinion, does not do what the jump pad does, whether it be the speed or just the incognito effect of it, where you can kind of jump out of a hole in the floor. The zip line is showing exactly where you're going to go. So I think the jump pad is a very strong gadget, a very great gadget, and I'm surprised we haven't really seen it banned.
Yeah, I do think if we were to see the jump pad banned, we would see maybe a little bit less aggression from that movement option from medium. I do think the zip line can be very good at kiting your opponents away. You put down that zip line, you just zip away, keep your distance. It's a great kiting approach because the enemy team can't really follow you, because as soon as they hop on that zip line to chase, now they're out in the open. It becomes predictable. So they're going to have to kind of take that off angle, take a little bit of different approach, which can buy you a lot of time to kite away. I do think the zip line does have a place if it was going down to the jump pad being banned. But with that H1 infuser band, if it does show up in this ban pool, what kind of gadgets would you be looking at as a replacement for that on light?
That was the cool thing with the light meta before the infuser. There were definitely a few options that they had. I think the most common one was seeing a glitch grenade definitely being ran. It was like glitch, gateway, and then, there was just so much room for leeway because light has this, they just have this assassin mentality where you can make it really cater to your play style. But we've seen a lot of smoke as well, and that's something else that we're seeing banned. So it does feel like I was saying earlier in the first game that lights are kind of majority being targeted when it comes to these ban picks. Even though a lot of the picks are universal gadgets, it's the one that the light is typically running.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we saw an H1 infuser ban, I think maybe nullifier might come out as its replacement. It really depends on whether or not these teams are practiced to use it to find that value. Because as soon as you nullify someone, it basically becomes a 2v3 scenario, creating a huge snowball effect. But if that light isn't that practiced with it, they could nullify the guy who's low HP, allow them to get their regen, and really put their team at a deficit there if they don't capitalize on that player advantage. What will we see? Only time will tell, though.
Yeah, we are still waiting on those bans. I'm also curious to see if we see another defib ban. We did see that earlier today in the games that Young and Dread were casting, and the game more or less kind of played out the same. Just the scenarios where you're able to get those defibs off don't always make themselves present. It's just more so the convenience of having the defib when you are in that situation, what makes it so good. But diving onto bodies just to defib them is no longer the meta. This is not season one where you're just instantly back. You still have to be strategic with your defib, and with the recent nerf making it a full second on activation time, we've seen a lot more hand reses come into play. I'm not saying that defib is out of the meta by any means, but the ban I don't think has been as major of an effect on it as these teams may have thought it would have been.
Yeah, and going to that defib nerf, I know you're a little not happy about it being a TDMer who loves going for the defib kills. Kind of a huge nerf for you there to finish off players. What do you think about that? How does that shake up the defib? As you said, that hasn't really left the meta, but is it impactful?
It's impactful if you're trying to get kills with it. It was definitely, it felt targeted. I'm not going to lie, Ambar. It felt like you guys nerfed me, but it's okay. I'm over it. I've gotten back on my horse to getting the kills with it. It went from 0.8 seconds to a full second. So the reality of the situation is they just want you to be more strategic with how you're defibbing your teammates. Because of how quickly you can hand res somebody, it's good to just hand res them and save that defib for when you need it, but it still absolutely gets the job done. And when you have the right movement and paired with your right positioning and teamwork, it is still just as effective, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we have the map banned, if I'm correct. So I guess we're still waiting on that to come through. So we'll come back to that, wrap back around to that. But as we progress into this game, we are looking for these map bans. These gadget bans are going to define on what is going to be seen in this game. It's very intense to wait for this as we get this game coming up.
Yeah, the anxiety and nerves are getting to all of us. I think these players are really trying to just, put themselves in the best position they can. They might be putting a little bit of extra thought into these bans, perhaps going through the the previous games just to see if they have any intel on what does need to be banned, their best maps, stuff along those lines. But I do believe the picks are coming in right now. So just bear with us a few more moments and we will get this series rolling out. But it looks like Dread has also just gifted 5 to the chat section. So shout out to Dread. Thank you so much for your support. W caster, W supporter, and it looks like our map picks are in as well.
Yeah, and for our map picks, map 1 is going to be Sis Horizon leading into Fortune Stadium, and our map game decider, if we get to it, is going to be Nozomi Citadel. What do you think of these maps, and how would you approach banning gadgets knowing this information?
So I love Sis. As you have mentioned, it has definitely evolved into what was once just an extremely balanced map. It's still an extremely balanced map, but it has the potential for pretty much anything to happen with just the uniformity of it and the asymmetry, but it's still symmetrical. Just the winch spots you can get out of there. A lot can happen. I'm curious to see if they want to still get rid of goo, because the goo would be so beneficial, especially on Sis Horizon with these manipulated cache spots into the wide open. If you don't have any sort of cover, we didn't see the teams running the barricade, so they're probably not too well versed on it, and everybody's more comfortable with goo. I would not be surprised if they tried to keep goo in their kit, at least to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I definitely hope we see Goo Grenade because of that cover it can provide on stealing these points. Sis Horizon and Fortune Stadium, to me, are a little bit more mid to long range maps. Obviously, you have those indoor engagements that can really force those fights up close with that SA-12, if we do see that, or going closer with the FAMAS potentially on that medium pick. But overall, I still think the Pike is going to be those picks for those maps. Nozomi Citadel is regarded as an extremely close range map, which kind of puts a wrench in those ban picks. So you're kind of banning for those front end 2 maps, Sis Horizon and Fortune, and just hoping you don't make it to Nozomi Citadel if you're relying on those bans to provide you that advantage going into these games.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, we are just waiting on one more set of bans coming in from the teams, and then we will be good to go. So once we have those bans, we will let you know about them. But I'm excited to see, and I am actually hoping that we do get to see a Nozomi, just because these games have been flying today since Soyo, and Nozomi is just such a great map. It's the newest map. It's this season's map, and it has played so well. I'm also curious to see if it's going to have that Sis Horizon arc where 3 seasons later, it's completely playing as a whole new map, and I think that it has the potential to do that.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the early stages of development. The big part of that is the winch meta. Obviously, it's right in front of us. So seeing how the winch offers the manipulation, the ability to manipulate these cash outs, we're going to see a little bit more creative uses of that, not only on Nozomi Citadel, like you just said, but on every map. I think there's still a lot of untapped potential on Bernal, Nozomi Citadel, Fortune Stadium, all these new maps that we've seen in the previous seasons. Like we're seeing, just like you said, in Sis Horizon, that meta develop right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I like that you touched on Bernal, because I think it's just one of those maps that it doesn't have enough reps on it yet. And it has been around for a decent amount of time yet, but for whatever reason, I feel like it is always swept under the rug. And quite frankly, I think it's a pretty good map. All things considered, the suspended structures variant on it can be a bit difficult to deal with at times. But other than that, I think it plays extremely well. And I would love to see more competitive games in on there and see the strategies develop on it too, because I think there's a lot of stuff, a lot of tech specifically on Bernal that is just completely being grazed over right now, or completely just missed because of a lack of repetitions. And that, I think that's just natural, and that's what comes with the game as the game gets older. But it does look like we are ready and we are loaded into our next lobby.
And we have these bans come forward. The SA-12 is gonna be banned from Ghost. Ike being banned from the other team rent-free. Goo Grenade being banned from Ghost as well, and the Smoke Grenade yet again confusingly, in my opinion, being banned.
Yeah, questionable bans, but it seems like at least these teams are comfortable with it. So the lack of Pike is going to mean insert FAMAS on medium here. I would love to see an F-car, but it is pretty unlikely these days. We are seeing the ARN out of Kazin, and we are going to see our first engagement taking place on the rooftop here. Vault 1 has not yet been tapped, so a bit of a different approach as last game. We did see, I believe, Team Low-Key just forcing those taps on the vault. We do see Rent-Free now get the tap on the vault. A disgusting head glitch out of Wrangler right here. I don't even know if he is visible on the other end of things over there. And some really nice shots. We do see an F-car. I love to see this out of Glorious Wrangler. And now he's in a bit of an advantageous position doing some ice fishing with the dematerializer. Absolutely beams Kazin here. That's going to be a 2v2 scenario. He's going to go for the defib, gets winched, but the winch breaks, so he is going to get his teammate back up to full health, at least numbers wise. Health wise, not so much. We do see Not Bubba looking like a fish out of water there, just trying to stay alive as long as he can. But that is going to be a nice wipe from Team Ghost early on here, as we do get to look at this replay, Soyo.
Yeah, that winch was a good idea to try and stop that defib, but not going to be able to deny that. It looks like Glorious Wrangler did end up getting that, and now, because of that situation and because the box was tapped so early, Ghosts are going to have a great opportunity to go get this plug. Maybe have some time to set up if they're going to look for that, but I think they think Rent-Free is a little bit closer to them. So they're just going to take this high ground position on this catwalk as Ghost makes their way in, gonna throw in a pre-glitch, doesn't come out, ends up swapping away from it, and now gonna take an engagement. Flash is coming out, Glitch is coming out, gonna try and throw the kitchen sink right at them and get some early shots on. Eisen gonna get some early damage, gonna force them off that high ground.
Yeah, very interesting to see flashes come into place. We see some nice shots coming in from Kaizen, just trying to play his life the best he can, and he's doing a pretty good job at it, utilizing that dash to the best of its ability, getting some nice heals in as well, some heavy shots coming in, picking up the assist on Nasty. Kinzuro is already down, Wrangler falls, Nasty got defib, but that's pretty much going to be a farmed kill as he's going to get aped there. And that is a wipe, and we're going to see a flip here out of Rent-Free. So a really nice retake. I did just want to touch up on what you said about not having that much time to set up. I think it's just the evolution of this game, because I remember seasons ago, used to be able to get this plug set up and reposition all before the team was even close to pushing you again. And now it seems like you barely even have time to plug this cash out in, and you're already getting pressed.
Yeah, people usually spawn all the way across the map. Spawns are a little bit more balanced, especially in 3v3s these days. But we're going to go ahead into this fight. Going to take some early damage. That flash comes out as well, blinding them. Kenny gets knocked out early from Not Bubba with that FAMAS, and now they're going to look for that reset. Have no time to wait for this coin. Only 15 seconds left on this cash out. They need to make a move. Trying to use that C4 to get some early damage. Not going to be enough. Not going to get any damage, but now the force point has to come out. Going to glitch it. You need to hop on that if you even want a chance, but he backs up instead, flying for that coin. Not sure why you would make that attempt. Maybe seeing the bigger picture in this map, going to be playing for the next ball.
Yeah, do you agree with that? Would you stick it personally if you know that's really the only option, or are you just trying to stay alive?
100% go for that stick. If a team drops down, maybe you can get off of it, because if you think you can get that kill before they kill you, then you might have an advantage. But because you didn't force that out, now you're in another fight in this red room. Gonna be taking some damage. Nasty gonna get taken out and gonna get defib. Gonna look for that reset. Gonna get punishing Glorious Wrangler on that defib, looking for anyone else. Ghost going down. Looks like it's a 1v1 scenario. Camera versus Kenny, and Kenny is going to take that.
Yeah, Kenny with the big win right there in the one-on-one, clutching up for the team. But Vault 2 hasn't even been tapped here as we do check out this replay. Bubba found one, and then he gets the second one as well. Some beautiful shots out of FAMAS here, doing a great job. However, it was to no avail, as they do get taken out on that team fight anyway. We do see a tap, and it looks like a gateway push is at least being attempted to be made. And Rent-Free seems to have sniffed it out, as they see right in front of their faces that this has been manipulated, and they actually did have time to move this box because of the gateway push. Looks like Kaizen a bit ahead of the pack, or at least a bit split off from the pack, trying to find this alternate angle, and he's going to find 2 ghosts hiding in the staircase right there. So wisely backing down, but Bubba and Kaizen both at about 50% HP. Nasty taking the shots, and so is Wrangler. A huge winch coming in. Really nice shots coming in from Wrangler, absolutely snapping on every opponent that he's seeing, taking down the light to about no HP, leaving Bubba all by himself. Bubba does absolutely melt him, but then he's going to be taken out by the M11, and we're going to see a res and a reset coming in here for Ghosts.
All right, you're not out of the fight yet. Even though you lost that first interaction, you still have plenty of time to go for it. This winch was huge. Huge pull from that team, and now going in for the extra damage. Very well done, well coordinated fight. That's going to give him the opportunity to defend yet again. Going to play up a little bit too hard. Kenny going to get caught off guard, down to 1 HP. Will they find the pick, or will he be able to escape with his life and get his regen? Looks like he does end up getting that regen, as we see Ghost kite away, flying up towards this high ground. They may have made themselves very out in the open with that jump pad. Huge sound cue as Kenny looks to get an early glitch, trying to deny this dome.
Yeah, we have Ghosts in a really good spot here. I mean, no other spot you really even have to think about playing. It's pretty straightforward here, and Rent Free knows exactly what they have to do. They're going to jump right on and actually get a pick is Bubba, so didn't see that actually going that way, even though that's what they had to do. That's going to be 2 picks as Nasty falls down as well. Now, Kin all by himself with a goo barrel in hand. He's going to go for a stall here, try to land that goo barrel. He's going to get 1 stop. Was it enough? They immediately hopped it back. I don't think they got back on in time. So a beautiful stall here, and that's all they really needed to do. He didn't even get the kill. He just got the goo stall.
Given these Gadget spam the use of the goo barrel to think on the fly, you found it, then you can get the goo stall. Beautiful play. Really buying his team. You should have probably had that medium take, because getting that winch early off would have denied that. Having that winch as a utility to stall. But coming in from that other team, not expecting them to even have the capability to get that goo stall, and that's going to be very dangerous. And now that's going to be on their radar.
Yeah, for those of you at home who didn't know, goo is really good. And that's why it's being banned, and that's why we're seeing these top-level players literally carry around a goo barrel in a 1v3 scenario, because that's how good and useful goo can be. As we see Bubba trying to get some mid-range shots in here with the FAMAS. He is finding him, however, we're just going to be playing a healing game at this point unless an absolute melt comes in, and it's looking kind of possible as we see some shots going in through that crack, trying to land that flash. Interesting decision here. I don't hate it. I don't hate the flash grenade. I just think it requires an immense level of teamwork and understanding how the gadget actually works, because it's universal. So just as easily as you can flash the enemies, you can flash your team as well. With that being said, I think it could be absolutely devastating, but we do see Ghosts here on the scene, about just under halftime left on Cash Out C. This is for game point right here, trying to find their way to get into position. We do see a drop come in with the red barrel. That's going to shake things up for Rent Free, maybe throw a wrench in what their original setup was. We're also going to see a double DMAT as well. So just seeing is Wrangler, if he could just get anyone on Rent Free to jump and bite the bait, and it looks like they have. We're now going for a smoke steal, so that must have been a smoke barrel that was found on the map. They do not know where he's at, but he's going to get winched anyway. A nice winch play coming in. Camo is going to fall down, leaving it in a 1v3 scenario. It's just Kaizen all by himself. He's got to clutch up here, because if he dies, this is game over. 1v3 again for Kaizen as they get the immediate reset, trying to find these shots. He cannot, and that is a team wipe. 1-0, Ghosts go up.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge for Ghosts. In my opinion, Rent Free, initially knowing them and not knowing Ghosts, probably the stronger team. But Ghosts making me eat my words and taking this advantage going into this 3-game best of 3 series. Huge going into this next game.
Yeah, really nice stuff out of Ghosts. I was unable to catch their earlier games. I was unfamiliar with their craft, but it looks like they got some absolute ballers over there. So we got some competitive games going on, especially in this back half of the tournament. The best teams truly do remain. Some great stuff. Game 1 going down to the wire. We do have Game 2 on Fortune Stadium. Do you think we're going to see any different approaches from Sis over to Fortune?
I think we're still going to see a lot of the same going into this map. I think the FCAR is a great pick. I think it's slept on just a little bit too much. The FAMAS usually is the secondary pick to the Pike, but FCAR having a great TTK in that regard. Otherwise, I mean, the reason why we haven't seen Ghost is because they went on a crazy losers run. Still to mention that, and now up 1-0 against Rent Free. Will they continue this loser run, or will Rent Free be able to fight back and win on Fortune Stadium, bringing it to Nozomi Citadel? We'll see.
We will see indeed. It looks like we are pretty much ready to get going into our next game, but I was so happy to see the FCAR in use. That is absolutely my favorite weapon to use. Doesn't quite get the spotlight it deserves, and understandably so. It is not the best option for medium in this current meta. However, in the right hands, it does have its place. I do believe that in the right accurate hands, when you work around your team the right way, you can make it work. And we saw that as we saw it out of Wrangler there. I mean, granted, his aim looked a bit better than mine, so he's a bit more effective than I would be with it. But just the fact that we're able to see something different on medium that we really aren't accustomed to seeing is nice and encouraging news.
Well, yeah, I mean, the FCAR is tied for the fastest TTK up close for that medium class. The only issue is the Pike edges it out by a long shot in that long-range engagement. The hipfire on the Pike as well, second to none, except maybe the FAMAS for that hipfire. That's kind of why we don't see the FCAR too much in the meta. Not only is it not that great at distance, but the hipfire is not going to be terribly impressive compared to the FAMAS or the Pike, which allows the FAMAS to kind of sneak in the meta as that secondary pick because of its ability to fight at range consistently, and that up-close hipfire allowing it to be a pretty good weapon in those tight quarter scenarios.
Yes, it's definitely not the weapon that it used to be in Season 1. A bit of an identity crisis since then, but it looks like Wrangler is sticking with it, hitting some long-range shots there. However, that's just going to be a tickle, as you mentioned, with those long-range shots from the FCAR. However, it is still impressive nonetheless to see such long-range shots being hit. We're just peppering away here. I think this is, quite frankly, kind of pointless, but he's finding some serious damage over on Camo. So, I mean, it makes sense in his mind, at least. I don't even know where the money is at this point. The money is currently being plugged in to Vault A, or Cash Out A, I'm sorry. And it looks like because of those extra shots Wrangler was taking, everything here on the side of Ghost is just a step behind now. So it was fun to watch for sure, but a bit questionable when we're looking at the practical standpoint of things. However, they have made their way over to the objective now, and Camo is getting healed up by his light, but not too effectively, Soyo.
Yeah, and the beauty of those shots early on was it was on the heavy, so getting that regen timer started is going to be quite difficult for that heavy. It takes such a long time, but we're going in for the flip. The flip does happen, and now Rent Free engaging, getting that pick on Nasty. Going to follow up with a pick on Glorious Wrangle. Kenny trying to find that reset on his teammate. It's going to be a 2v3 scenario. Will they have the ability to stall? That light goes in aggressively and falls off the map. Unfortunately, dashes in and dashes out off the map as quickly as possible, trying to make that escape. The pressure was just a little bit too much. Nasty finds a body and is going to be able to reset. If I'm not mistaken, that's going to be his medium, which is going to force them to wait for that light body, because the light body is probably going to be up on that floor with the cash out next to the enemy team with Rent Free. That's going to be some free time on that cash out.
Not ideal for sure. Kinney said, I forgot the stove on, guys. I'll be right back. And he got absolutely out of there. But he has made an appearance back onto the scene, an aggressive gateway. So now he's split up by himself. I'm sure that he called out the gateway to his team. I would hope so anyway. They have actually taken the staircase, so not quite as grouped up through that gateway, but they have regrouped together. Really nice long-range shots coming out of the M11, just dinking up the opposing light, forcing him to reposition. I'm actually really liking this play out of Kinney here, getting aggressive, trying to win his one against the light, takes one wrong turn though, and that's actually going to be an attempted steal from Nasty, who's going to fall to the C4, and now it's looking like Kinney's going to go down to the close range ARN shots. So a bit of a turn of events there, and I think it kind of started with the inability for Kinney to get that pick. Had that pick occurred, I think the flip on site could have been more effective, but you're essentially trying to get a pick against a full strength team. I just don't see that happening too frequently, Shaleo.
Yeah, and if you're rent free, this is going to be a huge situation. Going up 1-0 on Fortune Stadium is going to be great, considering their position overall in the series. However, going to be caught a little bit off guard. Eisen finding his escape with that dash as Not Bubba and Camo take this high ground over Ghost.
Yeah, Rent-Free is definitely in a powerful position here, but we do see an aggressive pad that I just love seeing, and I wish more teams would take advantage of. They're going to absolutely try to dunk on Rent-Free here, and they are doing it out of the sky come the Monstars, and they are putting the Toon Squad down. That's a quick wipe front to back, and that's going to be an easy retake here just for possession of the vault. But we see just how powerful jumping on the opposing team is, especially when you're doing it in unison, synchronized like that. It can be absolutely devastating. And then you pair an RPG with it on top of that. That is very hard to deal with when you are the team that is grounded.
Yeah, going into those jump pad RPGs are very volatile. If you do it in the right scenario, you get massive value. But if you're just in the wrong situation, you can get yourself easily beamed without knowing where that team is. So good thing they recognize their position against that team, and now we're able to get huge damage off of it instead of just getting beamed out of the air. But looks like we might going for another jump pad play. Gonna try and flip the sticks over here as that pad goes up, dematting that wall, and now getting some damage. The other team counter pads, and now Nasty gonna be taken out by Camo. Camo getting that trade and getting taken out from Kinney. Kinney falling shortly after. Now we're in a 2v2 scenario because that reset, or 2v1 scenario because that reset came out, and now Glorious Wrangler just waiting, running, trying to buy his time. Now 3v1, will he look to fight and stall this point, or should he make the smart play, wait for his team to reset, get those coins in, let that flip happen, because you still have a minute left to fight.
Yeah, I definitely think he should opt for the latter. Wait for the reset here. A full minute is plenty of time to work with here. We've seen team wipes happen at the snap of a finger. We do see Nasty getting transported across the map thanks to the gateway from Kinney. And now with only about 30 seconds left here, though, things are going to get a little bit different. We do see a light soloed out is Kazin, but he's actually going to escape with his life. We do blow up that C4 that's going to preemptively, just take care of any damage that we might have to deal with. But it's also going to drop it, giving Rent-Free the height advantage. The steal is not stuck as they are taken off, and now Nasty left all by himself. That is not a winnable scenario. Beautiful position coming in out of Rent-Free. They basically, Ghosts kind of wiped themselves. They're forcing that point to fall down. They didn't find any picks when they needed to, and that's going to tie up this series at 1-1 as Rent-Free takes Fortune Stadium Game 2.
Yeah, and that's exactly where those goo grenades being banned is very detrimental. Typically, in that scenario, you'd be able to set up maybe 1 or 2 goo grenades to block that height, have that medium sit right underneath that full cover, and use that other goo grenade to kind of lock it in, force the approach to come from one angle to be able to have that heavy winch them in. But without them, they're just going to need to stay up on that height advantage and then deny any team from looking down. I would have loved to see if Ghost just had 1 or 2 people just sit up there as their team went for the steal, denying that high ground advantage. But Rent-Free really dominating in this match, taking it to them with Not Bubba getting 4 kills, leading the charge for his team.
Yeah, really nice stuff. I mean, we've seen, and you kind of called it, some pretty evenly matched teams duking it out here. Obviously, we've seen some great plays on both sides, some mistakes on both sides as well. That is definitely something that you should come to expect with these teams that are playing currently. Just not the same experience that we're accustomed to seeing, but it is so cool to see a different viewpoint of the game. And I think there's always something to be taken away, no matter how good you actually are at the game. I think you can always learn something. And there's some cool approaches that we're seeing in these fights as well. Some interesting tech, to say the least. And I'd like to see if any of it sticks, or we at least see some attempts at it coming forward in these pro scrims. But we got game 3 coming up. This is to send us to our lower final. So a lot on the line here, and it's going to be on Citadel.
Yeah, and the winner of this match, as you said, gets the fight against LUQQQ. Will the losers run of Ghosts make their way forward, or will Rent Free secure their spot in that lower finals? This is the game to watch on Nozomi Citadel. Like we kind of talked about, touched on earlier in this map pool, Nozomi Citadel is going to bring these teams in these close quarters combat fights. There are still plenty of setups you can do to win these vaults and these cash outs out into the alleyways, but these fights likely are going to break out into these small rooms. We do start off the game with an early gateway pad, as we do see Kenny get the spawn advantage with Team Ghost, going to take up this high ground, get that tap relatively easily. And now Rent Free making their way over on the low ground. Unfortunate spawn for them. They're going to be on the back foot here. B is going to be pretty easy to plug in if they don't push.
Yeah, there's not much you could really do about that situation if you're Rent Free. And it doesn't help that Ghost just speed ran to a power position, essentially getting the tap and then taking the best position, at least on this map for the time being. Rent Free not doing themselves any favors right now, though, lurking down below. I think they're going to be trying to just wait for a mistake, but I don't think, well, maybe I'm wrong, as we do see the light on being Kin making an aggressive push here over on Vault 1. Ghost getting way too aggressive here for my liking, absolutely giving up their power position. They're now going to give up even more position as Wrangler gets taken out. Nasty's going to fall as well, as he's going to get winched in, and that's just going to leave Kin all by himself in a 1v3, and he is not able to do that. So I'm glad I didn't finish my statement, because Ghost absolutely gave up that positioning there, and I can't seem to think of a good reason as to why.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Ghost thought it was a good idea to maybe go for that gateway. If they did get away with it, they would have had crazy amount of space for that plug, but unfortunately just not really the right play, time, or space to be able to get that rotation out. Giving up that high ground, like you said, very detrimental to their ability to defend their position. Now that setup coming out, winch from Rent Free, gonna get beamed out. Glorious Wrangle may get taken out on that high ground. Does not go out without any damage though. Kaizen, 1 HP, does find up getting that trade. Kenny finding that value, and now we're in a 2v2 scenario. Hopefully a reset comes out from both teams, but they do get a reset on Rent Free. Now 1v1 against Camo. 1 HP. Double melee comes out. Nasty, but without that, it looks like Nasty's just gonna be alone, and now fighting him for his all in this dome. Gonna be able to try and make an escape with that zip line, but ends up getting taken out.
Yeah, Nasty gave it the old college try there for sure, as we're going to get a nice replay on this winch, and 1v1 diff on the opposing heavy. So a great win here. Unfortunately, his team was not able to hold up their end of the bargain in their ones, but good stuff out of Nasty there. You just, once you're left in that 1v2 and you have a shack with 20 bullets, there's really just not that much you can really do about it. But we do see Ghost coming off spawn here. They have enough time to make a play happen. They are going for a gateway push, thanks to that jump pad play that we've seen so much these last few seasons. And now we're going to see another jump pad come in, because that is the play being played out perfectly. We do see Rent Free kind of kited off site, and this box is in a tough spot. I would like to see Nasty winch it somewhere a bit safer before attempting to steal it. DMAT's probably going to be necessary, and he has no idea that he's actually winching it closer to Rent Free. He's now been absolutely picked off, being Wrangler, leaving Kenny at half health and Nasty all by himself. Nasty kind of stuck in no man's land here. He wants to go for the steal, but instead he's just in a position where he can't get any damage done, and he's also not stealing it. So they were definitely in a tough position, don't get me wrong, but the indecisiveness out of Nasty there could have proven to be detrimental for sure, as Rent Free goes up 1-0.
Yeah, and now Ghost's backs are to the wall. this could be the end of their losers bracket run. Renfree's in a great position to take this game on the Tourney Citadel. Not only do they have a gateway on this box, but they already won that first cash out convincingly. We do see Ghost trying to get ahead of them a little bit, get the cash outs to their back. Smart play, good positional awareness. Not Bubba, going to be taking some early shots towards them as Nasty, as Camo jumps over and tries to take the value. That ARN getting some great value, taking out Nasty. Not Bubba going to be able to get that pick. Now, going to go for that H1 Infuser, trying to reset his team. But unfortunately, Not Bubba going to get taken out by Kenny. And now we're in a 2v2.
Yeah, 2v2 situation, but Ghosts have hit the reset at least somewhat, and Rent-Free's just getting taken down. The health not all there for Ghosts, but they are feeling comfortable anyway. Kaizen says, you know what, I got something, and he's just trying to get out of there. He's going to throw that box and then take a tactical wipe. Probably the smartest play he could have made in that situation. Let's see how fast Ghost can turn things around and get this going, because that is annoying to deal with. If you are Ghost, you just absolutely dominated that team fight. But looking at the scores here, it looks like Bubba is dominating in the kills department, 6-1. So huge stuff coming out of Bubba. Kenny doing well on the other side of things as well. Everyone else kind of struggling on the lower to the middle end of the pack, but it's a team game at the end of the day. So sometimes you're just in those sets and situations where somebody is going to shine.
Yeah, and look at this spawn of not what they wanted when you melee throw that box away, because they still have to chase it down almost all the way across the map. They do get the plug. Team Ghost in the advantage. Gonna flash himself? Am I crazy? He threw that, took the pad, and flashed himself. Unless we see Ghost on that flash. But now, going in, getting some good damage. Camo, unfortunately, half health and gonna have to wait for that regen unless he does get infused by Kaizen. Now, Camo not going to get that heal that he wanted or needed, and now Bubba going to be taken out. Kaizen, last one left, back against the wall, going to just end up get that reset for his team. 30 seconds only in on this cash out, so probably for the best to wipe.
We've got ourselves a bit of a dogfight here. It has been back and forth all series. No easy games going either way. Kin again adding on to the kill total, finding 2 in that fight right there. Wrangler found the other. And now it's going to get interesting. We have about a minute left on this push, but if we've seen anything as of late, these slower developing plays, this could very well end up being the final push, as we do see Rent-Free trying to get onto the scene here. Originally thinking first floor, now taking the jump pad. We have a lot of health going down. Nasty very low, so is Camo. Huge heals coming in from Keizo. Bubba about to lose his life as Camo does. Nasty has already fallen. Glorious now down to half health, and a lot of carnage ensuing. A reset comes in, so we are going to see Ghost, 3 men alive, at least for the time being. Rent-Free all gone. And I do not know if there's going to be any more time for this one, as we are going to see. It looks like Ghost is going to tie this one up at 1-1 here, Sansoyo.
Yeah, and if you're Ghost, you're taking a sigh of relief going to this final cash box, but the game isn't over yet. You still have to win one more to secure your spot into the next round. Look, if I'm Rent-Free, you're setting up right now, just playing this position for the next vault. Going to try and get an advantage and get an early pick as we see Ghost rotate over. You should be setting up, instead of playing this first floor, rotating over to that vault, because now it's going to be a race to whoever gets that positional advantage first.
Yeah, it's a race for position, and I think the point of taking attack wipe, at least on this fight, has probably left the building. Everybody from this point on, you're just going to want to maintain as much as control as you possibly can. You do not want to be playing from a deficit. This is match and series point here. So Camo is going to find the one on Kenny, but now he's in a bit of a weird position, as that is actually Nasty in the odd position, and he's going to get absolutely jumped on as well. But he puts out some really good damage all by himself in a 2v1 scenario, and that is unfortunate. Nasty really trying his best to make something happen out of nothing there, but it looks like Rent-Free is going to walk out of that team fight pretty convincingly. Just the teamwork prevailing yet again. But kill department, Kenny is absolutely cooking up. So I would like to see maybe a crazy last second play where Kenny hits him with the 1v3 to solidify his destiny as the future of Pro League. But who knows, Sansoyo?
Look, I mean, this is Renfree's major advantage, getting this plug, winning that vault fight, and the glitch coming out. Wow, now they're going to have a tough trek over to this point. That small bridge over there is breakable, so we're going to be making the wraparound over to these more secure bridges with a little bit more cover on that right side of this building, a little bit harder to gap and shoot over at this team. A pad comes out trying to make the rotation over. Will they be able to get over? It's going to be their medium and the light left. Got to avoid these beams. 1 HP, almost 1 bar on Kenny, and finds an RPG, finds the short end of that. And now it's going to be a 2v3. Good damage coming out, though. Renfree going to get maybe a pick. And now 1v2. Will he be able to clean off that reload? So intense, though. So very tough for that Shack.
Yeah, the Shack is so good at winning its one, but once it wins its one, it needs about 3.5 business days to actually recover and be ready to win yet another one. And we see that time and time again. Unfortunately, Nasty just not able to seal the deal there. Left as the last man standing yet again. We have one more play left at it, and unfortunately, it's not going to be the option A or option B. This is going to be the kitchen sink option. As you see our light trying to get us over there as fast as possible. He's going to get an unfortunate bounce. Kenny out of the game for the remainder, so we're just going to see Glorious Wrangler do his best to go for a flip here. We have a lot of utilities still on point. No option but to hop this, and we're just going to see an absolute dive. 1 stop, 2 stops. That's a team wipe. Not how you want it to go out if you were Team Ghost, but beautifully played out of Renfree, and they just punched their ticket to the lower final.
Look, I mean, in those final last-second scenarios, the pressure can get to you. Not being able to make it over there does get his team in there, however. They do have a pretty good spot, but was looking dire regardless of whether or not the light was there to support. That heal could have been pretty good to maybe get that last second flip. With no goo in sight, that health pool is very critical for that steal. But unfortunately, it looks like Ghosts get knocked out.
Yeah, it was already a tough play to begin with. And then the lack of the light there just made it even more difficult. Who knows what could have happened? Hindsight isn't even 2020 here, because I don't know what would have happened. However, we do know that Renfree really pulled it together. They are looking like quite a strong team, and I am so excited to get into this lower final. Soya, were you surprised by anything in that series?
I think Ghosts had a great showing early on. The game's going back and forth. So I really was excited to see that game go to a game 3, to see how they adapted from those mid to long range maps going into a little bit more of a close range map. Obviously, you still have those scenarios just like Sis Horizon. You have to make your way across those alleyways, across those streets, put yourself out there. But once you get across, it's very close range.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. We do have our lower final, and after that is going to be our grand final. So I think we are just going to be letting those teams get situated. We got to go through map bans. We got to go through weapon and gadget bans as well. So bear with us, chat, and we will get this rolling out to you as soon as possible.
I would like to say this is going to be a run back between LUQQQ and Renfree. LUQQQ taking the last game up in the semifinals against Renfree 2-0. So this is Renfree's opportunity to prove that was a fluke. Their opportunity to show up and secure their spot in grand finals. It really is going to come down to the wire, I imagine. I think Renfree, coming off a hot win, finding their place in this game, finding that they have what it takes to make their way in grand finals. LUQQQ also coming off of a loss, getting knocked down into lower finals. But they've proven themselves that they do have what it takes, making their way up all the way up to upper finals in that winner's bracket. This is going to be a match that really decides the narrative and who is going to come up against Quality Control. So, with that being said, we're going to hit it to a short break. I'm Sensoyo, my co-caster Merch. Stay tuned. We're going to come back right at you with the map bans after this break.
welcome to 8 Squad's new website. We've got tons of new features for you, including up-to-date weapon charts and our official 8 Pro Rank list. If you appreciate what we're doing, consider supporting the squad by checking out our merch and donation pages. We're also proud to reveal our ultra-high resolution, true-to-game, strategic maps. Keep an eye on this as we roll out new interactive features coming soon. Check us out at 8squad.org. We'll see you in the finals.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Merch, joined by Sun Soyo, and we are presenting to you the Luck Cup lower final right now between Low Key and Rent Free. Our picks are in. We have the maps, we have the bands. Do you want to go over those, Soyo?
Yeah, for the map pool, we're going Sis Horizon, Monaco, and for our decider, it's going to be Bernal. Very long-range maps, in my opinion. Monaco and Bernal being great advantages for that medium and the light class. Although we have a little bit of a shakeup, as we've kind of seen in the previous few games. We see the Pike still being banned and the Shack being banned for that heavy class. So maybe Bernal might be a little bit of a shakeup there for who's going to be that power class.
Yeah, absolutely. I do enjoy seeing the Pike ban. Interesting to see the Shack ban as well. I'm assuming we get to see some Deagles come into play now to maybe make up for some range in these long-range maps. However, it just would never be a surprise to see the SA-12 come back out. Pretty much a staple pick for the heavy class from day one of this game. But without the presence of the Pike on these maps, it is going to be interesting. We saw the FAMAS. That's pretty much been the go-to if we're not going with the Pike. But seeing the bans on the Gadgets is where it gets interesting. A Pyromine has been banned, and Smoke Grenade's banned yet again. So Smoke Grenade, pretty standard ban we're seeing. I think everyone in the world is happy about that one. But interesting to see the Pyromine ban. It's definitely good in its own rights. However, just the frequency of it actually being used to call for a ban on it, that's what's interesting to me, Since but we are jumping into map number 1 here just now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very meta-focused map. We do see Low Key sitting on the high ground, going to get pulled up on by the Camo's winch, maybe looking for some value, does not find it. Eats an RPG himself, drops that dome, and going into this fight, whipping a little bit of shots, but finally finds the damage that he needs to define that pick, and it looks like Low Key will take this fight.
Yeah, convincing work out of that SA-12. Right on cue. It was meta day one, and it kind of just stayed that way. It doesn't really seem to matter what they do with it, just the nature of the weapon and its effectiveness for the playstyle of the heavy is just what makes it so good. That burst damage that it puts out in those initial 4 shots is so devastating. When you land them all, you're at such a huge advantage. But we do see Low Key trying to get a bit of a setup here. They dematted down 1 spot, so that's going to force whoever's sealing to kind of be in a bit of a kill pocket there. Some long-range shots coming in from Kaizen, putting Max down to about half health. And now we actually see Bubba finding the off angle, somewhat of what a light would be doing. But we do see a nice aggressive pad coming in. So all of Rent Free pretty much together, doing some ice fishing as Fear gets taken down. Max almost gets turned on. He's going to fall to about half health. Camo putting some heavy shots in there. Now going to stick the hand res as well. Max falls. That leaves K2 all by himself. He did just 1v3 the fight before. However, he's going to opt to get Fear back up, and Fear is actually going to get Max back up. So a quick reset out of Loke. Now K2 falls. Fear is about to go down again. So Max, last one left for Low Key in a 1v3 scenario. This is not where you want to be if you are Max. I would love to see a flip attempt at least start, as we are seeing that out of Bubba. Max kind of escaping with his life though, so full team opting to go for the flip here versus just sending one person there and the rest go for the kills. I personally would have liked to see them hunt down for that wipe, but you know, what would you have done, Sensoyo?
I think going for this reset is going to be huge. I don't know. I think rotating around earlier on for Low Key, since they know have that C4, being able to drop that out and poke from that inside building as that cash out drops out into the middle of the street is definitely the best play. They stayed a little bit too out in the open. Kiting earlier on would have been the best play there. But now, Max Proto might be able to get an opportunity to force the point. Hops in the last second, not to be able to write it down, though, if a drop comes out. No drop coming out. This could be dangerous. Oh, and no, they don't get to hold it on that drop. Maybe writing it down. That medium had the right idea, but unfortunately, it looks like Low Key's now going to get taken out. He's taking huge damage now. Just Fear left. The medium had the right idea. You need to hop on top of that cash out. I do think Low Key would have gotten that if they had done that, positioned a little bit better to track that cash out.
Yeah, nobody from Rent Free was honestly in too great of a position to stop that. And there wasn't a stall set up on it, it seems, or if there was, it was glitched or something. I didn't quite catch it, but the defense was not quite properly set up for Rent Free, and just a bit of a mistake not being able to ride the cash out all the way down was the deciding factor there. Because I think you're right. I think they did have that time. But now we're seeing Rent Free keeping this ball rolling, tapping Vault 2 pretty quickly. As you see, LUQQQ now just getting their crouch walk on, try not to make as much sound as they can. Right on cue, they're going to demat and make plenty of sound, but it doesn't really matter because that money is already on the move. And now we have LUQQQ just playing a game of catch-up. I don't love this rushed plug that we're seeing out of Rent Free. They're about to get absolutely aped on here as you see some heavy shots coming in from the M11. That's going to send Kazin down to 1 HP. Bubba gets instantly melted. Camo's going down. He's getting healed, but Kazin actually on his health regen right now. So huge stuff coming in. Puerto getting his team back up to health. Fear finding the res as well. Rent Free now left to just one man standing, and it's the light yet again. He does get his res off though, so that is good. That's going to make it a 2v3 fight, a bit more balanced. However, you're fighting without your heavy in these close quarters scenarios. That SA-12 has just been doing so much damage so early already. Now some ice fishing coming in from Bubba, so playing it moderately well. But we do see a flip come in, and now Rent Free again all by themselves, wisely taking the wipe here as fast as they can. Luckily, they're going to still have enough time for this one to go for one more play.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge. Winching this point out into this alleyway is going to offer them the advantage of being able to play almost anywhere, any level on this building. They have the ability to look down, shoot down at anyone's ceiling. Goo is in play this round, so we can see a little bit of blocking off from lines of sight, using that Goo to its effectiveness. But with only 30 seconds left, it's going to be very tough to find a pick and then go in. They need to find a pick.
Yeah, the pick is pretty much going to be the deciding factor here. There's so many things that can go wrong if you don't get this pick. However, I don't believe Goo is currently banned, so Goo should be a factor in play. We do see the Goo come in. That can help just a bit. No picks have occurred. Glitches come in. A stall does take place. Everybody's taking some heavy fire. K2 falls. Camel falls as well. The point has been stalled, and it looks like it's been stalled enough for LUQQQ to tie this one up. Now they just got to get their heavy back up, but it looks like Kazen's going to go for a bit of a dive here. Runs out of bullets. The quick reload, however, Max Puerto jumps back out and absolutely world stars him. Not enough, though, as now he's about 10 HP, getting his health back. He knows exactly where Bubba is, getting that res off, but it doesn't matter. He can't do anything about it. So Rent Free about to be at full capacity yet again, and it looks like LUQQQ is just out of there. They're going to coin. They probably have plenty. They don't have to worry about it. They're not even going to risk this fight.
Yeah, and Max Puerto making the smart move, rotating away, getting that coins in, and getting the best spawn for his team with the cash outs at their back. Still waiting for Fear to coin in, and because Pink Team has moved close in, it's going to be a little bit of a hike for Fear to regroup with his team. Going to still have to wait for that regroup, and now Rent Free is going to position in a great spot to yoink this cash out, maybe go for that gateway play. Heavy getting caught off a little bit out of no man's land, and gonna get taken out if Max Puerto can't find this kill, but it's Fear who ends up putting the last bullet into him.
Yeah, so just like that, numbers again are going to sway towards the favor of LUQQQ, and health as well. 1v3 now. Kaizen yet again, last man standing. He does find a pick, but I don't think it's really going to be to much avail. The only good thing is that he's throwing that money pretty far away. Seeing the res come in now as we do see the wipe on Rent Free. So resin in the fire here as we do get a replay on these nice picks that we were able to get from Fear over here.
Yeah, last second there, almost made the escape away from him. Same thing right here, such low health, being able to clean up those picks, and now we see LUQQQ able to set up this point, winch it out. Huge advantage yet again, looking very dire on this game one for Rent Free. They're gonna have to make a play. They have plenty of time to look for this team. I wouldn't go for the bait early on because they just found them. Now you have to chase after them just a little bit, but also keep in mind that you have to play relatively safe. Great plays from LUQQQ, looking for that high ground, taking out Kaizen early on, and now it's looking very bad for Rent-Free. A fight breaks out, gonna not find that pick because that light was there to heal for his medium. A winch comes out, and it looks like Camo should just drop now. 45 seconds in, still plenty of time to respawn and go for another attempt.
Yeah, that was pretty much an optimal window of time there for you to take the wipe. As we do take a look at the scoreboard here, K2 popping off some even kill distribution out of Rent-Free, but it's looking like in the slaying department, just the more convincing fights have gone the way of LUQQQ, who are currently in control here. We're going to see an aggressive gateway, trying to get them onto the scene as fast as possible. They're actually ahead of LUQQQ here. LUQQQ is going to be coming from behind them, and I think they now realize this as they've pretty much run out of options as to where they can be getting pushed from. Rent-Free find themselves in a not great position here, down low with low HP. RPG out for K2 though, so he is going to be without that RPG probably for the remainder of this game. Heavy shots, but nobody is going down. The health is certainly favoring LUQQQ, and so is the positioning as they have height advantage. Huge RPG and a huge winch. Nice shots coming in from K2, taking out Camo there. Rent-Free is going to have to do a lot in a short period of time, and I'm just not quite sure they have the ability. They are hopping it, but he's immediately going to get taken out, leaving Bubba all by himself. Not much he can do here. The 1v3 and a dream with just no time left. Game one is going to go to LUQQQ.
Yeah, LUQQQ taking game one. These games look like they're going down to the wire on these vault fights. Whoever wins them out is going to be able to set up and hold this cash very securely. As we saw, LUQQQ had some great setups on this Cis Horizon map, being able to winch them out into the alleyway, and not 2K with 10 kills in this game. And now Max Puerto following that up with 7 kills, really dominating the battlefield. Fear getting some good support damage out there. Not going to be the main frag for his team, but on the other side, Kaizen 6 kills, not Bubba 5, and Camo with just 2. Looks like these vault fights are really deciding who is going to win this.
Yeah, which is interesting. Not not that the fights are pointless, but we see a lot of teams almost at a certain point take the vault fight off. They don't really seem to care about it. You still get over 2 minutes to really get an attempt at it. Obviously, you want to be in the driver's seat. You want to be the team defending. That is just naturally the more advantageous position to be in. But some teams are prioritizing their positioning or a future spawn, perhaps, just a different approach. Some teams play better when they're attacking. It's just the nature of the game sometimes. Everybody has their style. But we are seeing in this tournament specifically, the winner of the vault fight has been holding box a significant more, the hold rate, I guess I should say, has to be through the roof for this tournament versus previous gameplay that we've seen over here.
Yeah, and now we're going to Monaco. This is a huge change up. Probably one of the most different maps in the game. Gonna really focus on that long range. We might see the Deagles come out from the heavy. I've seen the sniper come out from players in PHL, as well as that ARN is going to be probably the top pick for that light class in this game specifically. A great spawn comes out for LUQQQ, but Rent-Free, without a doubt, is going for that cathedral point. Going to be posturing up on that high ground, looking for that positional advantage. Going to be able to beam down on this team, but with no pike in sight, the FAMAS is going to be a little bit more of a tickle weapon compared to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny that you mentioned the sniper. Not that I want to see the sniper make its way into the meta by any means, but without the presence of the pike, I do think a sniper can have an absolute field day on this map specifically. I've seen a lot of high-level pros running it in scrims almost as a bit of a troll, but they found more success than I think they anticipated with it. Regardless, no sniper here in this match, and Max Puerto's down to about 50 HP. Not 2K is down and out of this fight. Fear is going to fall as well. 3v1 leaving Max all by himself. He is going to find the pick on Kaizen though with some really nice shots, but Bubba seems to have sniffed him out. Max, absolutely no fear with the rechow on Bubba. He does not care. He says, I'll either win this one or take the wipe. It doesn't matter. And now it just looks like Rent-Free toying with their food a little bit before finally getting that wipe on Max.
Yeah, Max Puerto juking out, not Bubba. Bubba just ended up, I'm just going to go grab the vault and start rotating, let my team clean up this fight. But gonna get this plug over into Grandma's. Grandma's oven is warm, those cookies are ready, and that cash out is going in.
What kind of cookies are they?
I think we're cooking up some chocolate chip cookies, you know, going in, maybe some snickerdoodles for the vibes of the money, but we're not going to be playing up on this roof, not going for those early shots on low key. They get a free rotate over into this building. That's not what you want to see. Rent-Free needs to be holding that spawn, holding them away, buying more time as much as they can. But now, low key, posturing up, gonna take a head glitch fight, most likely. Instead, gonna go for an RPG. Ooh. Huge RPG on Rent-Free. Gonna get a pick. Max Puerto finds that pick, and now going in with that winch. Not K2 gets knocked out, and now we're in a 2v2 scenario. It looks like Kaizen gets dropped, and Camo RPGs himself to get that early wipe. Maybe trying to find some pick, but unfortunately ends up damaging himself and taking him out. Look, low key, go up on that roof, find the spawn, and start beaming them right when they spawn in, please.
For real, I was just going to touch on that. I'm glad you did, because that's the second time that in back-to-back Monacos that we've seen where they just aren't set up on the roof. It looks like they are slightly set up for it this time, but they should not still be at full health, in my opinion. And no ranked game have I ever played have I been full health making this push right here, and yet we see it back-to-back times. Craziness. We have seen the box get manipulated out into the open, so that is a bit of an advantage for low key. However, they've been completely jumped up on by Rent-Free without any intel whatsoever. Fear completely falls here with about 15 seconds left on point. Low-key's going to have to play tight, and they're just going to have to play their lives to the best of their ability. Stall like you've never stalled before, but it's not looking possible as we do see a flip coming in. Max Puerto all by himself. Even if he finds one, is not going to matter, but he doesn't even get the one. Just like that, 2 retakes on a point that really should not ever be retaken, in my opinion, Sunsoida.
Look, I'm just going to say that fight came down to that spawn camp. Look, if you're watching PHL, if you've seen any Monaco game, Grandma's comes up a lot. You see them beaming down. Take it notes, chat. If you're going to be defending that cash out, that spawn happens every time. You're able to beam down on those who spawn over on that statue. Take that advantage damage that you can find, delay them from pushing your point, and then you can start ratting up, playing the time. But as we saw, Rent-Free taking advantage of the ability to just get that free gateway pad over, and was able to take the damage advantage. And now we're playing Bob the Builder over here, moving this crane. Gonna be taking some early shots at up with those deagles, finding Max Puerto's head.
Well, Camo is just looking to do some renovations. He's got his side job. He said he had Pro League at 4, but he's got to install a window at 5, so he's just getting ready to go. He now has a perfect height advantage, though, so honestly, a pretty good play in the grand scheme of things out of Camo. A beautiful height advantage that he's just going to give up for no reason and try to 2v1, get the pick over here on K2. Not a terrible push, but K2 finds the 1, so he's got to win his 1v1 here, as it looks like Kaizen's just going to show up and find that kill anyway, leaving Fear all by himself across the map. This money sitting in no man's land. It's pretty much as far from points as it's going to get anyway, so Fear doesn't really need to move it anymore. I think instead, he's just going to wait for the boys to reset. A pretty good play. Interesting from both sides to see how that one actually played out, though.
Yeah, and this plug coming in for Rent-Free. This is a great scenario to be in. Not only did you win that last fight, that's great for the ego, but getting this plug in and getting that early pick on Fear. Fear really putting himself out there without his team to back him up. Now, Max finding himself in a little bit of a duel, gets away, but not K2 is gonna be in the line of sight of Rent-Free now. Gonna try and deny this res, baiting that C4 RPG, huge C4 RPG on Camo. Now gonna get that counter winch, fighting a 2v1, gonna get some great damage, but not without being taken out himself. Now, Kaizen, last one up. And not Bubba as well, my bad.
some really nice stuff here as we see the winch. I touched on this before. Sometimes you just want to be the second person to winch. Maybe keep that winch on the burner. Wait for it. If you're a heavy at home, take notes. Everything is always situational, but it seemed more often than not the second person to actually get that winch off is the one who gets away with their life here. We do see LUQQQ coming off spawn here. Not that much time to work with, especially considering that everybody knows where everybody is, but I don't think they've noticed the player on the crane, actually, that is just raining down some heavy fire. The crane, however, not going to be in a great position to deal with this specific stop, as Max just going for the stick, drops from right in front of his face. Now 30 seconds left. They are trading who is going for the steal here as K2 has fallen. So does Fear. I think we're just seeing a bit over aggression on the objective play as Max doing everything he can to stay alive. He does for the time being, but it's not enough, and that's going to be to no avail as we have Rent Free evening up the series now at 1-1 with a convincing 2-0 here on Monaco.
Yeah, and Rent Free no longer has their back against the wall, going to even things up like you just said. Going to be taking this to a game 3. This is going to be a great map. We do see Bernal going to be coming out as this decider. What do you think these players are going to be swapping to? Do you think we'll be seeing the Deagles yet again because that Pike is banned? Or do you think we'll be seeing the SA-12 come out from both these heavies?
I think both heavies looked relatively comfortable using their respective loadouts, both with the Deagles in hand and SA-12 in hand. I personally would probably use the Deagles just for my play style. I'm also just not very well versed with the SA-12, but given the long sight lines that are potentially there on Bernal, I would love to see some Deagle gameplay come in to just kind of replace the Pike because it has been such a dominant factor in this current meta on these types of maps, and entire strategies and setups have evolved around the Pike. I think if you're trying to like work on the fly here, that the Deagles will probably be your best bet to replace that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that logic right there. This map, Bernal, is, to me, pretty volatile in the cash out spawns. Sometimes it can be rather difficult. You get that amphitheater, that circle spawn, that can be very difficult. You're forced to manipulate it with that winch pad. Maybe bring it over closer to that Via building, as well as you have Cathedral Church, which offers a great high ground position to defend from. One of those cash outs spawning right up in that bell tower. Interesting spawn there. Interesting change, because not only do you have to climb all the way up to that ladder and make yourself pretty vulnerable there, but you also have to worry about the drop all the way down into the stairwell there. Going to come down to the spawns, in my opinion, to see what is going to work out.
Yeah, only time will tell when it comes to Bernal, but luckily for us, we don't have to wait that much more time as we are pretty much getting right into it here. One of my favorite things about Bernal is, aside from a couple of those points, it's a pretty balanced map, very volatile, as you said, kind of up in the air as far as, yeah, you're just as likely to hold this as you are to get it stolen from you, depending on how these teams are approaching it. And that original setup, a lot of walls, a lot of cement walls on this map that really just make moving around it difficult. It makes Dematerializer so powerful on this map, as well as the Winch Claw. When you really pair those things together, you can literally move a box into a different facility with just one DMAT and one Winch Claw. So a lot of potential to come out here on Bernal, and I can't wait to see it develop. But we do see Rent Free getting that early tap on Vault 1 here as they've received the significantly more favorable spawn.
Yeah, the big gateway pushing aggressively. Max Puerto going to set up his team on this high ground. Now we're in a face check scenario. This is exactly what we were talking about. Being able to use these head glitches to your advantage, that heavy and that light and medium. Now, not K2 taking some big damage. A glitch comes out through that wall. And now, Fear in the crosshairs. Camo does go down. Fear getting that pick. But now, Max Puerto, 1 HP. Fear drops. Kaizen gets taken out. And it looks like LUQQQ taking this first fight. Look, this is going to be a huge advantage for LUQQQ. But one thing to note in this game, the loser is still in the money. So whoever wins or loses is still coming out with a little bit of cash.
Yeah, that's got to be an awesome feeling as an amateur gamer here. Perhaps a lot of these guys' first times in a tournament and a lot of their first times winning money off of gaming. So congratulations to those guys. Honestly, that is such a cool and awesome feeling. And it is cool to be part of it, even on the casting side of things. But we do see Rent Free. They're going to have to figure something out here as they're coming off spawn. It looks like Low-Key has attempted some sort of a setup, but it actually looks like Rent Free might be in a better position, at least for the time being. Bubba finds all three of them, though, at once. That is not ideal. Now just trying to do his best to stay alive. Camo, on the other hand, is going to fall. Kaizen just doing his best to play his life. Bubba taking some damage, but also being effective and efficient. Finding the res pretty quickly on Camo there. All still alive for Low-Key, with beautiful shots coming in from Bubba. It's not enough, and at the snap of a finger, all three players pretty much fall simultaneously. So a beautiful hold out of Low-Key. They did set up, but they were in a bad spot there for a second, even though they were on defense.
Yeah, Low-Key really had a great fight. And look at this scoreboard, only 2 kills from Rent Free. This might not be their map, but this cash out still not over yet. Got a minute left, just under. Gonna make a great push towards it. Wasting the pad just a little bit early. Not sure if that's gonna come into effect going into this next fight. Gonna look for the find. They do spot them. No damage comes out, just very little. And now looking for this point. C4 on. May take some damage on this bait. Doesn't opt to go for it as they look to get some kills. Kaizen, Bubba getting taken out by not K2.
Oh.
Not sure what Camo's doing. Just trying to kill himself. Not even going to give an opportunity.
Yeah, questionable decision there. I mean, I think you at least got to go for it. Questionable decision there, to say the least. I personally think I would have played it a bit differently. But then again, I'm a caster and these guys are players, so what do I know? But going into vault number 2, it looks like Low-Key has taken a 1-0 lead there. Just a bit of a breakdown on the positioning from Rent Free. It looked like just not quite playing each other's angles the way they needed to. I am hoping to see them regroup here because they've been playing very well, and I would love to see them make a little bit of a push here. But we're going to see a very similar fight to the one we saw on the opening side of things. Maybe they'll be more prepared for it this time around, as Max Puerto has taken a lot of damage. Camo trailing behind. He doesn't quite clip onto that jump pad, and he's going to miss his jump as well. So going to be a little bit later to the fight than he would like to be. But it doesn't seem to have affected that many things. Vault 2 still not touched. Both teams just egoing and shouldering for position here, which currently Rent Free has the advantage, but they're actually going to back up a little bit, and that's going to allow Low-Key to hit a huge RPG pad on him. But Max gets taken out anyway, even though the numbers and the health seem to favor Rent Free. Max all by himself, some huge heals coming in as well from Kaizen, and that's going to win them the fight right there. So a really nice play out of Rent Free here. I mean, the swings these fights are taking is very unconventional when you see such large chunks of health jumping, and then the other team ends up winning the fight anyway.
Yeah, Rent Free definitely in a great position. This bar situation, this corner, messing up the gateway, going to put them a little bit behind. Does have a reverse gateway though, but that throw over there from Camo, a little bit of a discombobulation for this rotation. And now Low-Key might get the better end of the positioning here. That blunder gonna force Kaizen to take some damage and get pressured. Gonna get that H1 infuser up, but it's not gonna be enough. He's gonna be winched away, getting taken out. Not Bubba, last one up. Melee punched that away, misses the punch, but gets the throw a little bit distance on that cash out. Low-Key just swinging that back from the rotation blunder. Wow.
Yeah, Low-Key is in the fights they look really good. I think some of the decision making you can leave up for question, to say the least. However, when it comes to their team fights, they very frequently have each other's trades. They understand each other's play style very well, it seems, and they're complementing each other as well. Going for a bit of a different manipulation on this box than we're accustomed to seeing, and it looks like Camo and the boys are going to be right on the scene. That RPG could be huge, but instead it finds absolutely nothing. That is quite unfortunate. RPG out for another 30 seconds. We're going to be waiting for that cooldown. Still both teams at full health. Nothing 2 series has occurred yet. Low-key stacked extremely on top of each other, and now without the presence of an RPG, that might be okay. However, that winch is guaranteed to find one person when 3 people are standing there, and he's going to completely fall. Is K2. Camo smelling blood in the water, holding W, really getting aggressive here. I love to see it. 3v2 scenario. They know exactly where both members of Low-key are. Camo not able to find the shots here, but he is going to go for the steal. I actually do like this play. You're going to force the hand of Low-key, and as long as they get the trades here, it's going to be worth it. They are going to find another one there. K2's coin should be coming in a matter of seconds, but they are going to get the flip anyway. Now this forces Max to just play his life, and they're probably going to have to play for another coin here. So beautiful play out of Rent Free, forcing the hand of Low-key, and this timing that they're getting on the coins is actually going to be extremely detrimental.
Yeah, Rent Free finally finding their footing, getting that rent to their landlords, and now they're going to maybe cash out, have enough money to pay that debt. But going into this, 30 seconds left, they do spawn in. Low-key is right here, front and center, pushing aggressively. They have a great hold on Fear. They're going to find it difficult to cross that gap. A little bit of a phobia there. Going in, last second steal may come out, but not enough time, it looks like. It looks like Rent Free is going to even things up on Bernal. And now, great position. Going to get that picks on Max Puerto. And find Fear. Fear now in a 1v1 against Kaizen. Kaizen gets taken out, and not K2 falling shortly after Camo with those deagles.
Yeah, some beautiful shots there. Some crazy footwork, if you will, out of Kaizen. Had his enemy absolutely on skates. Knew exactly where he was coming from and just makes him dance. Great stuff out of Kaizen. Evening up the score 1-1. Series 1-1. This is for the grand final here, chat. 1 point left. Winner of this box is going to the grand final, and both teams all the pressure in the world. Rent Free a bit of an advantage as they do have the tap and they do have a gateway set up as well. Camo just trying his best to get over to his team. A long throw from Tom Brady over there to get that plug set up, and Low-key,
they aren't looking too hot on these rotations. Oh my, Camo getting taken out early. Sorry, Merch, for that interruption. Kaizen getting taken out, and Bubba. These rotations are not looking very good from Rent Free. Tom Brady throws, but the accuracy of a novice.
He threw it that far, but I don't know exactly if anyone was quite ready for the throw. He threw it to the wrong receiver. He ran the wrong route, and now we see Low-key in possession here. So again, just some weird momentum swings that I'm not really accustomed to seeing. Just, I don't want to say blunders, but teams that are in extremely advantageous positions end up losing quite a bit, and that's been the running theme of today, as we do see some nice shots coming in from those Eagles on Camo. Does not spot the enemy that was visible on his camera, at least for a moment. RPG directly into the dome shield, not going to do much. Max Puerto does find the pick on Kaizen. Bubba's going to find his pick on K2, leaving this in another 2v2 scenario. Bubba playing around with half health, though, getting kind of risky. Now we have the res coming into the hands of Low-key. All 3 alive, but all 3 are pretty weak as well. No reset yet for Rent Free. Make it a reset as they do get that defib in. About halftime remaining on this point, which has been moved into the streets of Bernal. Camo getting antsy, actually drops him his advantageous position. He's going to land that winch on the medium, who's going to goo him off and stall and get away with his life. So huge stuff coming in from that medium, unable to get the kill as Camo. Mayhem ensuing on the first floor here of Bernal, and Camo finally finds his pick. Make it 2 picks going to the hands of Rent Free, and this is huge. If they can get this flip and delay the wipe, this would be absolutely massive, Soyo.
Yeah, going in for the steal, 30 seconds left. Not looking good, but Fear getting a great goose dog, but short on the health department. Gonna get taken out, and this is Low-key's downfall. Gonna get that flip. Rent Free gonna take this cash, gonna take the game, and gonna take the set.
Yeah, just like that. Anticlimactic in the sense that we are just waiting on the timer here, but an extremely hectic fight that actually led up to this moment. Great play out of Rent Free, playing it perfectly, forcing the hand of Low-key time and time again. Those are just the pushes that I wish we would actually see a lot more of. I think more often than not, teams are prioritizing the 3 down before the flip. And I think they're kind of overlooking just the aspect of manipulating or forcing a team to do something when you do go for that hop. But, you know, everybody's got a bit of a different approach to this game, and it did end up working out exquisitely for Rent Free that game.
Yeah, Rent Free finally finding their lunch money. Going to be going in and taking it. Their rotation's looking really bad, but their fights pretty good. Honestly, I'll give them that. Low key as well, fighting back. Look at those 9 kills from coming out from Not K2, Fear with 4, and Not Max Puerto with 5. Look, it's not over yet for Rent Free. However, I will say low key still in the money. Fantastic played and great showing from them. Gonna be knocked out though.
Yeah, so hats off to Low Key. Great job. You guys played fantastically. A bit of a point I did want to touch up. Low Key is actually the team that sent Rent Free down into the lower bracket. So a bit of revenge. The taste of revenge is sweet, you can say, for Rent Free. And they've made their way now to the grand final against Quality Control. So these are 2 teams that we've seen a good share of today. So, and quite frankly, probably 2 of the 2 best teams that remain in this tournament. So it is cool to see them going at it in this grand final. Are you expecting anything specific on the ban side of things? I'm expecting more smoke bans for sure.
I think Rent Free is going to go with their tried and true smoke ban, as you say. Is Quality Control the one who's going to be banning Goo? Goo being so powerful, as you saw, a great strategy. Whenever you're winched in a medium, throw down that Goo, block off the damage from that heavy. Maybe you can make an escape. It did work out in that last game on Bernal. So will Quality Control ban that Goo grenade, or will they just let it go rent free?
Well, I think their theme has been banning Goo, at least previously from what I recall. I haven't been keeping notes on this team. However, I do believe that's what they were running. The weapon bans, I think, is where it's going to get really interesting. It was fun to watch that series without a Pyke and see teams kind of try to reinvent the wheel. I don't think people fully understand how influential the Pyke can be on certain maps in the hands of a medium. The second you see that sniper glare, that sniper glint aiming at you from across the map, you know you're in trouble, especially if you're a light.
Yeah, I do think we're going to continue seeing the Pyke being banned in these games. I do like seeing it banned because we saw a very different narrative of how Bernal is played out in these games. Light gets a little bit more free range. However, the Pyke being drawn back makes it way easier to push the Cathedral, as you mentioned, and as we saw in that game.
Yes, so we are just waiting in for all of the picks to come in. I believe they are flowing in slowly, though. Again, this is our grand final, and this is presented to us today by Broxton. So thank you, Broxton, an absolute legend, GOAT. Everybody shout out Broxton.
Shout out Broxton. Huge thanks to Broxton yet again. And also another shout out to Luck for helping organize this whole entire event. It's named Luck Cup for a reason, guys. So also huge thank you to Luck.
Absolutely. And I just want to shout out the format of this tournament. I think it is very cool. I love seeing the different approaches, the different hosts of the tournaments, just members of the community getting involved and throwing their own twist on things. You know, there's definitely different ways of looking at this game and approaching this game and trying to find just not necessarily the best one, but when you take bits and pieces of what you like from others, you can create something very, very cool. So I think that these types of tournaments are great for the future development of this game. And I think we're kind of just opening more and more doors every single time we do something like this.
Yeah. And again, like you said, very interesting format. Surprised to see the bans go the way they have. However, I do think the take on no spec ban is probably the right approach. We've seen Korea do it. We've seen them kind of pave the path for this ban system in this game. So also a little bit of a shout out there for the Korean League as well. So thank you for kind of paving the way for this scene. Great format. We've seen it play out time and time again in this tournament to see how dynamic this can be, because right now the meta is very set in stone. Probably the most dynamic we've seen the meta be is on currently the light class in terms of the weaponry, and then the heavy class a little bit playing around with those gadgets, as well as 2 main weapons being meta. Unless you're on Monaco, we see 3 weapons, but the medium very much set in stone with that pike. So I love seeing that ban come out.
Yeah, the ban choices have been sporadic to say the least. Some make perfect sense and some seem like they're kind of out of left field at times, but I think a lot of these teams are more familiar with each other than we are familiar with these teams. So I don't want to say any of these bans were necessarily just not calculated. I think they were probably extremely calculated, probably to a degree that we couldn't even fathom. So I will say that.
I do think there was one ban, specifically in this last match, the Pyromine, maybe a little bit out of left field. Maybe they just didn't want to ban anything, so they banned something that they knew wouldn't come out. Because you don't want to block a pick that you're particularly familiar with, like that group grenade potentially. We've seen it come out, get them the stalls. That was a ban from LUQQQ. They did get that in that first game, that goose stall coming out in fashion, winning them that first map. So I do think maybe they just didn't want to ban anything.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. I will say that probably felt the most random, because I personally would be someone who would also ban the double barrel, even though no one's even running it, just simply out of fear of dying to it. But I will say that pyromines are actually a pretty solid gadget, definitely in the tier of underused. I'm not saying I want to see them all over the place. I definitely don't, because I think they're actually a pretty good gadget. They do your initial damage as well as a significant amount of burn damage. You pair that with a C4 or a dematerializer on a cash out stall, you can set up for a lot of damage. And it also helps you just nullify nullifier. Just lights and pyromines do not mix very well together. Lights and fire do not mix very well together. And it's a great way of dealing with lights if that's a class that you do struggle with, you at home.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Pyromines being a little bit underrated. Recently we had Akazo on TNT, Thursday Night Throwdown, and we saw him run Pyromines and C4 in combo with that goo gun, really denying the cash out, being able to burn those goo shots so easily, deny the amount of time and space that they need to reposition. So it worked out there.
And it looks like we are getting ready to load up into this lobby as well. So taking a look at our maps and bans, it looks like map 1 is going to be on Monaco. 2 will be Cis Horizon, and 3, if we do get sent to it, would be Fortune Stadium. If you want to go over the bans for us, Soyo.
Yeah, over on the bans, or Quality Control banning the SA-12. Great meta pick for that heavy team, heavy player. We see the pike also being banned in that regard from Rent Free. And then to finalize the gadgets, Goo Grenade being banned from Quality Control. And yet again, as we've seen time and time again from Rent Free, the Smoke Grenade not allowed in these games.
Yep, so pretty standard bans we're seeing, and I guess we come to expect it in the final round that these meta bans are the ones that have persisted all the way through. And it is cool to see a grand final take place with some unique gadgets that we probably wouldn't see in most other grand finals. We're seeing some Shaq, some FAMAS, and I believe that was an ARN. I didn't quite catch it, but we do see some heavy shots coming in as Quality Control has already made their way to the top of the cathedral, and they're laying down some heavy fire on Kazin here as he's just going to go over to Vault 1, get the tap. He is still running those flash grenades, so I'd like to see some interesting plays come from those.
Yeah, getting the early tap is going to be huge, but Quality Control making their way in from the low ground. I'm going to take the side zip, but Chaluto taking some big damage. 1 bar left, finds his escape, and now going to go up to that roof and find that damage, but now Bubba getting taken out by Biggs, and now Kaizen also following suit. Morningstar taking out Kaizen, and Biggs cleaning up camo for that team wipe. Going to go in and grab this vault and start rotating it over.
Yeah, so they're gonna go start taking their money to the bank, but we're gonna get a replay here, a bit of a laggy replay, so no replay. But basically, what happened was Quality Control rolled through Rent Free on that first fight. They were positioned high up on Cathedral. They waited for the right moment. They saw a bit of a split, and they pounced as soon as they saw that split. And I don't really think there was much else to it. It did look like Biggs was considering setting up a point there, and it actually looks like Biggs has Pyromines equipped, so something to keep an eye out for, but he didn't actually get that Pyromine set up. Heavy damage coming in as Biggs now does get taken out. A Sky RPG into a huge winch. That's going to be 2 dead for Quality Control, leaving Choluto all by himself in a situation he does not want to be in, and that's going to be a nice wipe from Rent Free, and they're going to get the flip. No Pyromines set up to get a stall. It wouldn't really have made that much of a difference anyway. But now Rent Free has plenty of time to set up this box, and they can do a lot with it if they're ready for it.
Yeah, if I were the medium dematting that and now winching it out, this is also a great play, winching it out a little bit more into the open so they can't just hide behind that unbreakable container. Now, Quality Control making their way in, zipping up onto this high ground, but it's not going to be high enough because Not Bubba sitting up on that high ground, now going to try and get pushed. The winch misses. Not Bubba now on the back foot trying to run away. No Q in sight because of that ban. Not going to be able to escape. Not Bubba gets taken out. And now Kaizen, Camo, going to be in a bad situation unless they get a pick on Choluto, but Choluto makes his escape.
Yeah, Choluto is going to get out of there with his life, which is actually huge. And that's going to send Rent Free down to just 1 member, 2 dead, and the last one is the Heavy. He is able to get a res here pretty much for free because the flip is happening. Debatable decision, but it's crunch time and it doesn't really matter. There's no time to dwell on it. We're going to have to get a wipe here and a flip with just about 15 seconds left. It's seeming unlikely and improbable, to say the least. Camo just regrouping with his team. They're going to look for, I guess, a delayed wipe after the point has already finished, which it looks like they'll probably get here, as it's now 2 dead for Quality Control. No time on that steal. It doesn't matter. Choluto in a 1v2. He's going to find his 1 pick, and the rest of this fight here is kind of just the cherry on top. I think both teams should be focusing on next.
Yeah, and now Choluto going to be the last one up for his team. Quality Control finds that light. Will he be able to get that pick, but gets taken out himself? Rent Free going to be able to make their rotation over to this vault. Not sure how close it is. 137 meters away. Can be a little bit of a hike, but taking a look at the scoreboard, we do see Morningstar with 2 and Biggs 3 and Choluto 2 as well. We see them slightly leading in the kill department against Rent Free with 2 apiece.
Yeah, pretty evenly distributed. One player excelling just by that 1 extra kill there, but regardless, we are going to see now that Quality Control is on top of Grandma's, but it looks like Rent Free actually has possession of the box here with a gateway setup as well. So they're just going to be trying to fast travel out of there. But it looks like Quality Control might have sniffed this out, and they want to ape. They want to jump this fight as fast as possible. Kaizen, I'm not sure what happened, if the money didn't go through, if they're going with a bit of an audible, a bit of a juke play here. Quality Control wisely just staying on top of Cathedral. That's all they really have to do here. As it's not the glorious play, it's not the most beautiful play, but it is the right play. They are winning, and they're in the more advantageous position. They do not need to dive, which it looks like Morningstar is getting a little antsy and may want to, but they are sniffing out this push going over towards B, and they just want to be ahead of it.
Yeah, and now it's a little bit of a stalemate. Both teams posturing up in their building and on this high ground. This Heglet's going to be a great position for Quality Control. That cash out still being 70 meters away. They're going to have to make their push across right through Quality Control if Rent Free wants to get this plug. That Shack going to offer a little bit of value with that FAMAS. It'd be a little bit of a stalemate, and if you're Rent Free, this is a dangerous situation to be in. Quality Control has the advantage in this situation, being up 1-0. They have the time to play. In theory, they could run it down 14 minutes, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone's sake, let's hope not. But when money is on the line, you can't really blame someone if that is what they opt to do. Both of these teams are in the money here. And it's just looking like Quality Control is playing this right. I'm happy to see it because I anticipated an aggressive jump pad coming in, honestly, and a bit of a blown position here, and that might actually be what's about to happen. So let's see what does come of it. The jump pad is down, a flash has ensued, and now teams are just going to be swapping positions a little bit. Quality Control has taken the previous position of Rent Free, who have rotated towards the left. Rent Free is just going to give up the box instead. I think they're tired of this game, and they'd rather play a recovery game. They'd rather play on offense and try to get a steal than come off of a wipe, it appears. But it looks like Choludo gambling with his life, and he's going to get taken out. So not only have we given up possession of this box here, well, not for nothing, they have the numbers advantage here, but Quality Control a bit of a weird route. They're just going to take this money to the depths of Monaco, and really kind of mess the Rent Free here. Say, if you guys want to mess around, we can mess around too. We're winning right now.
Yeah, and Kaizen taking some big damage, gets taken out. Look, whenever you go for the money, it seems like these teams are getting taken out left and right, getting punished for being greedy. And now, Not Bubble with cash in hand might get an RPG right to his face, getting taken out. Morningstar finally getting that final shot on him, following up that RPG. A winch comes out, but without. Kaizen taking out Biggs. Gonna get the reset, and both teams may be looking for that res. Not Bubba still down, and a simultaneous pick goes down. Kaizen Camo getting taken out at the same time.
So about a 4-minute fight just to get this one plugged, and it's actually going to go the way of Quality Control anyway. Interesting approaches here, and again, Quality Control did play it right. A bit of a hiccup there when they got antsy and pushed, but they recovered extremely well. Now this is going to be an interesting point to see played, because in Pro League we see a lot of teams just blatantly avoid this point altogether. It's rather difficult to set up on, it's rather difficult to push and defend. As we see, this is the more common strategy, just back to the rooftops of Monaco. Some nice heals coming in from Choludo, keeping his teammate nice and healthy, but it looks like Biggs gets picked off anyway because he was going for the pick on Kaizen, which he did find. Morningstar found one as well, and then Choludo's going to find the third. So a really nice wipe coming in from Quality Control. Playing this point pretty well, I would say, Soyo.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of an unorthodox point. I do like the setup they have done on it. 1 minute left. Playing on these rooftops probably going to be the best position, having that pad there to jump on it. I do believe they will spawn over there in that forest department. But no, they make me my words. They spawn all the way in the back and have to fight all the way through them to even get there. This is probably a little bit better of a spawn for Rent Free. They get to take a face check. Now, getting that heals, resetting that damage, taking that pad. Not much time left on this position. They're going to have to go in as they pad away. Going to try and make it out of there, but some damage comes out. Biggs 2-bar, and Morningstar getting down to half. That heals come the way of that medium, but Biggs gets taken down because he does not have the heals. Morningstar 1 bar left, and that fire is going to block that line of sight just a little bit. Choludo, last one left on his team, will be taking some big damage from that fire. Will they be able to get that pick? But no, Choludo gets taken out, and that reset, that flip, comes the way of Rent Free, bringing it to a 1-1 in this game. Huge. The cash out vault also spawns right on them. A little bit of an extra.
Yeah, an extra bonus for sure. The Infuser is the moral of the story, and that one for sure. I mean, the Pyromine, which was banned last game, almost clutched up this round, but insert H+ Infuser here, you're just instantly perfectly healthy again. So great stuff out of Rent Free, evening this one up. Fantastic recovery as we're now seeing an aggressive gateway, perhaps a fake, but it's not a fake as that heavy just comes straight through. He's gonna fall. A bit of an eager push out of Biggs, to say the least, leaving Choludo all by himself in a one-on-one. Light on light action, and Choludo looks to have the cleaner shots, but he runs out of bullets, and Kaizen has some other plans for him. Beautiful shots from the LH1, taking out the ARN there, close range.
Yeah, that could not have been closer. Going down to the last bullet for both opponents. Gonna have a reverse gateway already set up. Rent Free gonna be able to make their trek across this map. If I'm not mistaken, this is gonna be a cave point. One of my least favorite points in the entire game, unless you're counting suspended structures, but that spawn comes out from Quality Control, already gonna be set up for this rotation. Will they be knowledgeable to their spawn? they do get to see them, they're going to be able to make that rotation away and divert their pathing. Going to be setting up on this church. Great idea from Quality Control. Now pushing down, going around and trying to get there some shots behind them.
Yeah, really good spawn and play out of Quality Control, but also great heads-up awareness out of Rent Free to switch this up. But Chaluto just finding himself in the perfect position to rain down some huge shots, making Kaizen very weak. Bubba finds himself very weak now as well, but he's actually going to find the pick on Morningstar anyway. So Rent Free, if they can continue to kite this fight just a little bit, get into a better position, they could be on the receiving end of some great benefits, as we do see Biggs finally getting his health back, but Chaluto now falling to 25 HP. Kaizen's gonna fall to him though, so he finds the pick with low HP, but Morningstar still has not been rezzed. There's been no reset on him, so a 2v2 make it a 3v2 as the hand res does come into play on Kaizen. Biggs trying to get juiced back up from Chaluto with that H+ infuser, and it's doing a great job at it, keeping him alive as long as possible. But Kaizen's LH1 just has other plans. This fight is taking a long time. A whole lot of nothing is really occurring here. Some nice shots coming in from Morningstar, who has finally made his way back into the fight. Now he's getting some huge shots into every member of Rent Free that is still alive. Camo's down, Kaizen's weak, and Bubba is pretty low on health.
Yeah, gonna pad up and try and rotate, but 2v2 scenario. Chaluto going in intensely, focusing in on not Bubba, getting flash and finding that pick, even still a little bit too late on that flash. And now Kaizen just gonna melee throw that box away with a dash punch and gonna try and find a pick before he goes, trying to stall them in just a little bit longer.
Yeah, again, this fight it's stall, it's reset, it's do a lot of damage, and it's just delay and delay, it seems. Now Camo finds himself as the last man alive. Money still hasn't even gotten into the same area code as a potential box to get deposited in, but I think Quality Control finally has other plans for this as they're making their way downtown over to D. But Rent Free finds themselves over here as well with a preemptive jump pad. So talk about the read of the century. They know exactly what's going to happen. They're just going to wait for Kaizen to show up. I would love to see an aggressive retake come in here. But as of right now, Quality Control has game point plugged, and they are in possession over on top yellow.
Yeah, now we're raining shots down. Quality Control on this high ground. Rent Free is going to find it difficult to push up. Biggs is taking some damage, but Camo also waiting for his region to start. It does get started. Kaizen pushing up, using that gateway to get his team right in there. They want to take a face check fight, but it's going to be very dangerous without your light there to heal you up, because that is a little bit predictable. As soon as they see that gateway, they know it's coming in, but Kaizen dropping shortly after. Unfortunately, I do think Rent Free should have gone for that gateway inside the building. Could have easily thrown it in a window and then played that a little bit slower, making their approach slow but sure.
Yeah, I think those gateway pushes are a bit more of a gamble than a lot of people actually make them out to be. I think the risk reward is fantastic, and the heights that you can take with it are also fantastic. However, as you said, it is an extremely predictable push. It has visual cues, it has audio cues, and they know exactly where you're going to be exiting from if they do sniff that gateway out. So I think a lot of the time, jump pad is like the safer pick in those scenarios, but it doesn't really matter right now as we find a self RPG kill from Biggs. So that's going to leave Quality Control in a 2v3, even though Camo is about 3 bars of health. So Camo doing his best to stay alive. Biggs does get defib there. He's going to have to manage his life to the best of his ability. Heals coming in, but they're not really catching anything. Huge shots coming in, taking out Camo as well. Bubba getting absolutely melted, leaving Kaizen all by himself. There's no time for anything. Time has just expired, and so has Rent Free, as their team has been wiped from the lobby. That's going to be a 1-0 Quality Control going up in this series.
Yeah, and if you're Quality Control, that's going to be a huge push towards this game. They only have to technically win one more game to secure their first place spot. We're going to be going to Sis Horizon straight off of Monaco. A little bit of a change up, going to be a little bit more close range. Monaco, as we said previously, a huge long range map. And honestly, that was such a slow game. Every team playing for the money, buying their time, waiting for the right moments to go in, going back and forth, throwing that box away, just finding the opportunities, these spawns really slowing things down as well.
Yeah, the spawns have been interesting. The fortunate spawns for both teams in both scenarios, honestly, where you feel like you just had an unfortunate life, then you get blessed with a pretty good spawn that's able to manipulate the entire remainder of that fight, as that last box kind of went. Actually, we are heading over to Cis Horizon for map number 2, so I'm expecting to see a lot more or less of the same. I did like, contrary to how slow it actually played out, I did like that the teams took a bit of a slower approach. Maybe we could find a bit of a middle ground there where it's not quite as drawn out as that one, but I did like to see the gears spinning inside of the players' heads for sure. Just trying to find the right move as opposed to just brute forcing it and forcing every single point, every single fight.
Yeah, I agree. I do think the only change-up we might see is that swap off that LH1. I do like that pick. Similar to the sniper, having that range on that map kind of fixes the lack of range that you get from that pike band. Being able to get those headshots at range can offer great pick advantage on those light. And as we saw, it really paid off in that light 1v1 on that corner building in Monaco.
Yeah, Monaco, we definitely got to see some interesting cash out spots played too. So a map not necessarily played that much in our current meta, and then points that were chosen to get defended were also not your stereotypical points that teams are prioritizing the plugs on. So from head to toe, this has been a very unique experience of a tournament, and it's been very cool. But we'll have plenty of time to reminisce after the fact. We are heading in to game 2 right now. We see an aggressive rollout coming from Quality Control. I love it. So perhaps a double movement setup we're seeing from the medium. Different approach. We haven't really seen this at all today. Rent Free find themselves trailed a bit late to the positioning battle here, as Quality Control has actually flipped the script on where they were expected to be set up at. Some heavy pyro coming in. I'm not quite sure what caused those explosions, but Biggs is going to find his pick with the Shack before getting traded out. Chaluto has switched over to the 93R, and that's going to leave Kazin all by himself. So every member of Quality Control finding a pick, and that is a convincing first fight, as we do see Vault 1 getting tapped.
Yeah, Quality Control going to be swinging their advantage going into this first cash out. This is going to be massive. Going to be able to get this plug if they are able to set up, find that time to winch B out into the alleyway. This is going to be a golden situation to set their advantage in Cis Horizon. We do see Rent Free spawning over in the other green building as this point gets winched out. It'd be rather difficult to push. You need to find a pick before you're even able to think about going for that bait on that point.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Soyo, but it doesn't seem like the theme of today has actually been that for these teams anyway. They seem to be forcing these points. As a flash comes in, I don't see if the spectator gets the flash hit markers or not, but that could have been a massive flash if that's the case. Chaluto falling to about 2 HP or 2 bars of HP. Biggs is going to go down, so Rent Free had a huge health and numbers advantage here, and this is exactly what they needed to do. We've seen them time and time again just go for the force, but they're getting the picks here. Morningstar is going to get picked. So is Chaluto, and so is Biggs. So beautiful work out of Rent Free. This is what we've basically been calling for all day as casters, as he's going to avoid those pyro mines set up there. Just go for the fight. Why are we trying to go for a 3v3 flip without the proper resources to really, even if we get that flip, we're not really prepared for the aftermath of it anyway.
Yeah, when you have the time to searching for the team, if you can find them, it's going to offer a huge advantage. But as we see Rent Free setting up for the kite, it's going to be rather difficult for Quality Control to be able to take that fight, as we were just talking about. However, they might be able to use that DMAT to their advantage, find someone lacking and out of position. They do hear some footsteps, most likely. I think they called it out, but 30 seconds left on this cash. It's going to be rather difficult for them to make this fight happen without Rent Free being in a great position to fight back.
Yeah, I think first thing they got to do is actually winch that box just behind the box, because right now in its current state it is very hard to steal, but they're obviously going to need to find these picks as well. Biggs just hitting the trampoline real quick. He's going to find a winch, but he's faced with 2 enemies in front of him. And when you split those shots with the shack among 2 players, you're not really going to find either pick. And that's exactly what happened. Quality Control getting wiped out there rent-free with the hold. But I think this double movement setup that Quality Control has might really work out to their favor. They got back into that fight extremely fast, and then I think there was just a bit of a hiccup in the movement at the tail end there. But I actually think that double movement kept them in that fight a lot longer than they should have been.
Yeah, that was a great flip and hold from Rent-Free, moving away from the cash out. And now we're going into this next vault. Winning that fight is going to offer them the ability to tap that as they do. It's going to be interesting to see how they rotate and play off this. Is Kaizen going to TP it over to see? This could put them in the very same situation they just were, playing this point, trying to make their way across, but a flash comes out. Blinded Morningstar going to be rotating back away to safety, and now going to be taking this high ground. Yet another flash. That's both flashes down. Bubba going to be using that DMAT to find that hole, but it's rather predictable. Going to be getting some shots towards his way himself. A dome goes down, and now looking for that RPG. Could be great value, but no, gets winched out instead, and now gets put in a tough position. RPG in hand, no gun, not being able to shoot back. And this is very detrimental because Choluto gets taken out, and now Morningstar's going to take that L and move on to the next cash out.
Yeah, so the flashes were a bit of a factor in that fight. We haven't seen them all that much actually make their presence known, but it may just be a spectator thing of the sorts. And I would love to hear the comms on the team getting flashed, because it does not matter what level you play this game at. Getting flashed is never expected in this game. It is just one of those things that very few people are actually running, that are taking the game seriously, and to see it used in such a manner is borderline comical. But this is the perfect tournament for it, as we do see Quality Control with a really nice movement chain to get onto ultimate height. Full flashed is Biggs, and that's exactly what I'm talking about here. Fortunately, nobody on Rent-Free in any sort of position at all to do anything about it, and now they're going to give up that ultimate height, go for the winch into safety. A really nice move there for sure, but that now is going to trigger the boys. It's going to sound the alarms for Rent-Free. They smell it, and they're going to pounce on it. Bubba falling to about half health. Kaizen as well. Almost everybody on Rent-Free falls to 3/4 or less, and rinse and repeat. It's happening again. Health coming back in for Kaizen, but now Camo is falling. Biggs looks like he might be the first one to go down. Make it Camo, because some huge shots coming in from Choluto, and Biggs finds himself a nice cozy little spot where he's perfectly protected, at least for the time being. He should get out of there ASAP, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Morningstar has fallen, but with this much time left, we really just need to see a 2-man game come out of Quality Control here, and this is a winnable situation for sure, as Camo's fallen to half health. The last thing we need to see is a dive, and that's exactly what we're seeing, is a dive, but beautiful movement to try and get out of there is Biggs, but this is going to leave Choluto all by himself, and unfortunately there is nothing Choluto is going to be able to do in this situation. Huge steal, huge heals, and Rent-Free is going to tie this series up 1-1 heading into Game 3 of our grand final.
Yeah, great back and forth from Quality Control, although that winch was a great one getting that stall. But if you did winch the cash out in that scenario, it would have offered a great advantage position. It would have brought that cash out into the open. That light maybe would have been able to get some good shots on, denying that steal yet again and forcing them to jump up to him. I do like that stall, however. Great movement, like you said, but optimally, winching that cash out could have offered them a little bit more time to try and deny that.
Yeah, winching it, even a preemptive winch too. I mean, after they got that initial steal, right, they winched it to a safe spot for themselves to take it, and then they left it there. So on paper, you're just giving the other team a safe spot as well. Obviously, time was the essence there, but a lot of things can be said, and when you look back and watch the VOD, there's always something that you can fix up. But at the end of the day, Quality Control was in a 2v3 there in the first place. So a tough situation that they almost pulled out, but I'm happy to see we're going to a Game 3 of our grand final. We've seen some awesome finals today, some unconventional finals to say the least, but obviously some of these meta tactics still will always prevail. It doesn't matter what level you're at. And all of these guys are Ruby players anyway, so they are well acquainted with the meta of this game.
Yeah, and we're going to Fortune Stadium for map 3 for that decider. Going to be yet again a fan favorite, going from fan favorite to fan favorite. Sis Horizon to Fortune. Great map picks for the end of this tournament. Winner takes all in this situation. We do see Fortune Stadium being that decider.
Yeah, I can't really think of a better map to ask for. Well, I can personally, but I know you disagree. I would love to see a Seoul under construction for the grand final. I think that would just be beautiful. Obviously, I might be in the minority here, but I know I have some Giga Chads in the chat that also feel the same way. Fortune Stadium is a great second choice to Seoul under construction for this grand final.
Look, I'll give you that one just for today, Merch. You know my take. I think we've discussed it before, but I'll give you that take for today. We can roll with that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. But I do believe, I mean, like we've said, this is a winner-take-all scenario, so would you be surprised if we saw some crazy picks come out in this game 3? Do you think these teams are going to stick to what they've been doing, or do you think they have a trick up their sleeves for this game 3 that we haven't seen yet?
I do think we're going to see a lot of the same because SA12 and Pike are banned. I do think the Shack is most likely going to be the pick. The only thing of concern is that light pick, in my opinion. Will we see the 93R? Will we see the ARN, or maybe even the LH1? Could be different. I do think there was a map change, my bad, for that. Nidzomi Citadel is going to be our final map and our decider.
Yeah, so great, another great option, not quite as good as Seoul under construction, but a great option nonetheless. Personally, I think if we just saw 3 mediums running breach drills, the meta would be shaking in its boots right now, but it doesn't look like that's what these teams are running. Some pretty standard and straight up plays. We have an Infuser, Gateway, and Glitch Grenade coming in from both lights, so as meta as it gets for the light side of things.
Yeah, and now going into this first Vault Tap 1, just about to be open. Quality control, holding down, gonna find that off angle. Kaizen almost getting taken out, and now gonna be a little bit of a pushback from Camo. Camo looking for that RPG on Chaluto, but a little bit of a backstab comes from Morningstar and Biggs. Gonna find that damage. Those heal comes out, and now that winch pulling him in. Gonna get that dome down. We can see a medium flying across the map, and now rotating over. Will they find the reset? And unfortunately, Morningstar does get that pick. Not Bubba going down. Camo going down after getting flung across the room, and Kaizen cleaning up Chaluto, a 2v1. A little bit of low health, but Kaizen gets found on that revive and gets taken out.
Really nice opening fight there. I have seen that interaction a few times with just players getting flung. I believe it's when a goo barrel interacts with a certain explosive, but a few things might trigger it. Regardless, it is comedy to see that happen every single time. It looks like Quality Control has set up early, and they are looking to get this box manipulated into the death pit. If they are able to winch this the right way, there's a staircase right underneath. Bada bing, bada boom, you just throw some mines on there, and nobody can safely take that box as long as they don't manipulate it in their own reserve. Looks like we have Rent Free trying to take height, and they might get a decent timing here as one member of Quality Control has headed over to Billboard. We're going to find Camo getting winched after missing his winch, trying to win his one with that Shack on Biggs. He's not going to win it himself, but he is going to find the assist. Now, next matter of business is taking out the light on the Billboard, but that light has other plans as he's going to find a pick and get out of there with his life. So great work out of Chaluto. That is actually huge, finding that pick there. It's going to slow down this push from Rent Free greatly. And now he's still just being that pest that he needs to be. Perhaps a bit too far for my likings, but I think he might have the situation under control. Now getting back onto the scene, he knows that Rent Free doesn't have that much time to work with. And right on cue, they are going to go for that beautiful pick here, not prioritizing the person stealing, finding somebody else because you know exactly where that guy is anyway. He's also going to get this free res on the roof as well. looks like that defib is going to come in for Rent Free, and they are going to find a pick off of that as well. So another crazy turn of events. Camo's still alive somehow. Biggs doing everything he can to stay alive. He's going to find the pick on Camo. Bubba and Kaizen, last two alive. They are in possession of this box after the flip. Biggs looks like he's about to go down here. Not the situation you want to be in. They are going to try to attempt the winch, but on that angle, it's just not going to work. Goo Barrel flying off of the jump pad as well. Nothing going right now if you are quality control. And this point is looking gone, shipped and sealed. He's going to go for this steal here, but I'm sure somebody's in position to stop it. Yes, they are. Just a weird angle, I guess. Choludo finding the pick as well. And that's going to be a 1-0 for Rent Free as the rest of this mayhem of a fight continues to ensue. Biggs finding a pick with the Pyro Mine. Bubba taking some heavy shots. Sunsoy, I'm running out of breath here. Take over.
A little bit of a spaghetti going back and forth, a failed winch attempt, putting them in a bad position, but ends up getting the pick with those Pyro Mines. A little bit of comedy going on, but we do see Rent Free eventually taking that point and now going into this next vault. This is looking good if you're Rent Free. You're finally going to get the landlord off your back and move into this cash out, but they still need to win one more job to close the deal. Quality control is going to be the ones to try and make sure they do it right and put that pressure on them. Going to get that winch in. Camo getting taken out, pressure going down, and we're going to be going in for the last two on Rent Free. Going to try and find them, play a little bit of hide and seek, but it's not going to work out to their favor. They're just going to end up cutting their losses and going to this cache to plug this in.
Yeah, so quality control is going to get this plug here. I think the theme of today is chaos, and if that's not just normally the theme of the finals, I think specifically for this Luck Cup, more so than ever. I mean, these fights are kind of all over the place when we are accustomed to seeing it, that the stereotypical team fight lasting about 15 seconds one way or the other. These fights are lasting for minutes at a time. They are quite drawn out, quite methodical. And it's interesting to see as we do see Rent Free going for a pretty standard approach here up the main ramp over to Cash Out C. They can win the entire tournament with this point here if they are able to get the flip and hold. We're seeing a huge DMAC coming in from Bubba, dropping two enemies out for quality control nearly, finding the pick on Choludo before getting traded out, but he actually gets traded out at the same time as the rest of his team does. And so that's going to be a wipe for Rent Free. Quality control, they just got to defend this one more time and they can even up the score.
This is working up to be a fantastic grand final. Could be going down to the wire for both teams. 1-1 in the set and potentially 1-1 going to this. They just have to hold on for a little bit longer. They're not going to be holding up front, though. It's going to be a relatively easy rotate for Rent Free as they gateway over. Only 45 seconds left on this cash out. Going to be going in, looking for that RPG, a big RPG, but a flash comes out, still finds the winch, finds the pick. Biggs gets dropped down, and the shots come out. Camo going to be sticking that steal, but the Pyro Mine's going to bring him down to 1 HP, and everyone gets taken out, getting pushed in a locker and burned by those Pyro Mines.
I'm not going to go and blame the light there, but the light just dashed onto that Pyro Mine in the middle of the steal. Unfortunate scenario, to say the least. He was obviously trying to play his life. He was taking some back shots from across the room, and that was his only way of escape. However, that dash did trigger the Pyro Mine on the heavy that was stealing, so perhaps it could have gone a bit differently. We will never know. We do have a tie ball game going into point number 3 on map number 3 of our grand final here. Some missed winches here. I guess they didn't quite pass the quality control. Now see Camo playing his life to the best of his ability. About 3/4 health. Kaizen has already fallen. 2v2 situation for both teams. Bubba looks to be going down here shortly, but Choludo as well in a similar situation. Crazy shots, a crazy flash warning as well, shooting through the gateways, and that's going to be a team wipe for Rent Free.
Now, he winched over the seat. He wanted them to sit down, but unfortunately got taken out himself.
The Boundless are opening Vault 3.
Yeah, that was...
And now, quality control, getting the vault in their hands, getting that unlocked, moving over to this next cash out. We will see Rent Free spawn before this cash out, this vault opens, and gonna be able to make their way over with the vaults and the cash outs on at their back. Now, rotating over, gonna try and find this enemy team with that vault 3, not gonna be opened up or rotated towards their team. Still gonna fight out over for this money. This is quite difficult position to be in for both teams. 1-1, a little bit of a stalemate here, fighting from the Via high ground towards that head statue. And now Rent Free just sitting with the cash outs at their back, buying their time, looking for that advantage. Going to set up a little bit of a reverse gateway, but most likely are not going to commit to it. A pad is going to come out, looking for that RPG, does hit the RPG. Nothing comes out, but he flashes himself or his team and gets taken out. Look, big jump pad RPG coming in from Quality Control, and now they get to finally get the plug that they've been wanting.
Yeah, I mean, I touched on it earlier. You did bring up a good point that it's somewhat of a gamble for those jump pad RPG pushes. However, when it goes right, boy, does it go right. I mean, Rent Free really didn't stand a chance in that fight there when it's just an explosive amount of damage in such a brief amount of time, with the human reaction being a human reaction. There's no time to react to such a thing before your entire team is at half health, and Quality Control has done an excellent job with those pushes today. We've seen that multiple times from them, and now they're set up in an advantageous position here. But Camo's going to find a huge winch there on Choluto. That is a massive pick, not something that you wanted to see on the side of Quality Control. Now, all they need to do is chill out for a second. They have the numbers. Even though that was a quick reset, they can probably get the free farm here. A preemptive RPG is actually going to trigger a lot of damage. That's going to send 2 people dead for Quality Control. Well, Choluto gets out of there with his life, trying to keep his teammate alive, and that's going to be a wipe, a massive wipe for Rent Free with just a minute left. They're going to get this flip and force the hand of Quality Control.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Quality Control. 1 opportunity, 1 shot left in this game. 1 minute remains for this game on Insomi Citadel and this grand final. It's going to come down to the wire. They get the same spawn as the opposing team did. Going to be using that zip to move their way in. Great DMAT to rotate in closer to this point. Going to try and find an aggressive push. We see Choluto find that medium as that DMAT comes out, stalling that hash out steal. Going in, getting that pick. Camo goes down. Kaizen goes down. This is a great opportunity for Quality Control. All we need to see was for Rent Free to sit back and kite and defy all odds. Quality Control takes this game and wins the grand finals.
No way. Did they just come in and start talking business like that? I mean, don't get me wrong, there was time for that play to develop, but that was flawless execution. Absolutely beautiful play out of Quality Control, hitting every single nail right on the head. No hiccups in the gameplay. Beautiful retake, beautiful picks, beautiful aggression, and they just won this Luck Cup, Sunsoil. Congratulations to Quality Control.
Yeah, congratulations, Quality Control, for taking home the grand prize pool. Rent Free is going to go back into debt, but they will still win some earnings on this day. Fantastic jobs from our top 3 teams. Quality Control taking it all.
Amazing stuff. Started in the upper bracket and remained in upper bracket the entire time. Really, I'm trying to look here how many maps. They did not drop a single map the entire tournament until the grand final. So Quality Control, yes, this was an amateur tournament, but do not be surprised if we see them in some professional tournaments moving forward. Definitely going to make themselves a name today for sure. Get some higher quality scrims on their horizon, and definitely a team that we should be looking out for.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Shout out to Quality Control yet again for taking home the prize.
Amazing stuff. So that is first place, but don't worry if you came in second or third place, you are still in the money. Let's just go over that one more time. The first place team taking home $150, second place 90, and third place was 60. Again, thank you to Luck and thank you to Broxton for making this so all possible, putting together such an amazing show. Shout out to Burita as well, the GOAT of a producer. Anything you want to touch on, Soyo?
We got to shout out Young and Dread starting us off, really pushing this game forward, keeping things hype early on in this bracket. Look, shout out Merch for showing up. Always love casting with you. And I think that's going to be wrapping things up. I'm Sensoyo, my co-caster Merch. Shout out Ape Squad. We got a big tournament coming up in early September. If you want to sign up for that, check out apesquad.org. So any final shout outs before we hop to credits?
Shout out Pro League. Shout out to you, Sensoyo. It is always a pleasure. Shout out to Burita again. Shout out to the Meech and Merch channel. Make sure you guys are following that. It is a unique finals and gaming experience, and we would love to catch you guys there in the next one. But I think that's going to do it for us. So we will catch you guys in the next one.